people in the computer business, in the phone business, in the tablet business, in many places, in the music business. So I have compiled the top 12 lessons that I learned and that I think all of you can apply to your companies. So, lesson number 1, experts are clueless. If you start listening to these so-called experts, the A-listers, the journalists, the analysts, they cannot help you as entrepreneurs. They're going to tell you to do better sameness, to do what everybody else thinks is right. They're going to tell you what their concept is, often from a very arrogant point of view. Usually they're disconnected from customers. I cannot tell you, Steve Jobs did not listen to experts. Quite the contrary, experts listened to him. And you could make the case that that's even more true today because of social media. That with Twitter and Facebook and Google+, you can get so much closer to people, so much faster, that to listen to the interpretation of experts and the pronouncements of experts is an absolute mistake. As an entrepreneur, you're going to have to figure stuff out by yourself. Don't rely on others. So that's first thing. Second thing, pretty much customers cannot tell you what they need. If we had asked customers in 1983 what they needed, they would have said, I need a bigger, faster, cheaper Apple II. Or I need a bigger, faster, cheaper MS-DOS machine. No one would have said, give us a cute little graphics toy that was slow, that had no software, thanks to me, that couldn't use any of the industry standards, which had a little mouse instead of cursor keys, that had a graphical user interface with a trash can in the lower right-hand corner. No one could have described that. And so you can ask customers about how to evolve something that you've already shipped, how to make a revolution better, but I don't think you can ask a customer how to create a revolution, because customers are going to describe what they want in terms of better, cheaper, 10% improvement. If you truly want to change the world, if you truly want to be a great entrepreneur, you cannot listen to customers. And the third thing is that quite to perhaps people's surprise, what I learned in the Macintosh division, working with those 100 or so other great people, was that we rose to the occasion. We did our best work in our careers because we were presented with the biggest challenge. And so rather than trying to break things down into bite-sized, small little things, I think you should give your employees and your co-founders magnificent challenges, just huge challenges, because that's truly why and how you get the best work out of people. Some things need to be believed to be seen. Most of the time you hear this in the opposite way, which is some things need to be seen to be believed. Not for an entrepreneur. This is how it works for an entrepreneur. You have to believe in your product, you have to ship your product, and then people will see it, and you will see it. And if you don't believe, it'll never happen. If you wait for proof, it will never happen. If you wait for customer validation, it will never happen. You have to believe. The reason why Macintosh was successful is that at the core, 100 people, starting with Steve Jobs, believed in Macintosh. And because we believed in Macintosh, we made it real, which is very different than if Macintosh were real, then we would believe it. If that were the case, Macintosh would never have succeeded. You have to believe in some things if you want to see some things.
up, everybody? My name's Brett. I'm the CEO of Goodlawyer, and I am here with my good friend, Chad Aboud, who's going to be your host at the Future of Law Summit. What's the date, Chad?
November 21, 4 hours of CLE. It is going to be the most fun you've ever had learning legal skills.
The future of law is not about prestige. It's about freedom.
And so what we're going to bring is some of the best speakers, some of the most engaging content, and you're going to come out better.
What are the big 3 pillars of the summit this year?
Tech skills, personal branding, community building.
You know I'm excited for you and Pauline to be hosting this thing.
Yeah.
I couldn't pick 2 better folks, but if I'm being honest, I am most excited for Guy Kawasaki and his keynote on how to be a remarkable lawyer.
Okay, fair enough. If anyone's going to beat me on what you're most excited about, it can be Guy Kawasaki.
Future of Law Summit, November 21st, folks. Chad, where do we sign up?
Summit.goodlawyer.ca. We'll see you there.
Good morning. Good morning. Although arguably it's not a good morning because the passing of Steve Jobs has definitely left a large hole in the universe. And I worked for him from 1983 to 1987. And then from 1995 to 1997, I worked for Apple again. And just as he came back towards the end of 1997, so we overlapped again. So arguably, I'm one of the few people in the world who've worked for Steve Jobs twice and survived. So I consider it an honor to have worked for him. He fundamentally changed my life. He changed the lives of many Apple employees. And he also changed the lives, I think, of many, many people in the computer business, in the phone business, in the tablet business, in many places, in the music business. So I have compiled the top 12 lessons that I learned and that I think all of you can apply to your companies. So, lesson number 1, experts are clueless. If you start listening to these so-called experts, the A-listers, the journalists, the analysts, they cannot help you as entrepreneurs. They're going to tell you to do better sameness, to do what everybody else thinks is right. They're going to tell you what their concept is, often from a very arrogant point of view. Usually they're disconnected from customers. I cannot tell you, Steve Jobs did not listen to experts. Quite the contrary. Experts listened to him. And you could make the case that that's even more true today because of social media. That with Twitter and Facebook and Google+, you can get so much closer to people so much faster that to listen to the interpretation of experts and the pronouncements of experts is an absolute mistake. As an entrepreneur, you're going to have to figure stuff out by yourself. Don't rely on others. So that's first thing. Second thing, pretty much customers cannot tell you what they need. If we had asked customers in 1983 what they needed, they would have said, I need a bigger, faster, cheaper Apple II. Or I need a bigger, faster, cheaper MS-DOS machine. No one would have said, give us a cute little graphics toy that was slow, that had no software, thanks to me, that couldn't use any of the industry standards, which had a little mouse instead of cursor keys, that had a graphical user interface with a trash can in the lower right-hand corner. No one could have described that. And so you can ask customers about how to evolve something that you've already shipped, how to make a revolution better, but I don't think you can ask a customer how to create a revolution, because customers are going to describe what they want in terms of better, cheaper, 10% improvement. If you truly want to change the world, if you truly want to be a great entrepreneur, you cannot listen to customers. The third thing is that quite to perhaps people's surprise, what I learned in the Macintosh division, working with those 100 or so other great people, was that we rose to the occasion. We did our best work in our careers because we were presented with the biggest challenge. And so rather than trying to break things down into bite-sized, small little things, I think you should give your employees and your co-founders magnificent challenges, just huge challenges. Because that's truly why and how you get the best work out of people. Some things need to be believed to be seen. Most of the time you hear this in the opposite way, which is some things need to be seen to be believed. Not for an entrepreneur. This is how it works for an entrepreneur. You have to believe in your product, you have to ship your product, and then people will see it, and you will see it. And if you don't believe, it'll never happen. If you wait for proof, it will never happen. If you wait for customer validation, it will never happen. You have to believe. The reason why Macintosh was successful is that at the core, 100 people, starting with Steve Jobs, believed in Macintosh. And because we believed in Macintosh, we made it real, which is very different than if Macintosh was real, then we would believe it. If that were the case, Macintosh would never have succeeded. You have to believe in some things if you want to see some things.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Future of Law Summit, brought to you by Goodlawyer. I'm Pauline Chan, Head of Lawyer Experience here at Goodlawyer, and joining me is none other than my Goodlawyer partner in crime and one of my most favorite humans ever, which I know many of you tuning in today share the same sentiment, the most wonderful Chad Abood.
Thank you, thank you.
How excited are you, Chad?
You know, I can't believe that it was just 6 months ago that I was in this office just 3 floors up with Brett Colvin, the CEO of Goodlawyer, and we were just started riffing on what would your absolute favorite legal conference look and feel like? And so we just started writing down like, oh, I think it would be about how you bring out your best skills and how you find your people and how you find the technology that you need to actually make your career better, but it would have to be like super practical and fun. And so we just started writing down the ideas, and then we thought to ourselves like, oh, like who do we know that's an expert in this stuff? And so we made this little wish list of the greatest speakers that are the most entertaining and engaging folks that we knew. So we wrote it down, and then we looked at each other and thought like, well, why don't we just try to make that happen? And now we're here. We have those topics, we have those speakers, and I can't believe that I get to spend the day co-hosting it with you, Pauline. I'm just so excited to get going.
And exactly the type of CLE that we're having today is why I get to wear a jacket like this to the summit. So I know it looks like I'm the disco ball at an Elton John concert, but we're actually coming to you live from Goodlawyer's HQ in Calgary, Alberta. So welcome to everybody tuning in today, whether you're a lawyer, a legal professional, entrepreneur, student, or just generally kind of curious about the future of law. We've got hundreds and hundreds of people tuning in from all over. Tell us in the chat where you're joining from, introduce yourself, and tell us where in the world our attendees are representing today.
And listen, like since folks are all around the world and you know, this is a virtual conference, this is one of the best ways to create engagement, to find your people. So we want it to be as helpful as possible. We want you to learn from each other, with each other. So get in the chat, share your favorite insights, the tips that you had no idea were gonna make your career so much better, your favorite things that are happening. And I think that that'll just make it so rewarding for you. And, you know, while you start introducing yourselves, I want to introduce Pauline Chan. So, you know, if you're anywhere on LinkedIn, you're going to know Pauline. And this is the thing, is that she's not just one of the most wonderful humans I've met, she is the representative of what this summit is about. You know, we're talking about sharing your voice, sharing your message, building a a community around you, and being an innovator. And when I think about Pauline, like she was in Big Law, she was in House, she's a fractional general counsel, she leads the lawyer experience team at Goodlawyer. She's also an advocate for the industry. For every lawyer, every legal professional that's tuning in, Pauline is there trying to make the industry better for you. And so when we thought about, well, who would be the best representative for the message of today? It was obvious that it was going to be Pauline. So, she's one of the most empathetic, caring humans I know. She's also one of the sparkliest and most entertaining. And so I'm just so happy that I get to share the day with you.
Me too, Chad. Doing a little bit of this, but I'll talk to my therapist about that later. And now I get to introduce the most wonderful Chad. So Chad is obviously not your typical lawyer, and we're very grateful for it. Yes, he's seen all of the big, serious lawyer stuff. He was a rising star in Big Law, and then in-house at Indigo, and then as a truly business and people-focused GC to a portfolio of tech companies. Now, what really sets Chad apart is how he's flipped the script. And honestly, it all starts with curiosity. You've heard Chad say this a million times, I'm sure. Empathy, and a deep desire to make lawyers' lives better in all of the ways. He helps lawyers harness their natural strengths to chase down what is fulfilling for them and what is deeply meaningful to help them create those really important relationships on their chosen path. Chad is somebody who has made human-first lawyering more than just a buzzword.
Thank you so much. That's so kind. And now we get to spend this day with all of you, with these incredible speakers that are just the brightest and most exciting minds in the industry. They are going to help us learn what it means to be the future of law, not just today, not just tomorrow, but in the years ahead. They educate and teach online, in person, all the time, and now they're here to deliver those insights for you.
Super, super excited about the lineup, but before we dive in, we got to give a huge shout out to our sponsors for making this possible. Their commitment to innovation and accessibility in legal services aligns perfectly with what we're here today for. So, big, huge thank you to our flagship sponsor, Humi. Humi is Canada's leading employment platform, and we could not have done this without them. We've also got a huge shout out for our partner sponsors, the Association of Corporate Counsel Ontario, who are also connecting and supporting in-house lawyers, and of course, Willis Towers Watson, who provides business consulting services. You are all the real MVPs today, so thank you so much.
Yeah, it just wouldn't be possible without the entire community supporting and lifting each other. It wouldn't be possible to create a virtual event that was free, that had CLE, without companies and individuals behind it and making it possible. So thank you so much. And let's also talk about how else you can get involved in this conversation today. So of course we have the chat, but also whatever you feel is the most exciting and insightful pieces of the day, we would love it if you shared that idea on LinkedIn. Tag Goodlawyer, let us know what you love the most. We've got some exciting giveaways. We've got Goodlawyer merch for some of our favorite posts. So share with what you're learning. Build your community by sharing your message. And I think then you'll be taking the action of all the insights you're going to learn today. So now we get into the incredible lineup of presenters. It is the who's who of legal innovators, and we're going to start with the one and only Guy Kawasaki. Guy Kawasaki teaches people how to be bold, how to be remarkable, how to build professional relationships in a way that is unmatched. After Guy's keynote, we're going to go into two panels. The first is going to be about how you build your legal ecosystem, how you build your community and what it means for your career. And then we're going to talk to some of the greatest voices on how you share your message, how you bring out your greatest gifts so that you can deliver better legal services and you can create better relationships. And I just love those two topics so much because I think not only do they make us better in our work, they make us more fulfilled in our careers.
Yeah, 100%. Super excited for the first two. And then after that, we're going to do a real-time demo on how to use GPTs to actually enhance your day-to-day work, followed by panels on Gen AI and how to build the legal tech skills you need to build a purposeful, meaningful, and rewarding career. Let's face it, if we're not finding purpose in our work, we're billing hours, and then we're fighting over who gets the red stapler next.
Depends how shiny that stapler is. I want it. Okay, and then we'll move to the final portion of the day. Pauline is going to do a one-to-one interview with one of the voices that has been predicting legal advancement for years, Mitch Kowalski. Mitch never pulls any punches. So you are in for a bold conversation there. And then Josh Weinberger, COO of Goodlawyer, one of the most thoughtful people I know, is going to pull all the threads from the day and share with you how looking inside and reflecting on what you want from your career and using all the skills and insights you got today, that's what will help you build the career of your dreams.
That just struck me right in the heart. We know that all of you are here today because you're ready for a profession that can do more, that can be more, and to serve better. As lawyers, we're all taught that tradition is the most important thing, and that's what we should be following. But everyone here knows that we can do so much more when we look forward and not backward. If you've ever felt like you're standing on the edge of the old way of law and you're just kind of thinking about it, or maybe you're ready to make the jump into something new, today is your day. Today, tap into your curiosity, tap into your courage, and into your community.
Perfectly said, Pauline. And when I think about those three words, courage, community, and curiosity, who better than a keynote from Guy Kawasaki? So Guy isn't just your Silicon Valley icon. Not only that, he was Apple's original chief evangelist, VC, author, chief evangelist of Canva, and he's an innovation pioneer. He's been leading for decades on what is going to be in front of you. He never satisfies himself with the status quo, and he's always thinking and teaching from some of the greatest voices that he knows from, working with Steve Jobs to figure out what is it that you're going to need to do in order to build a career that is purposeful and remarkable.
Yeah. The book is amazing, and I think really, like, if you haven't read the book, you're in for a treat, so definitely run out and grab a copy. But Guy is going to share insights on 3 principles from his latest book, Think Remarkable, that resonates so strongly with the themes of today's summit. And so these 3 pieces, growth, grit, and grace. And I know that there's 3 of these because Guy Kawasaki really likes the tricolons. So we're lucky to have all 3. Growth means really never ever stopping, always learning, always growing. Exactly what brought you here today. So yay, you got number 1. Grit is about the resilience of that the legal field demands, and frankly, that life demands. You face those challenges head on, especially when others won't, and you know that learning new things, doing new things is going to take time. Grace, third one, it's about lifting others up, knowing that when we build our communities around us and give first, like the wonderful Chatterboot always says, we are also at the same time building ourselves.
It's incredible, and when you see the stories that Guy shares in the book and the leaders that he talks about, from Jane Goodall to his time at Apple, it's shocking about how he has been the one to pull all these threads from careers across a variety of industries, and yet he's still found a way to find these 3 core themes that I think line up so nicely today. Like, if I think about, the grit, it's hard to learn new legal skills.
Totally.
Yeah. Lawyers for a long time, we were pretty much operating in Word. And so when we see a million amazing CLMs, and I integrated one when I was a GC, but you see it and you think there's so many options. It's so complicated. Gen AI, how am I supposed to learn that? I don't even know which GPT I'm supposed to be using anymore. Is it even free or do I got to pay? There's so many small barriers that even stop you from getting into newness and innovation. And that's what I think, Guy's just so amazing at, is he makes it simple. And he teaches us that when you fight through those little barriers, your career really grows.
Yeah. One thing that also really struck me is when Guy talks about growth. And it's very interesting that he talks about how, when you're younger, you don't really know yourself that well. You haven't experienced a ton of life. And so it can be kind of hard to find growth or find your passion. You're 18 years old. What do you know about life to find your passion, right? You have to try some stuff and do some stuff, and then you figure out what you love, what you don't love, right? And so it's really interesting that he talks about growing and finding those passions, but it's something that you have to be patient with, especially for Guy. He even talks about for himself. He's at one new passion every 15 years or so. So it takes time, and you have to be patient. But in the meantime, what's to say you can't be trying the things and,
Yeah.
and doing the things and just testing. Just testing. You don't have to get deep down into it. Just a little bit of testing.
And that's what we're going to do today, right? With like the most practical things. Like, what's the first thing that you can do? Not what is the ideal A+ Cadillac version of it, but what is the first thing you can do just to get over the hump and start trying something that you may love? You know, I remember implementing legal tech and it seemed super intimidating moving from redlining in Word to having an automated system. But then once you get into it, then you realize how much better and easier it makes your life. And we want to send some shout outs to folks that are writing in the chat, joining from all over the world, from north of Toronto to Estonia, South Africa, Montreal. I think even my sister's on here. I don't know how she got that link. Maybe I sent it to her this morning so that she would cheer me on. But I appreciate the love out there, Chelsea.
I sent the link to nobody because I didn't want anybody to see this.
But thank you all for joining. You know, we've got folks coming from North America, Europe, the UK, all across the world. And I think it's because, you know, you really want to drive your career forward. And so, you know, when I think about what we're going to drive at today, we want you to leave every single panel saying, I could do that. I could try that. And I think if we give you even one tip that you feel so inspired by to try, then we'll know we'll have achieved the mission today.
I would also just add on, I always say it just starts with the tiniest little step. You don't know what that little step is on the way to your journey. So whatever that tip is today, grab it, test it out, try it out.
Perfect. So here we go. Without further ado, get ready to be inspired by the one person who knows how to do this better than anyone else. We have Guy Kawasaki here, who is going to give us the keynote on how to be a remarkable lawyer. Take it away, Guy.
Well, thank you very much. That's quite an introduction. I must say, we kind of got everything working at the very last minute. So are you looking at my slides or you're just looking at me? Oh, there you go. Perfect, perfect. So yes, my name is Guy Kawasaki, and I am in Watsonville, California right now. And let me tell you a little bit about my background, since you didn't hear any of my background. So I have been the chief evangelist of Apple, and currently I'm the chief evangelist of Canva. I've been in Silicon Valley for longer than most of you have been alive, roughly 40 years. So I work for Apple and Google. I'm on the board of the trustees of Wikipedia. I'm the chief evangelist of Canva. I started some software companies. I've worked with a lot of corporate finance attorneys at Wilson Sonsini and Oric and all those places. So I also have to tell you a funny story. So after I graduated from undergraduate school, I attended law school. Now, whenever anybody says they attended a school, it means they didn't graduate from the school. So I'm going to give you a little caveat that I lasted in law school for 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, I couldn't handle it. So I quit. So just so you know, that's my extent of being educated in law. Okay. But I have this podcast called Remarkable People, and I've interviewed just fantastically remarkable people. And I'll give you an example on this slide. These are some of the pictures of people I've interviewed. So in the upper left-hand corner, you see Jane Goodall. Next to her is Brandy Chastain. That's that moment when she took off her jersey and swung it around after winning the World Cup. Next to her is Mark Rober. Mark Rober is the guy who does the exploding shipping boxes and the Squirrel Olympics. Underneath, bottom left corner is Steve Wozniak on his Segway polo machine. And that's what rich white guys in Silicon Valley do after they make too much money. They play Segway polo. Next to him is Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist. And underneath him is, I think, one of Canada's greatest living treasures, who's now 85, which is Margaret Atwood, and author of The Handmaid's Tale. And oh my God, that work of fiction is turning into nonfiction, but we won't go into that cesspool. next to her is Stacey Abrams, and finally, a politician from Georgia. Finally, there's Bob Cialdini, the father of influence. So basically, this podcast, it's about finding remarkable people like the ones you see here. And I interview them about what they do, how they became remarkable. So I've learned a lot about being remarkable. And right now, I'm in my 5th year. So there's about 250 episodes, which is 250 hours. And we have transcripts of all of this. So it's now 5,000 pages. And we figured out nobody's going to listen to all of that and nobody's going to read all of that. So what we did is we wrote a book called Think Remarkable. And from that, I've digested and kind of sliced and diced what I learned from them to create this keynote for my friends at Goodlawyer. So I hope I can give you some general principles about how to be a good lawyer and help you make the world a better place. I mean, that's how I define remarkable, that you make the world a better place, not that you're rich or famous, but that you've made the world a better place. So I always use a top 10 format, and I'm going to use a top 10 format today to give you 10 sort of insights into how to be a remarkable lawyer. So I want you to have an overall general high-level mental framework. And this is the 2x2 matrix that I like to use to explain this. So on the vertical axis, we measure, just how valuable are you? How valuable are your skills? Upper side is valuable, lower side is not valuable. And on the horizontal axis, we measure how common or how unique that talent, that skill is. So in the upper left-hand corner, you have a valuable skill, but lots of people have that same valuable skill. Well, in that corner, you're always going to have to compete on price. I mean, you can be successful in that corner, but it's always going to come down to price. In the bottom left corner, you do something that's not valuable, and lots of people do it. In that corner, you're just stupid. In the bottom right corner, you have some unique skill, but it's not valuable. Nobody cares about it. And that corner, I feel kind of bad and sad because, you clearly have some expertise, but nobody cares about that expertise. So the corner you want to be in, the mental model I want to communicate to you is you're in the upper right-hand corner. In the upper right-hand corner, what it means is that you have a unique and valuable skill set. It could be IP, it could be corporate finance, it could be, family law, whatever it is, but it is unique and valuable. And that's the goal, to put yourself in that corner, because in that corner, that's where you do remarkable things. And let me use a hardware example. So when the iPod first came out, it was truly in that corner, right? Because the first iPod at the time, when there were Sony Walkmans, the iPod was a digital device that a mere mortal could use because of the click wheel user interface. It had a broad selection of music from the top 5 or 6 music producers. The cost of each song was 99 cents, which is not that expensive. So it was a reasonable cost per song. And it was the only thing that embodied all that: the user interface, the song selection, the song price, the fact that you could get those songs legally. There was nothing else that could do that. So the iPod was unique and valuable. And I think that's what made the iPod successful. So that's the mental model I want to use. So now let me give you some thoughts about how to achieve this. So the first thing is, I realize this is from American case law, but I think you may have heard of this. This is McPherson versus Buick Motor. And this is I think 1916 or something. And I think it kind of set the tone for much of legal theory for maybe the next 100 and so years, which is that, you have this responsibility when you create a car that, you're responsible for how it's used and how it could hurt people and all that. So the liability became this kind of general thing, long-lasting thing. And so I think for many people, law means, well, we got to cover our ass. We got to make sure that, we cannot be successfully sued and all that. And I would make the case that you need to break out of that thinking that the practice of law should not simply be defense. Like, how do we avoid this? How do we avoid that? How do we stop this? So the first thing I ask you is like, get out of this, like, let's limit our liability. Let's limit our downside framework. Now, clearly that is part of what you do, but I don't think it should be your focus. And you shouldn't get up in the morning saying, how can I prevent the downside? So I'm asking you to get beyond the McPherson versus Buick motor case of 1916. That's number one. Number two is, I think that to be an effective lawyer these days, you really have to know your product. I'm not just talking about the GC of Apple has to use a Macintosh, but whatever company you work for, whatever client you're working for, you need to understand their product or their service. I don't think you should just be a hired gun that, you can work for Apple or you can look for a chip company or you can, defend anything. I hope that you truly, truly understand what your product does and how it impacts people, because by doing that, knowing your product, I think it makes you into a much better lawyer for how you can be proactive and get past McPherson versus Buick. The third thing is, now that you know the product, I think you now have to understand the customer, right? So if you're working inside a company and you know what your company does, you use what your company does, now you need to know what your customer does. Now, Toyota had this great theory about go and see. And what they applied that to is like, if the factory is not producing the results that you want, instead of just like reading reports and stuff, you should actually go to the factory floor and watch how your cars are made to see what's happening on the factory floor. But I would say even better than going and seeing is going and being, which means in this metaphor, you actually work on the factory floor. And you probably will learn more in an hour being on the factory floor working than you will in a year of reading reports. I'll give you a great example. I have a friend named Martin Lindstrom, and he was retained by a pharmaceutical company. And they said they wanted to get closer to the customer. So what he did is he took them in a room and he put all their executives there and he said, I want you to breathe through these straws. So he forced the executives to breathe through straws for a few minutes. And at the end of the exercise, he said, listen, now you know how painful it is to breathe through straws. You're a pharmaceutical company. Your clients have asthma. That's what it's like to have asthma. And so I'm asking you, just at least go and see the customer, but even better, go and be the customer if you want to be a remarkable lawyer. Number four is, I think you need to get proactive. This continues with this theory of McPherson versus Buick. Proactive means that, you're not sitting there waiting for the lawsuits to roll in. You're more part of the strategic level of your company, that you're proactive and you're trying to help them make more sales and help them help their customers. So it's not just you're waiting for these problems to occur, but you actually are looking for opportunities. So that's number four. And number five, well, how do you get proactive? And I think the way you get proactive is you get integrated, which means that you are part of the product launch team. You're a part of the marketing. You're integrated into the organization. You're not this thing hanging off on the side of the organization, and you're only called when there's lawsuits or when somebody dies using your product, or when you're in trouble. That you're actually part of the team, proactive, trying to go out and get more business. So you have this logic like, I'm part of the team. I'm not just the adult supervision in the room. I'm part of the team. I'm not even the quarterback. I'm just part of the team. And you're integrated so that you can touch all aspects of the product, not just the legal aspects, but the onboarding, the use, the customer service. There's lots of issues that you can probably address. So that's number 5. Number six is, and I know this is going to make some of you crazy, but when I was working at Apple, we had lawyers who they kind of really had this attitude. So the attitude was, more or less like, okay, this is what you want to do. This is what I want to do. You go see the Apple lawyer and they say, okay, yes, that's what you want to do. This is how we can do it. I think many people as lawyers, they start with no, you cannot do that. No, you cannot go international. No, you cannot change that. No, you cannot do this. I think your attitude should be, yes, we can do this. Now, let me show you how and stay out of jail. So start with yes and work from there. Number 7 is, and I got to tell you something. If you are not incorporating AI into your practice today, something is wrong with you. I mean, you talk about a profession that can use AI, and I don't mean AI as an appendage. AI should be integrated in your very, very existence as a lawyer today. It's not like, oh, I just added a fax machine. I just added a website. Aren't I hip? Aren't I cool? I just added AI. I think AI should be core to what you do. So, I mean, let me ask you, how many of you use AI for legal research? How many use for contract analysis? How many of you use it for predictive analysis? What could happen if we do this? How about for just plain old legal advice? What do you think about this situation? How about for you put in both sides of a conflict and you ask for a dispute? Give me some dispute resolution advice. And then how about you describe what you do and you say, well, what's the regulatory compliance aspect of what we're doing? And I think that you would be shocked at how effective AI can help you. You may not get the right answer, but I think it'll open doors and open eyes about what can be done. And one more thing is in the role of discovery. I would think that, when you have thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of text, rather than paying lawyers from Harvard Law School who are billing you $500 an hour as part of your team, or I guess it's billing your client, maybe you don't care, but it seems to me that the discovery process with LLMs is much more efficient than the discovery process of just throwing lawyers at the problem. So again, I'm telling you, you got to incorporate AI. I think the most remarkable lawyers are the lawyers who are using prompts and AI the best. Number eight is you have to send the right signals as a remarkable lawyer. And I'll use a non-legal example. So let's suppose you're running a taxi cab company, right? So now you want to send the right signals. So your first way of compensating your drivers is we pay them per hour. Well, guess what? When you pay your drivers per hour, they're going to find the longest way to get to the airport and back. If you pay them per trip, they're incented to find the shorter way to do these things. So you have to be careful as a lawyer. Like, what signals are we sending? Are we sending a signal that we just want to be compliant, or are we sending a signal that we want to do right for our customers and do a remarkable job? That's number 8. Number 9 is, I think you gotta keep learning. And I understand, that you have this minimum requirement to put in these hours, but I mean, I'll pull this back to AI. I mean, there's a theory of Malcolm Gladwell that it takes 10,000 hours to become good at anything. I would make the case that if you wanted to really, really be good at prompts in AI, it'll take you about 10 hours. I think it's 1,000 times more efficient than the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours. So spend 10 hours with prompts, like start off your prompt by saying, I'm a corporate finance attorney. I live in Canada. I am trying to figure out, the compliance regulations for this new product. Give me 10 steps that I must do. I mean, you got to just practice your prompts, because the better your prompt, the better the answer. But you got to keep learning. I mean, if you're still stuck in Westlaw, I mean, get ready for the world to pass you by. And number 10 is really a general practice. I think that many times, whether you're an entrepreneur, or whether you're a lawyer, or whether you're a product manager, or whether you're a surfer, you're always thinking, I got to make the perfect decision. I have to use all the data, big data. You use, artificial intelligence, use everything, because I'm going to make the perfect decision. And once I make the perfect decision, it's easy to implement. And I have found that is quite the opposite in real life, that it's impossible to make the quote unquote right decision. So instead of focusing so much energy and time on making the right decision, what you should do is take your best shot and make your decisions right. And I'm going to show you a video, and this video depicts surfing. So for those of you not familiar with surfing, about 90% of surfing is you're trying to make the right decision, the right wave, taking off at the right time, in the right direction, at the right speed, standing up at the right time. There's like infinite number of decisions to make right. But if you really understand surfing, what you do is you take your best shot. And sometimes your best shot is not a good shot. Sometimes you make the wrong decision. But at that point, you can either give up and get crushed, or you can make your decision right. And I'll show you a case here where this girl makes this decision right. So let's see. How do we run this video, guys? Could you start the video, because I am not able to do this. Oh, I swear in the practice, there was a way for me to do this, not with this clicker thing. All right, so, you're going to be able to think, here we go. So now she's trying to find the right wave, but I'm sitting in the wrong place. I'm going to get smashed. But instead of getting smashed, she stands up and she gets a ride out of a very poor decision. And I think this is a metaphor for life, that you take your best shot, you sit in the right place, you do all the right things, that at some point you make a decision. And from that point on, it's about making your decision right. So that's my analysis, and that's my advice to you on how to be a remarkable lawyer. So I hope that this helps you change the world and integrate into your team and look forward and, kick ass and take names.
Wow, that was incredible, Guy. Thank you so much. I mean, we think about, Guy, how you've been changing the world and the way we think, from Apple to Canva and beyond. It's incredible. Thank you so much for that. And now we're going to get started with our first panel of the day. Pauline Chan is going to be moderating how to build your legal community. Over to you, Pauline.
so excited for this very first panel. It is all about developing awesome legal teams and community. You're going to up-level the quality of client service, and then finding those really great fit opportunities. Building a thriving legal career isn't just about your specific skills and knowledge. It's actually about the strength of the client relationships and the teams that we create around us. As strategic advisors and leaders, we have to be liked. This means trust. It's not about all of those little likes. But just as important is actually showing up for the businesses and the legal teams in a way that shows that we understand modern business and legal landscape, even as the foundations are constantly shifting under us. Our panel of leading lawyers and legal industry community builders are going to give you actionable steps to help build higher performing teams and more efficient business relationships. You're about to find out that with the right approach, this can be transformative and deeply, deeply rewarding for everyone involved. I'm super excited about the panel, but I'll stop talking and I'll introduce you to our brilliant panelists instead. So first up, we have Angie Jackson. Angie has had a very, very interesting and dynamic career with extensive legal and business experience all across Canada and the US. She's currently Director of Legal at Uber, the Director at the Association of Corporate Counsel Ontario, and Strategic Advisor to Goodlawyer. Angie has also supported and led legal teams at several Canadian companies and institutions, including the University of Calgary, plus built the legal function as GC at Pocket Pills. And I haven't even talked about her awesome litigation career in Anchorage, Alaska, before she came back to Canada. Angie is a dedicated community builder who is a strong female role model for those in the profession and beyond. If anybody can see right now, there's a whole bunch of hard eyes happening right here. Her commitment to collaboration and developing deep relationships with her clients and teams is evident in the glowing recommendations from those who have been lucky enough to work with her. She also has a wicked sense of humor. So if you're looking for a solid app workout that's really entertaining, you just go have a chat with Angie. Next up, we've got Sarah Irwin. Sarah is a distinguished legal professional. She's turned into an entrepreneur, and she's now also a community builder. Sarah has made a career of career pivots. She started her career as a barrister in England, and then followed her interest to become a corporate commercial lawyer in Ireland, and then most recently she was a tech and SaaS GC at Tynes, where she ran a modern and well-liked in-house legal team. I know some of you have never heard those words together, modern, well-liked legal team, but you're hearing it today. She then realized that she loved the intersection of legal, tech, and startup, and so she jumped into her own entrepreneurial path. She founded ITGC, an Ireland-based community of European in-house legal professionals. Established in 2022, ITGC connects in-house lawyers across all kinds of sectors and fostering knowledge sharing and collaboration to enhance professional growth and legal practices in the tech industry. And I repeat, she supports lawyers in creating a modern and well-liked in-house legal department. That rolls off the tongue really good. I feel like I could get used to that. Sarah's also a content creator, B2B influencer, investor, and consultant for in-house legal teams. She connects innovative in-house legal teams with the tools and resources they need to be modern and well-liked. And then last, but definitely not least, is Rob Hanna. I'm very pleased to introduce one of the biggest voices in LinkedIn for the legal industry. He is the superhero of giving airtime to voices that don't otherwise get enough airtime. Did you bring a cape today, Rob?
I did indeed.
Okay, excellent. Rob is the founder and Excellent. Rob is the founder and managing director of KC Partners, a legal talent solutions and content creation firm focused on community. Rob is revolutionizing the legal recruitment industry by empowering legal professionals worldwide to find their career ambitions while developing a thriving community of legal professionals. His goal is to foster a collaborative, kinder global legal community where people get to be themselves, be true to themselves, like wearing disco ball jackets, while driving innovation in legal recruitment. Rob's work extends beyond recruitment. He's deeply committed to advancing mental health awareness, diversity, equity, and inclusion within the legal profession, a mission inspired by his late grandfather's legacy as a pioneering lawyer in the 1950s. More heart eyes. This mission plays out for Rob as the host of the globally acclaimed Legally Speaking podcast, sponsored by Clio, where he explores these critical topics as well as legal technology, entrepreneurship, and career development. That's it. And now we're going to dive right in. So my first question here is for Rob. So what we really want to know, Rob, is what is the quickest actionable item that you think you can give everybody today when we're talking about building communities?
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you so much to yourself, Pauline, and everyone involved. It's an absolute honor to be with you all today. Jumping straight into it, I just want to share three quick things that mentors taught me very early on, which is number one, contacts are good, but relationships pay. We need to learn how to nurture and consistently sprinkle value over time. And I'm going to come on to some strategies very, very soon. And we also need to understand the way that we're living today. We're no longer in this B2B or B2C world. We're in this human revolution within the workplace, as Pauline expressed herself in terms of the outfit she's wearing today. And just an interesting story. I was on the LinkedIn Creator Accelerator program over here in the UK, one of the first people within legal to get on one. And they sent me 2 pairs of socks. And one of the socks on the left-hand side said create. And on the sock on the right-hand side, it was LinkedIn branded, said conversation. And we need to learn the art of creating authentic conversations and building that human connection. And everything that you hear from myself and all the other speakers today, just remember you need to have a growth mindset. And I want to share my favorite quote, which is the magic you are looking for is in the work that you are avoiding. We really need to take action on the things that you're learning and hearing from others today. So let's get into it. Actionable strategies in terms of building these relationships. We need to understand everyone's favorite radio station is WIFM. What does that stand for? That stands for what's in it for me. So we need to start with a genuine interest in the people that we're trying to engage with. How do we do that? We do that from very simple, open questions that are thoughtfully put out. You know, what are some of the key trends that you're seeing within your industry right now? If you're speaking to clients and you're advising a particular organization when it comes to strategy, whatever it may be, what inspires you most about your current work that you're involved with? And through being authentically curious, you're going to deep, genuine relationships that are going to open more doors for you and you're going to build more connections. So, practical tip, prepare 3 questions that you can then get relevant answers to, that then you can actually have a strategic follow-up with an individual, because actually the fortune is in the follow-up. Once you've asked those really thought-provoking, curiosity-provoking questions, you can actually be more specific. And remember, specific is terrific in terms of the way you follow up with people to have meaningful connections. What else can do? I think I was listening to Chad and yourself, Pauline, start a lot about sharing value. I think I'm a big advocate for sharing value. So how do you do that? Let's say you listened to something today that's really grabbed your attention. You've learned something that's inspired you. Share that with someone that you think would equally get value from that. What you're doing is what I said right at the start. You're planting seeds, you're growing, you're nurturing these relationships over time. One thing I do when I have conversations with people about legal technology is actually I share the latest Clio Trends report. I think it's one of the most comprehensive documents in terms of actually analyzing what's going on in the world of legal technology. So I would do a simple follow-up. I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. I thought you might find this resource specifically useful because you talked about this particular thing in legal trends. You can actually reference that here. I thought that would be helpful for you to get some extra insights on. Other things you can use is you can use a tool called Feedly, which can easily create relevant resources that you can then connect to your connections. So you build actually something that's tailored to them. And remember, convenience is king. You want things that are simple for people to digest, simple to understand, so they can actually take action on it. Because if you start confusing people with the messaging that's not relevant and not specific, you're most likely to lose them. What else can you do? I think we live in a digital world. I think my friend Mitch Jackson's actually tuning in today. He says, do the digital dance. And I fully agree that the more visible you can be, the more credible you can be. So actually being present is actually a way of becoming known, liked, and trusted. How do you do that? We're all on LinkedIn. It's the largest professional networking site on the planet. A lot of our clients are on there, fellow lawyers, mentors, you name it. So comment thoughtfully on people's posts that actually drive conversation and discussion. Join events, LinkedIn events, audio events, LinkedIn lives, and react meaningfully. Tip, I would click the notifications or the bells on people's profiles or organizations that you're looking to engage with, and then start commenting on their posts that they're putting out there to get noticed. It's a really good way to do it. Another tip, look at the LinkedIn news section, find out what's the trending topics on LinkedIn that are going viral at the moment, and start jumping in with your wisdom, your expertise to actually showcase thought leadership to dive into those conversations. Another quick thing, so I'm conscious of time, you need to learn to celebrate their wins. Remember, we is greater than me. It's very well documented. So if there's people in and around your that you want to get meaningful relationships to go deeper, maybe if they've had a promotion, maybe if they've had an award, maybe they've been, recognized for a project or something that they've achieved excellence, then give them a shout out. One thing I've been done that I found very successful, and I've built a newsletter now of nearly 17,000 followers on LinkedIn, is our alumni guests on the Legally Speaking podcast. We're constantly shining a light on them, empowering them if they've done something or they've had an event or an award. And it's a great way to stay connected. And it's a great way to show that you genuinely want to kind of bring people closer and build a fostered, more nurtured relationship, going deeper than just surface level, because everyone notices the little touches have a really big impact. And I think people like to be seen, heard, and valued. And a little bit of genuine flattery can go a long way to really cement a relationship. Other things you can do is you can leverage technology thoughtfully. Again, think about how you can enhance a relationship. You can simply set reminders in calendars. You can send personalized video updates. One thing I've done is through Loom. So if you've got a client or you want to do a follow-up, why not send a quick personalized video messages, thanking them, doing something different. I also like using Notion. It's a great way to track anniversaries, birthdays, people's favorite topics, sports team. Again, we're in the human revolution within the workplace. So a quick personalized note or even a voice note on LinkedIn, all of these things create a little lasting impression. And remember, if it's meant to be, it's up to me. We've got to put in the work. We've got to really dive deep into these relationships to nurture them. And another thing, always over deliver. So if you say you're going to get something to somebody on a Friday, why not get it to them on a Wednesday and actually put something in terms of a bonus resource in there? You're giving them something that sort of delights that individual. So send over a helpful link or a takeaway or something you found insightful that you know is going to be beneficial to them. Again, you're over delivering. I think these 1% margins are what's going to separate you in building that real human connection. And I think lastly, before I wrap up, is just to understand the importance of gratitude. I think gratitude should be your number one attitude moving into 2025. So show appreciation consistently for people that have helped you or been part of your journey or people that you're trying to help. I think if you can have that attitude of gratitude, people are really craving that authentic connection, the far better you'll be. And I've just set one task for you before I move on, and is after today's session, identify one person you've been meaning to connect with. It might have been a speaker you've heard here, might be someone you've been seeing in the chat, and actually implement one of the strategies that I've shared today and send a follow-up to them. It might be an email, it might be a LinkedIn connection request, it might be a resource, something that's valuable to them, and see how you get on. Because as I said, it's all well and good having this knowledge, but applied knowledge is power. So please go and take action on some of those strategies there. Thank you.
Oh, that was beautiful, Rob. Especially the piece I think that for me is always really meaningful is gratitude. I think that is just such a beautiful way to approach life. And when you approach other people with gratitude, it just changes the entire way of the relationship starts, right? So actually, interestingly enough, so Angie, you've also had a lot of experience with community building, I think. You've worked in international organizations and led legal functions in cities and countries all over the place. So what would you say is like a common theme that's powered your community building ability in every new place that you've been?
I would say the common theme is being intentional and proactive about my community building. I think you really do have to put yourself out there to create a network, and nurturing that network once it's in place is also very important, as Rob was saying. You need to treat it as you would any other aspect of your professional development. As lawyers, we are not hesitant to build our substantive skills, to get another certificate, get another designation, but I don't think we always recognize the need to do that with our interpersonal skills and our community building. So I do think it's important, as Rob said, like create some structure around your community building. The biggest thing for me when I was making my moves was making sure to ask for help. People want to be helpful and they want to feel good about doing something for someone else. Asking for help isn't always about you. People like to leverage their networks to look like they're well connected, to look like they're plugged into the communities they're in. And it is very easy to do that once you get yourself sort of in the habit of asking for it. I've had 4 big moves since law school that required me to relocate cross country or to other countries. And of those 3 moves, of those 4 moves, 3 of those I did not know a single person in the city when I landed. Each time, though, I made sure to ask for introductions from my existing network so I could at least find at least one person in that city to be able to reach out when I was there, even if it's just something as simple as an email address for a friend of a friend who could help answer questions about the city. Once I had that one contact, it was great, because then once you can use that one contact to introduce you to a few others, and then those few others will introduce you to more, and that creates a wonderful network effect. The other thing that I did a lot when I was looking to move cities or try to expand my network outside of my immediate geography was leveraging organizations like Association of Corporate Counsel or my work with Goodlawyer. When you're involved in groups like that, where you have a global audience or you have people involved who are across the country, you can use those intros to really assist in your next steps. For my most recent move to Toronto, I was able to leverage my work with the ACC to get plugged into that community in Ontario. And one of my first introductions to somebody in Toronto when we were moving came from a former client of mine from Goodlawyer. I just told her I was relocating, and she was great. She reached out, she set up a dinner with her friends and colleagues in Toronto. So the first week I was here, I had something to look forward to. The other thing I think that's very important to keep in mind is you don't want to wait until you need a network to start developing one. As professionals, we all have instances where we need to turn and rely on our community, whether that's because you're going through a layoff at your company, or you're moving to a new area, or you're moving into a new subject matter and you need people to bounce ideas off. I agree with Rob. Gratitude is very, very important. So once you're intentional about developing your network, I think you also have to be very intentional about nurturing that network, which is, being very careful to remember to do your follow-up thank yous. To, if somebody makes an intro, thank them for making the intro, but then also follow up in, a month, 2 months to say, hey, that intro you gave me, that person you introduced me to, they've helped me in the following ways, or we really hit it off talking about these things. I think gratitude goes a long way with that. And I think as lawyers, we need to be a lot more intentional about making sure that we're developing those skills as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, from both of your comments, there's a lot of small actions that we can take, and if you think about it, everything just starts with that small action, right? You take that little action, and then suddenly this comes from it, this comes from it, this comes from it, and it starts here, but then now it's out here, right? And I've always, it's funny because I think it's just always been the way that I operate, but hearing Chad talk about it, hearing you talk about it as well, just you're building relationships, right? And relationships are always going to be, the best ones are always going to be two-way streets, which means you're giving, you're taking, you're getting, but you're also giving back. And that means exactly what you're talking about, those sort of follow-ups, those little touches like Rob was talking about earlier, those just little things that people do take notice, and it's not so much about, I think, the perfection of how you do it. It's actually just about doing it, just doing the little bit, just to show like, hey, I'm interested, I want to talk to you, these are the things I want to talk about, and thank you so much. What can I help you with? And like, that's just building relationships. That's just human to human, right? Whether you do it on a computer, online, on LinkedIn, or whether you're doing that in person at a coffee or at a dinner or something, right? So it's really just building relationships with everybody. And frankly, I think a lot of us, have that skill in us. And if we don't, there's tons of books out there you can read. Like, read a book on dating. This is going to get you very far in all of the ways, right? And then now, actually, Sarah, you also are just an amazing community builder. You transitioned from GC to international community builder without missing a beat. Just kind of into it now. So tell us, what is the most important community building action that allowed you to launch a ready-made business so quickly?
Yeah, thank you so much, Pauline, and thank you for the glowing introduction. I always love hearing someone else, describe me and what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I think for me, we've a lot about different things, but for me, it came down to consistency, right? So being consistent and showing up for people really builds trust and drives value as well. So I started community building 3 years ago when I was still a general counsel at Times, and what I did consistently was to organize events. I hard launched. People knew when I was going to be holding these events. And then, I also built a personal brand on LinkedIn and leveraged the platform there. And I showed up consistently there to share expertise on, the pain points and things I was going through as general counsel at the time. And those resonated with people. And then the next thing, I inadvertently built this personal brand as well. But, that all came from me being consistent, building trust, creating value, and doing that in a consistent way as well. So as soon as I launched my business, which was more in the B2B space, I was, creating content. I was hosting and organizing webinars, doing in-person events, coaching as well, one-to-one. And I did all of those things deeply consistently. And I think that's what enabled me to start charging and monetizing this year. But so, we've talked about lots of different things, especially that nurturing relationships piece. But a big part of that is consistency. That should cut through everything you do. And it really helped me make the transition from general counsel and in-house lawyer to full-time business owner and entrepreneur and founder.
I also agree that consistency is really important. And I think that in particular for people that maybe don't have the experience that you have building communities, consistency is really just practice, right? You take that little step, you try it once, and then you try it again, and you try it again, and each time you kind of just tweak a little bit for the things that you were like, afterwards, you're like, oh, why did I say that? Why did I do that? But it's just practice, right? And so you just tweak as you go, and then with time, that consistency is not only good for yourself, but it's also so good for the people that you're building the community with, because you show up for them. You show up regularly. You're there to help. You're there to share your experiences that they're like, oh, I thought I was so alone in this. I didn't know anybody else felt like this. And it's so funny that my experience has always been that when you share your experiences with people, almost always there's somebody who's like, I feel like that. I didn't know that that everyone else felt like that too. I feel so much better. Like even my 6-year-old, do you feel like that? And I'm like, yeah, I do. And immediately he's like, oh, okay, this is normal. This is okay. So I think like being consistent and sharing your experiences is so helpful for people to know that you're a real human. You feel the same way as them. And so then when you're able to also say, hey, this is kind of the things that I was doing that helped me out of the situation or helped me find the next path or the thing that I was excited about, then they're like, oh, okay, I can see the linkage with that. And again, makes that relationship just a little bit stronger, right? So, okay, back to you, Rob. Now, you have very deep legal recruitment experience. And so what I think the audience would like to know is, what should legal professionals be doing to enhance their network? Not just to find new opportunities, but to sort of really build and extend the support and fulfillment that they can get from their professional network.
Yeah. Firstly, can I say everything is energy, and I just absolutely love your energy, Pauline. I think you're fantastic, and I love what my fellow two panelists have also shared. I think it's been wonderful. Look, this is super important. Networking, in my opinion, it is your greatest asset. Let's not beat around the bush. We are living in a very fast-moving, AI-driven world that has massive opportunities, but there's also a lot of uncertainty. So what's the one constant you can control? That is the power of your network. So this is the number one priority I put into my business and my daily activities, and it's NSN, never stop networking. I strongly believe it's that important. Sarah was touching on personal brand. I really want to dive deep into this because I genuinely need to think we need to move away from personal brands being a nice to have or I shouldn't have to a need to have. 2025, everyone needs to be focusing on developing their personal brand. LinkedIn yesterday, I don't know if you saw, but they had Gary Vaynerchuk on there. A lot of you may know who he is. He's built a phenomenal personal brand and was talking about the power of that and how it's going to be so useful for lawyers, doctors, accountants, you name it, for the future, because your personal brand is actually a magnet for opportunities and connections. Let's be real again. We've been through a pandemic. We've been through recessions. Yes, we've had boom markets as well. You may lose your job. You may lose your business. business, but one thing you'll never lose is your network. So it's so important. And the stronger your personal brand, the stronger your distribution opportunities and the wider your reach. So I really want to kind of make that clear. Some of the things you can do very simply is use the LinkedIn featured section. LinkedIn are really working hard for you now. And by the way, I'm very biased. LinkedIn is my favorite platform, not just because I'm a LinkedIn top voice, but because I think it has all of our future clients, particularly in that B2B world, B2C world, at our fingertips. So if you've been nominated for an award, you've had some excellence or something that's valuable for your audience, then put that in your featured section. Let people know. No longer can you be the world's best kept secret. You have to be visible. Maybe you need to start posting about trends, showing thought leadership, sharing insights. Like I said before, newsjacking, where there's LinkedIn news feeds, some of the stories that are breaking. Share your wisdom, share your expertise. But please, please, please remember, and I say this every time, it is not perfect brand. It is personal brand. You know, I've made some hellishly bad mistakes and made lots of errors throughout my career, but be authentic because people are craving authenticity, okay? And through the strength of your personal brand, then use what I call work warm. Who do you know through the power of your personal brand who can introduce you to someone you don't know? Who do you know that can introduce you to someone you don't know that might be a future contact for you that could be valuable? That's the strength of using networks and personal branding. What are some of the other things you can do? Digital meetups. I'm a big advocate for digital meetups. I myself, I've been building in various different spaces, but I've hosted LinkedIn audio sessions to connect lawyers, entrepreneurs, tech professionals. If platforms similarly like Zoom, they're just super easy to set things up and actually get connecting with people. I also encourage people to think about not just ROI on time. I get lots of lawyers saying to me, Rob, this is great, personal brand's great, but I just don't have the time. I'm just too busy. Well, I really challenge that point of view. And I say, flip the switch from ROI to COI. What's the cost of inaction for you not taking that particular digital meetup opportunity? Because we're all just one connection away from changing our lives. You know, I'm very proud to be presenting to you today with the host of the Legally Speaking podcast, a top 1% show sponsored by the world's largest legal technology company. There was a massive cost of inaction if in 2019, I didn't want to be the first to market to launch a podcast and have the privilege of interviewing so many incredible voices in and around the opportunity. If I'd have immediately just focused on ROI in terms of what's this podcast going to do in terms of return, I'd have lost out on a huge amount of opportunity. So please take away from today, the biggest thing I can share is do not be too transfixed on immediate ROI. Think about the COI, the cost of inaction. And by the way, it's not who you know, it's who knows you that counts. That's the strength of your reputation. What else can you do? You can leverage community content. You can actually share some reflections from conferences, discussions. I'm sure a lot of you are going to share a lot of the wisdom from the speakers today. It's a great way to actually showcase not only gratitude that we talked a lot about, but also to actually put things into the system and build that ecosystem. Share, obviously, tactical advice. I think a lot of people have a fear, and that's why I said before, when it's linked to the personal brand, it's not perfect brand, because fear kills more dreams than failure ever will. Put that thing out there, share that piece of thought leadership, because not all the time do you have to be 100% absolutely crystal pristine perfect. Shoot the video. It doesn't necessarily need to be in the best setting. People just want to hear from you, your voice, yours, what's mattered. And I mentioned it before, but we is greater than me. Celebrate others' achievements. So it's a really good way to empower, build community, create an ecosystem that thrives, because it's all about fostering goodwill and strengthening relationships. Another thing to think outside the box. Obviously, today we're at a legal focus conference, but go to other industry conferences, cross-disciplinary conferences. It's something I've done to expand my network. And you never know, you might just meet that one connection that could change your life, be it a business partner, be it an entrepreneur, a mentor, even a partner. You never know. These are some of the opportunities that present themselves to us nowadays. And you can use platforms simple as Eventbrite, Meetup, get out there. Because one of the best ways to actually predict the future is actually to go out there and create it. We all know that very good Peter Drucker quote, and I'm a big advocate for that. So I think we have to take control of our actions. Another thing I would mention is all around actually content-driven networking initiatives. So, for example, for me as a LinkedIn recruiter, I've been running a LinkedIn poll series over the last weeks, and I've been talking about the top 30 frustrations and desires linked to people's legal careers. So we've talked about the hours, pay, diversity, a whole host of different things. And I'm driving content networking initiatives to build community and discussions. And so it's a great way to engage people, get their opinions, share the results. Some have been quite interesting. It's another way to actually start fueling this ecosystem that we've been talking about. And finally, mentors matter. I'm a strong advocate for mentors. I'm 360 mentors, your board of mentors. They shouldn't just be people ahead of you. They should be to the same level as you and beneath you. And I'm a big advocate for the next generation. Please do not underestimate the ability of some of the next generation coming through. They have phenomenal ideas, technical savvy, can help really kind of fuel your ecosystem and enhance your networks. I'm learning a lot from the next generation. So I really encourage you to think about mentorship programs. Over here in the UK, we have Grow Mentoring, which is a great one. There's Women in Law. There's lots of different things to get involved with, but mentors matter. So find those mentoring opportunities and just be a connector. Be someone who can introduce people to others that can actually get benefit. That's something that's worked tremendously well throughout my career, and I still do today, because I feel like once we have these networks and we've built this ecosystem, let's really leverage it to actually utilize it and help people. And through that, you'll build good levels of relationship trust and become a lifelong learner, always open to learning. Please don't think you know everything. And today I've learned a hell of a lot just from my co-panelists and the previous speaker with before. So please make sure that you also commit to being a lifelong learner, because the world we live in now with AI and changes, we need to be committed to learning. And don't just think when you're fueling your community or ecosystem from months before that it's going to be relevant moving forward. So please make sure you're lifelong learning to ensure that it's fit for purpose and what you're offering people now, because I'm having conversations on my Discord in my community where I'm learning things and I'm putting actions and implementing things straight the way that are current and relevant. So yeah, networking isn't about business cards. It's all about building authentic, genuine relationships, because contacts are good, but nurturing those relationships pay. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. I'm like, there's so much to unpack there. There's so much to unpack, and the whole time I'm like, oh,
sorry,
I can't
I'm trying to get a lot in a short space of time. But,
it's fantastic.
Hopefully there's something there.
Yeah, so good. I think so. One of the things that I really was new to me, and like when I think about it, it's sort of happening a little bit. But when you're talking about mentoring, I think often we always think about mentoring as the person ahead of you, and they can teach me more, they can show me the path, they can guide me the ways, and all that stuff, right? But you're right. You're absolutely right. When I think about it from even just like a parenting perspective, really, when I am trying to teach my kids something, I'm actually learning from them, you know? And then also I realized, wait, I have to know this really well in order to teach them. But then as I'm teaching them, I'm like, oh, okay. And then I'm starting to soak the things in and learn myself, right? And so you're right, like mentoring with people who are ahead of you, but also people who are behind you. Like there's so much to learn from there. And the way that people behind us are seeing the world today and seeing where they think the future of law should be going that's critical. Why wouldn't we talk to them? Where do you think it's going? Oh, you're totally right. I can see that. Let's push forward to this on this together, you know? And the other piece that you said that just really struck home was that I think everybody thinks, you know, yeah, well, I'm going to get onto LinkedIn and then I'm going to start, you know, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about making these comments. I don't know if I really want to share this article and then share my thoughts on it, because people are going to be, you know, they're going to judge me. They won't agree with me. It's exactly as you said, fear kills so many things. And I see this also in my kids all the time. And if I'm telling them, hey, don't let fear stop you. Go try it out. What's the worst thing that can happen? This is an activity then I, as the adult, have to remember, like, I got to live as an example. I have to do the things that I am teaching. And so if that means that I'm going to go out there on LinkedIn and share this article and be like, okay, this is what I think about it. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, which is that there is 100% somebody out there who's going to be like, oh my God, I totally agree with this. This is, wow, who is this person? I need to meet them. I want to talk to them. I want to build a relationship with them, because then we can learn from each other. And then I don't feel so alone on this path, alone on this journey, alone in feeling this way. And fear is what stops that every time. You don't meet the people that you want to meet and that you need to meet, frankly, I think, when you're afraid to put yourself out there. And it's just a little, you just put yourself out there a little bit. And then with practice over time, it feels a little easier and it feels a little bit better. And you're right, there's going to be mistakes, but mistakes are how you learn, isn't it? So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So Angie, now I want to sort of pivot this into a little bit more of a sort of work environment. So you've built and managed relationships in very dynamic environments at Uber, Association of Corporate Counsel, and lots of other corporate academic settings. Now, what is the most practical action that you've taken to build these really deep relationships with your peers and the business teams to help drive the business goals?
So there's a few things. The first I want to say, like, our ability to have relationships with teams in other areas of the business, for me, is like one of the greatest privileges about being an in-house lawyer. The fact that we get to work with great people in very interesting cross-functional areas that we would not necessarily have been having when we were in private practice. So for me, the biggest thing to develop those relationships with my internal business teams is to make sure I'm spending time with each of the business units in a non-legal capacity. And I think this aligns a lot with what Rob was saying about making sure that you have a personal brand and that you're developing that personal brand. I do think I have tried to be intentional with that, with making sure that my brand within each of my workplaces and within my company is that I am seen as approachable, helpful. I want to be, for a brand within my company, I want to be the go-to resource for the broadest group of people. Early on in my in-house career, my legal assistant at the time mentioned that a lot of other employees and staff found it talking to legal team very intimidating. That took me aback a little bit because I didn't see myself as being someone who is intimidating or hard to approach, but I could also see how legal, like capital L legal, and lawyers as a profession could have created that impression. So I took that conversation to heart. So I've always tried to make sure that when I'm working with groups at different companies, that the teams that I'm working with aren't intimidating to come to us. I try to do that in a few ways, by maximizing face time with them in a more social or low pressure way. And also to take an interest in the work that they are doing. So for me, that can be in a number of different ways. Like when I first join a company, I like to set up one-on-ones with my key contacts I'll be working closest with, to hear what they're working on, hear what the challenges their units are facing. Getting involved in stuff that's not strictly a legal thing. I do a lot of advice for our ads and marketing team at Uber. So it's nice that I've developed a relationship now that they include me on things like when we do selections for talent, or we're doing the first cut of editing commercials. I'm not bringing legal value to those things, but it's really good on an interpersonal level to be included on those and to be helpful to them in ways that are not strictly about the legal advice. So that hopefully in doing so, you're creating an environment where they feel open to come to you. They feel like they can approach you for things, and they're not waiting until something is a legal crisis or a legal priority before reaching out. So in some senses, this is definitely self-serving. I think as in-house lawyers, we would generally prefer to hear about things earlier than later. But I find, for me, my approach to this works well because I can feel authentic in those interactions. I like to socialize with other people in our company. I like to be involved in talking to people at all different levels, whether that's like junior sales staff or executive leaders. That works for me because I can do it authentically. Maybe your brand within your company is to be known as the subject matter expert, or maybe your brand is something different. I think you need to lean into your own strengths and use those to create your brand within your company or whatever organizations that you're working with.
Yeah, that's it's very interesting that you talk about legal being the department that everyone's like, oh, I don't know if I want to talk to them. I don't know, they're kind of scary. I honestly, I'm sure that was not the first time that's ever happened. In fact, I think like just even in my role, I have been in that place where, I joined as the second lawyer fractionally, and it's really funny because the lawyer, the GC there, she was always known as very intimidating. People did not, felt just a little bit scared. And so then when I got there, I just authentically, I am just not that person. And so there was a lot of conversations about, do you think that you could talk to, I'm going to tell you this now, do you think you could pass this message on to the GC? And so like, I definitely in that space, it was a good team effort because authentically, I don't think that was really her style. She was a subject matter expert. So I think for the two of us working together, it worked out so beautifully because I could be the person that was doing what you are doing, socializing socializing, talking to all the people and building those relationships and making them less intimidated while she was the subject matter expert. So you're right, like everybody has their own, well, who they are, right? And if it's not right for you, then maybe that's not the way that you should be building, and you can find other ways to do it. There's lots of different ways to slice that piece of cake. I think I just made that up.
Yeah, of course.
So what I would actually like to know, just to bring it back for a second to what Rob was saying, so cost of inaction, I love that so much. I love it so much. Cost of inaction, what would you say in your roles, what was the cost of inaction there?
For me?
Yeah,
Cost of
like as
inaction?
in,
Or
yeah,
for
so
Rob?
as in cost of inaction, you know, weren't building those relationships, you weren't out there taking people for coffees or getting to know them outside of work.
Yeah, so I would say the cost of inaction to me, to my personal brand, was probably not being invited in and early on different issues. So I think there is definitely a cost there to how well we're able to do our jobs. So not doing that, and then also just not in prior organizations where I didn't take that approach, you do end up siloed. So you do end up only working with the people that are required to work with you on a given file. So I do feel like the cost of inaction for that really does lead you to have less opportunities to work on exciting and new work. When working at a company like Uber, we never know what we're going to be doing in 6 months. There's always a new project or new line of business. I feel like at this company, having taken those steps and built those relationships, I may be front of mind when something new is being launching. So it may not come down to my AGC or my supervisor saying, hey, Anne should be working on this. It'll come organically from the business person saying, hey, you know, we got a project. I'm not sure what your role or what legal's role will be, but do you want to start attending the meetings? So I think for me, the big cost of not doing that type of thing would be missing out on those opportunities.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I also think that, like, when you said when you were talking about it being sort of self-serving in a way, and I agreed, sure, you get something out of it because when you build those relationships, people get to know you, they get comfortable, and they come to you with these things in advance. Lots of time for you to think about and plan ahead, right? But I also think that, like, really, it's kind of self-serving, but not really. It's still, again, it's a two-way street, right? Like, for them to come to you earlier and talk to you about something, and you're like, well, okay, so here's the things that you should be thinking about and doing. Immediately, that person's like, well, I never would have thought of that. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. And then, I'll make sure now I'm going to rejig my whole plan as to what I was going to do, because now I've got your wonderful sage advice and I can move forward on this differently than I would have thought. So while it may feel, I think to a lot of people, it feels self-serving to do things like that, it actually isn't, because in the end, the other person is also getting a lot out of that. And especially as you're talking to them about, you know, this is what the things that I think you should be thinking about. And now they're better at their job. The next time this happens, they're able to be like, I picked up this little golden nugget from Angie and now I'm going to use it. God, I love Angie. She's so wonderful, right? So it feels self-serving, but I don't think it is.
No, it also just makes work more enjoyable. Like if you can relate to people on an interpersonal level, if you can have fun, if you can share jokes and have laughs, especially if you're working in a high pressure environment, the ability to have that really takes the edge off everything else. And if you're not spending time developing that so that you're comfortable, laughing or cracking a joke in a meeting or having having a sidebar with people you're working with, you're really missing out. We spend so much time at work. It should be challenging and rewarding, but also we should be having fun.
Totally. I mean, honestly, I think we are all better at what we are doing when we're having fun, right? Like, I'm sure you can think back to the things that you were doing that were not so much fun. And my guess is you maybe not were quite at the peak of your, performance or excitement about all of it, right? So, okay. And then now turning on to Sarah. So you, again, lots of community building experience and in your legal roles as well. For community building, have you taken the same approach for like your one-on-one client situations or one-on-one lawyer-to-lawyer situations? Are you doing the same thing in those situations as you are at scale on LinkedIn, or is it something different?
Yeah, so the approach is broadly the same, right? So it's that that consistency that cuts through everything, building trust, nurturing relationships, creating value. but execution is different, right? So when I'm building community on LinkedIn, I only started sharing content on there. That's invariably how I built that audience, to make them feel seen. I was sharing content about my experiences as general counsel, all of the pain points I was experiencing. And I think that resonated with people that were maybe 1, 2, 3 years behind me, right? And so broadly, I have kind of topics that I generally cover, like burnout, avoiding burnout, leveraging technology, how, to work more effectively with your sales team and be better liked. So yeah, that was more kind of like, I guess it's kind of like D2C. Whereas with the one-to-one work that I do, that's actually more B2B, right? So that's vendors that want to sell into the community that I have created on LinkedIn or here in Ireland in person with my community at ITGC. And that requires a different kind of customization, because businesses have different pain points to kind of individual in-house lawyers. In that, their biggest one is they want more business from these in-house lawyers and to sell their products and stuff. So that does take a different type of customization. But, they both have that in common, right? So the approach is the same. It's just the execution is slightly different. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it to me, it just like from the surface, it immediately makes sense, because like the one-on-one connection is a very, very different feel and discussion than, this wider group on
Sorry,
LinkedIn.
I think I paused that broke there, Pauline.
Yeah. So actually, I also was thinking about something that you had talked about with Chad in the podcast leading up to this, and you had talked about, and I think it's very, very relevant to what we're talking about, is the concept I think you were saying was ikigai. And so really, like, if it's not working, or if this person is just like, no, thank you, not interested, move on.
Yeah.
And I don't think, honestly, that is any different on LinkedIn or in person. And so in that way, that's just like, if it's not working for you, move on. There's billions of other people out there,
Yeah, absolutely. And, you shine your light bright to find your people, right? And a big part of that, and that the missing part of most of our careers up until, I started doing what I was doing, it is that passion piece that is in Ikigai. Like, we start our careers, we tend to just be doing it because there's a problem that needs to be solved that you can get paid for. But the missing piece is the passion. And yeah, I think if your message isn't resonating with certain people, that's actually okay. We're all a market niche in a way. It's okay if it doesn't resonate with people, because by having authority, and sharing your opinions, you're actually attracting the people that you can help, that want you to help them. So, I think that's also another important piece to remember, that in doing your sort of authority posting, sharing your opinions and generating leads is about not just about finding your tribe, it's also about being okay with the fact that you're not going to please everyone, So, yeah, that's definitely been a core theme, that Ikigai piece, about in terms of how I've launched my business successfully. And that also is something that the one-to-one and the LinkedIn audience building and community building, it's something that cuts through what I do in both of those as well.
I think it is just so freeing for people to hear that you're not going to be everybody's cup of tea. And so you be whoever you are, and you'll attract the people to you that are interested in that love it, that are excited by it, that want to help you, that want you to help them, and to build a relationship. And so I think it is just so liberating to think of it from that perspective. You're not going to be everybody's cup of tea, and that's okay. Like we all will find the people that we find, but it's important to then be authentic and share that out there, right? So I have a question actually for Rob and Sarah. I would like, because Rob, you brought up COI, and I'm just so excited about that. It's living in here forever, I can tell you that. And I'm going to talk to my kids about it also. I'm going to weave this into the parenting movement. So tell me, each of you, about a time in your career where you took action, but had you not, where would you be now? I know that's
shall I go? Yeah, no, that's fine. No, yeah. I mean, honestly, Pauline, every single every single job that I left that wasn't serving me any longer, I'm so proud that, and not for any terrible negative reason, just realized it wasn't fulfilling. I wasn't able to bring all of my gifts. I'm just glad that I moved on to greener pastures and continued on this journey, and just making sure things were serving me in all different ways as I went along. If I hadn't done that, I'd be miserable. I just, I wouldn't be sitting here now talking to you. Wouldn't have found you, my tribe out there on LinkedIn, and all of these wonderful community builders and in-house legal community globally. That for me is a huge cost of inaction, but it didn't pan out that way.
Excellent. So good, so good.
Yeah, for me, and I'm really pleased that landed with you. It would be, I was a director. I rose quite quickly within the UK. I was one of the youngest recruitment directors in the city, and I had my early 20s, and it could have been very easy to stay. Very easy to stay and have the golden handcuffs and my wage be my cage. And the reality is, if you don't risk anything, you risk everything, right? And we've heard that before. I was prepared to take that risk, because if I'd have taken no action, I would have not been for having a fulfilled, purpose-driven career, which I have now, because there's a big difference, in my humble opinion, about just making a wage and actually doing something that fills your cup. And this is what I'm genuinely, when you very kindly mentioned my mission to build a worldwide collaborative, kinder, forward-thinking, innovative community, what gets me out of bed every day. My grandfather ran one of the most successful law firms of his generation in the UK. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure I mirror that and beyond, by using these wonderful resources we have in form of technology to spread and distribute our messages. So the absolute cost of inaction would have been, I wouldn't have the pleasure of what I do day in, day out to work towards that mission, which means a lot to me.
Awesome, awesome. And anything else to add, Angie? Okay. So
No, I think that's exactly it.
Okay. What I would it's so wild to think exactly what you said, Sarah. If I had the cost of inaction for me, if I had not basically tried to quit law, and then got pulled back in by Goodlawyer, but that's a story for another time. I would have quit the law, and I certainly wouldn't have been here today. I honestly don't know that if I hadn't left some of the career paths that I was on before I was trying to quit law, I honestly don't know that I would still be with my husband. I don't know that we would have kids. And I certainly would not be wearing this sparkly jacket, standing in front of everybody saying how much I love my life. It's exactly what you said, Rob. I have a very purpose-driven career. I'm so fulfilled by it. And on the days that it is really, really hard to get up, there's still this little thing that's like, okay, I could get up for that. I could get up for that. And even when you're disappointed and you're mad and you're having a tough day, it's still not as bad as it could be. And I just feel like the cost of that inaction is just too much. And this is what results in these studies, like in Canada, the Federation of Law Societies releasing studies on the mental health and the well-being of the profession, is in the toilet. And to me, if more people can hear this message, that there's a big, huge cost to your inaction, then maybe we could step forward, and then things in that study, the things that the study is finding, would change. It would be for the better, and I'm really hoping that this is something that we're going to see in the future of the profession. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I wanted to let you know that there has been so much great engagement in the chat. People are sharing tons of tips and tricks for LinkedIn. They're excited. They're befriending each other. This is exactly what I hoped for, and this is exactly what you brought. I'm so grateful. Think you so much for this lovely example of community building in action, all the tips and the tricks that everybody is going to take away from this. Now, I'm going to ask you for one final thing. What is one thing that you were terrified to do, but you stepped out of that box and you did it and it's paid off?
Starting my own business, for sure, and not stopping being an employee and running my own show. And yeah, I was terrified, but I trusted in that, because I've done enough things in the past, stepped out of my comfort zone enough to know that that's where the greatness happens, and it's really paid off.
Not to sound like a copycat, I would be the same. It would have been setting up setting up my business could have been very easy to stay. But I guess as an extension of that, maybe something I would encourage people to really think about, and something I've been leaning into a lot, niche is no longer good enough. You know, we've been talking about niche for years. You have to be forensically focused. So any podcast I'm on, anything I'm involved with, that mission is coming up time and time and time again, and I'm lasering in on that. So your practice of law, wherever you're trying to make an impact, really forensically focus on that, be laser focused, and you'll be super, super successful. I think there's a lot of noise and distraction out there at the moment, and the key is to staying that forensic focused lane. And I've done that with my business, and that's why through pandemics and everything else, we've been able to survive and thrive.
Yeah, I think for me, it's probably not letting fear dictate your choices, whether that's putting yourself up for a job that seems a reach, that scares you, or whether that's leaving the city you're in and leaving the people you're used to working with and starting over again. I mean, that's always harder, especially the older we get, to do that. So for me, it's that, just embracing that fear and not letting that stop you from doing what you think is best for your development.
Thank you so much, everybody. This has been so wonderful, and it is exactly the type of panel that I was hoping for, and I couldn't have imagined anything better. So thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Angie, for sharing your time and your tips and your tricks. I know I took away so much from that, and I'm going to be really excited to share it with everybody else out there in the world. So thanks again for your time, and I'm going to turn it all back over to Chad.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much, Pauline, Rob, Angie, Sarah. You know, when we thought about the community builders that we were dying to have on here, because, you know, I've watched you and been with you, you know, sometimes across an ocean, seeing you build the communities that you have and lifting others and giving others voices and sharing your message to bring everyone closer together. I mean, I knew that that would be a panel of a lifetime, and I'm so glad that you shared all your messages with us. By the way, also, you know, in the spirit of community, Rob has generously offered that whatever your greatest insight was from that panel, put that in a LinkedIn post, tag Robert Hanna, tag the Legally Speaking podcast, and Rob will be looking at the post with the best insights. As you can see from the panel, he's got incredible merch. And so he will pick the post that's the best. He will let you know. He will reach out and he will send you an incredible piece of merch. So, you know, Rob, thank you much for that. I just think that that's actually another great example, Rob, of when you're talking about the little things that make a big difference, the small touches. And Rob even sent me a voice note today, this morning, just letting me know, like, hey, you've been working on this for such a long time. And you know, we know that it takes a lot of work to build events like this. Rob does it all the time as well. And he was just sending me a lot of good luck and everyone on the team today. And, you know, it's just a really cool example of how you can do that. And I think that, you know, Rob, you do that for people all the time. Sarah, Angie, we're always kind of exchanging messages and cheering each other on. And that's how you build community. So thank you all for sharing your time. Also wanted to send a shout out to everyone in the chat. I was just watching a little bit of the chat while Pauline was moderating, and it's incredible. The engagement, the ideas, the tips, like that's another form of community. So when you think about how you like to operate, some people are in person, some people are one-to-one, some people are in larger groups. Like this is another way that you're building community. So reach out to people. When you see someone who's sharing something amazing on there, you know, I've seen friends, Owen McGran, Vivica Hess, like when you see people sharing something that resonates with you, then find them on LinkedIn, connect with them, send them a message, go to their website, check them out, see what they're up to, and try to find those common threads, because that is the beginning of an incredible relationship. You know, even for me and Rob, like I remember 3 years ago, before I even got started on LinkedIn, I saw Rob's message about his grandfather and how meaningful it was to him. And I had a shared, you know, feeling and experience in my life. And so I just reached out to him. I think Rob at that time was probably already over 20,000 followers. I didn't expect him to write me. And, you know, he wrote back immediately, and we've been fast friends ever since. And so, you know, it doesn't take a lot, because you fast forward 3 years and now I've been on Rob's podcast. He's been on mine. Rob's sharing his time with us today. You know, Sarah and I, Angie and I, same thing. We see each other at different events. We help each other. And I just think that these are very quick, small things that actually can change the course of your community and your career. And so check out the people in the comments, shout out from all the people that are sharing their best tips and their tricks, because you're lifting others by giving everything that's, within you to give. And so when we think about this next panel, we've got a really nice complementary overlap in the theme. So we had the community building theme, how you bring people together, how you uplift others. And when we think about what is one of the core messages that folks in that panel were sharing? It's really about sharing your message, right? Like, how are people meant to find you if they don't know where you are and they don't know what you care about? You have to tell them. And so there's the curiosity of being interested in others and building community that way, which, Angie really talked about really nicely on that panel. And now here, what we're also going to talk about is how do we speak about our own value, our own mission, so that we can let others know where to find us. We can improve our career, we can improve our ecosystem, and we can enjoy our life so much more. It's been one of the most impactful things for me over the last 3 years. So let's get into it. I want to uncover the gifts of 3 of my favorite humans that I've met because of LinkedIn. And here they are. Hello, friends. So, when I think about folks that are just incredible at putting their message out there, I mean, you 3 came to mind. And, I wrote you 6 months ago on the back of a LinkedIn napkin and said, hey, I really want to do this thing. And I want to help lawyers and legal professionals and, business owners think about how to get their message out there, not only so that their business is better, their service delivery is better, but so that they enjoy their career and their life more. And you 3 were, the first folks I thought of, sent you a message, and you all graciously said, absolutely, whatever it is, we're in. And now we're all here today. So want to introduce Christine Ury. So Christine, CLO, Chief Sustainability Officer, and also the founder of ESG for In-House Counsel. Christine has done an incredible job of taking all of her experience, talents, expertise as a chief legal officer and a chief sustainability officer, and also packaged that up to help legal teams better understand the direction, the strategy, the path of how they need to bring really important topics like ESG into their life. But she also does it super practically. She makes sure that it is never going to be too overwhelming, because we know when we've got something new that's overwhelming, we don't do it. And so, she can talk about kind of the MVP of how she thinks about reporting so that you can do really great work without breaking your back on it. And so, Christine, so glad you're here. I want to introduce Tony Albrecht. So Tony, if you've been on LinkedIn, you've probably seen Tony's face there as well. He was a litigator in St. Louis, and now, as he frames it, lives in the woods north of Toronto. And, I get the pleasure now, since Tony and I live fairly close together, that we get to see each other for runs and share ideas and our message. And I think Tony is one of the most creative folks out there in the legal industry. So he's the founder and creative director of Contender, one of the best marketing agencies out there and the top post-writing agency for lawyers in the world. Tony is hilarious. He's sharp. He's contrarian. He finds a way to bring this edge that he has into him in a way where people still love him for it. And so, Tony, so glad you're here, and thank you for helping so many lawyers and law firms build their brand. And then we have Brittany Leonard. Brittany and I, from the first time we met, I think we became fast friends straight away. She's the GC of Civics. She also, and if you're on LinkedIn, Brittany, she delivers incredible packages of substantive tips to make your career better, brand strategy about how to make your career more fulfilling, how to get your voice out there. And one of the coolest things that Brittany talks about fairly often is she hated going to events and talking about herself and meeting other people in the legal industry, and she avoided it like the plague. Yet, once she started sharing what she was about and what she cared about on LinkedIn, and she'll say it all the time with no expectation of return or no idea of what it was supposed to be, this entire community came around her. Her career obviously was already on superstardom level as a GC, but she built this whole other arm to it through her brand. So thank you all for joining. let's get into it. So for Christine, you already had this, massive trajectory as a CLO and a CSO, and you were able to very seamlessly move that into your own consulting business, ESG for in-house counsel. So if you think back, because it's been about a year or so since you made that transition, and when you think back to making that change, because you could have been a CLO of some other company, what do you think has been the most important way you've shared your gifts and what you care about to build your brand and build this business?
Yeah. I think it really helped that I started early. So way before I was going to sell anything or have a business on LinkedIn, I started posting in 2020 as a chief legal officer and a chief sustainability officer. And when I started posting, I didn't really know where it was going to go. Like so many people, I just posted tips from my actual, my day job on sustainability and ESG, because I was at a sustainability company and I was the chief sustainability officer, and I knew so many general counsels were needing to take this issue on. I posted some personal stuff, dog pictures and whatnot, to kind of keep everybody entertained. And then I actually posted things, I talked about this in the chat, but really for my internal audience, for people at my company, to help them along with the different challenges they're having. So it was during COVID, I would post on how to manage remotely and share information for my colleagues as well. And then, over time, 3 years, that my voice was refined. I found out what people really enjoyed. I found out what people found valuable. And so when I went to launch my business, I already had built a network. I had already built a personal brand, and I had the habits that I lean into now. The habits of engaging, of constantly networking, of constantly sharing value. I'm always learning something new, from text posting to doing the carousels to doing the videos. And then my latest thing is the LinkedIn Live. So just adding it on and really building skills over that time has been critical.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christine. I've watched this evolution happen, and you were out there before I was. Actually, Christine, I don't know if you remember, you were one of the first people that kind of wrote me to say like, hey, you're kind of onto something here. Like, you should keep going. And I couldn't believe it that you wrote that. Vivica Hess, another friend who I know is in the chat as well, she also did that. Like, John Lindsay, who's another speaker, did that. Like, these are people who are giving what value they see first. No expectation of return. We didn't know each other. And Christine, you really made a big impact on me and really told me like, hey, you're saying something that's clearly meaningful to you and it's hitting a mark. Like, you have to keep going. And, you're just such a great example of that. As you've tried different avenues, you've, positioned your brand directly kind of at the center point of all of your expertise and your skills. And I think it just resonates so deeply because people can tell how much you care. It doesn't feel forced. People know your expertise is coming from a very true place. And I just want to say, like, I appreciate you for helping encourage me to keep going in those early days when I didn't know necessarily what it meant to me or where it was going. And folks like you do that for others. And this is what happens when you share your message first. And I don't know, do you remember that? Do you remember when you wrote me?
I do. Because I remember seeing you come out. You and Sean Sethna came out at the same time. And
right.
At the time for general counsel that were posting 2020, very few. So I always noted in-house people that were posting. And it was mostly women. Almost my entire network of in-house counsel that were engaged in LinkedIn was comprised of women, and I love women. I post for women, but I was very impressed to see two men coming out and entering this field at the same time. So I reached out to both you and Sean to say, keep going. I want to hear that voice. And pro tip for everybody who's listening, if you're a LinkedIn creator, you just constantly put this content out there, and you never know who's reading it. You never know if it's valuable. And just a simple direct message saying, hey, I really appreciate your content, can make someone's day. It can make it all worthwhile. So think about sending those kind of notes to your favorite creators.
Yeah. No, so on point. So I want to move to another one of my favorite creators, Tony Albrecht. So Tony, he talks a lot about how he thought LinkedIn was a dumpster fire, didn't want to use it. He was forced into using it when he pivoted out of law into kind of a non-for-profit world. And he was kind of pushed by the leader of that company to say, FYI, you're here to help us, raise brand awareness. So you're going to have to get on this LinkedIn thing. And now he's, the #1 post writer for lawyers in the world. So that hasn't taken that long. That's been 2 to 3 years. And so, Tony, you're clearly a super creative guy. And what would you say is the creativity that you found in you that you would offer? Think about this if you want to bring out the creativity that's within yourself. Like, how did you find it within you to become such a creative force on LinkedIn? And how would you offer others to find their creative force in them?
Thank you for that intro as well, my friend. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. The way I've come to think about creativity is that it's like a muscle. And by the time, I won't speak for y'all, but by the time I finish college, and then most definitely by the time I finish law school, my creative muscles had more or less atrophied. I was not in good shape. And what that leads to, I believe, is unhappiness, effectively. The world gets smaller. The walls start to close in. We're looking for things to be predictable, to be that prescribed path. And for myself, what I've found is that I tend to do better when the world is expanding as I go along. And I've found that to be true for a lot of people as well. So when I started showing up on LinkedIn, I was actually writing about creativity in the beginning. And I now think about that in the context of attorneys, the people I work with and the people I talk to on LinkedIn, as creativity is still something I talk about on a weekly basis. And there's so many different ways that we can be creative. I used to think that creativity was about the arts, and it was about painting and sculpture and writing and music. And now the creative canvas that I play with more than any other is this one in digital spaces. The act of creating what I call a magnetic online presence. And you're able to do that with a combination of personal branding and content creation. So think of personal brand, and Chad, Christine, Brittany are 3 amazing examples of how to do this. Your brand, how you show up online, is about how you want to show up. It can be a blank canvas. And particularly when we think about LinkedIn, I ignored the platform through 12 years of practice in the US, as Chad mentioned. I thought of LinkedIn as just a place where I would get in trouble. It was only going to bring me harm to show up there. I sure was not going to stick my neck out there. And what I discovered after leaving the practice, as you said, was that no, it's a blank canvas. You can do whatever you want with it. And I think for lawyers, the fact that I know so many lawyers think the way that I used to leads to an opportunity where you're able to get a disproportionate amount of attention because so few people are willing to do this. So that canvas that you have for developing your personal brand, how you become, I think of it as your corner of the internet, a person who's claiming and owning a piece of digital real estate, of being like that person, like the person who's known for that thing. And all the people on this call, through trial and error, have found their way to a corner of the internet where each of us is effectively a one of one, which when we first started talking 2 years ago was not yet the case. None of us had quite gotten there yet. But it's the creativity there is simply a matter of being willing to iterate, to fail, to have things not work, and to keep making stuff and sharing stuff, just with the belief that the more we do that, the stronger those creative muscles get, the more opportunities we have for connection and impact.
Yeah.
And that's where the good stuff happens.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man. I think about when I first started, I was posting like, I don't know, maybe once a week, once a month. And, you know, a friend of mine, Josh Calderon, he was pushing me to write more. And one idea actually that I found, so if you're out here thinking like, there's no way I want to post, or I definitely don't want to do video posts or whatever, here's one tip that I used was, I do a lot of video now, but I didn't before. And what I did was I recorded a video of like what I told myself this is going to be a post. And then I sent it to my partner and I was like, okay, that's out in the internet now. It has crossed the ether, and listen to it. And what do you think? And that action is like, consider that like a draft, like that action of like you pushed a video post out into the world. That didn't have to be the thing. The first thing doesn't have to be the thing, right? But you have to try something to figure out whether that energy pulls you a little bit closer to it, or you feel repelled, and you've got to understand why you feel repelled. But you've got to try, and trying doesn't even mean you have to go live into the world. It can be all kinds of other ways where sometimes, you know, I remember writing early on, and Tony and I'd be like, hey, Tony, what do you think about this? Or, you know, we'd be talking about like, oh, what do you think that means? But testing back and forth, little tests, the fastest, no cost thing you can find to see if it pulls you in further. That is like the first thing that I would do if I was listening to this right now, thinking, well, I don't want to post. You don't have to go from 0 to 100. Smallest test, send a post to your friend. You can send it to me if you want. I'll look at it for you. Okay, so let me go. Now my DMs are going to be a whole bunch of LinkedIn post drafts. Okay, but I want to go to Brittany. You know, Brittany, you've been a GC of, so, you know, like a massive company that has all kinds of different functions, operations, global presence, and you've done an incredible job of getting really close with business teams and the C-suite. And so when you think about like how you show up as a lawyer and what your best gifts are, how did you uncover them in order to create those deep relationships with the leaders of the company the companies that you've worked at? And was it surprising for you when it worked?
I think for me, I was a business partner. I'm not a bottleneck. So, and I have always seen the business to be something that I align more with than being a lawyer. Obviously, I'm a lawyer. I will always have my license, but to get things done, you can't hesitate. You have to move forward, and you just have to go. And so you weigh your options. You look at what is out there on the plate. You make a decision, and you move. And if you sit there and you hesitate, you slow things down, which ends up hurting the business, hurting everyone involved, the business team, et cetera, where if you're the one to say, hey, these are our options, let's make a good decision and move forward with it. We can course correct if we need to. You build that trust with the other people in the business team, other lawyers in your department, and they're like, wow, she's a problem solver. She likes to get she likes to get things done, and she doesn't sit there and hesitate and slow things down. And she really wants to protect us from a company standpoint, but she also wants the business to succeed and grow. And I think when you have that characteristic in yourself to say, we're going to move, because you're always told as a lawyer, like you have to stay in a box, like you can't make any risk, like you have to not be hesitant, et cetera, et cetera. But when you are in-house, and especially as a GC, you have to make moves, and you have to make moves quickly. And like I said, you can course correct, but if you don't make moves, you're going to fall behind. So yeah.
Did you always have that in your nature, Brittany? Like, were you always like a quick shooter, and you wanted to make a call and you had the confidence to do it, or did that like grow in your career in time? Like, I'm so curious to know, how did that come out of you? Because that's a pretty bold move for a lawyer in a company, and clearly you show up with that level of confidence. But was it always in you, or how did you discover it?
I think I've always had it in me since I was a kid, but I felt like it kind of went, like I hid it down. I don't even know the word to say. Like, it was like hidden, buried after law school, because they're like, you have to be this way, you have to do this, you have to be this way, and you have to be miserable for the next 30 years. And I played that game. I played that game for 2 years, and I was like, I hate this game. I'm out of the law. Like, I'm done with this thing. And when I decided to be myself and be like, you know what, I know what I'm doing. I know how to make a decision. I know what's needed to move that business forward, grow it, grow the revenue, grow the company, and talk to business executives. I know how to talk to CEO. I know how to talk to CFO, CEO, all that kind of stuff. Like when you know how to do that and you're confident in yourself, like that's the key. And making sure you don't get your voice drowned out because, oh, you're just illegal, you're just a bottleneck. No, actually I can provide strategy and it may be even better than the strategy you have. But if we work together, we're going to get it done.
I love it. I love it. I think back to when I first started in-house and, when, for me at least, you move from a law firm to in-house, these can be very different jobs. And I'm thinking about what you were just saying about making that impact on the business. And, listen, Brittany can do this at any level all the time. I think, for other folks where it's like, oh, I don't know if I could say that to the C-suite. A different option is like, you're going to have business partners at every level, managers, directors, VPs. And so you can inch it in. Right? Like, I remember working with all kinds of different teams when I first went in-house, and you get curious about their business. You get enthusiastic about the work that they're doing. They will tell you more information. That information will make you more confident. As you get more confident because you have more data points, you will deliver your legal analysis with more confidence. And I think once you start doing that, then you'll be more confident to take it up the next level, to the VP level, and then the SVP level. And then hopefully one day we're all like Brittany and we can, shoot the shot with everyone that we meet. But I really love that.
To that point, Chad, like I've had people in the company for 36 years. I've had people in the company for 6 months. I know how to talk to different personalities and different attitudes. And I think that's another key is knowing how to deliver your message. Obviously you're softer with the new people and you deal with the people that have been there for 36 years. You know how to frame your message. You know what they like. The people that have been there for 36 years, they don't want to Teams you. They don't want to chit chat. They want to get on a phone call and talk about their grandkids or whatever they want. They want that longer like relationship. Other kids just want in and out. So you just got to figure out what the personality is of the person.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, Christine, for you had this beautiful trajectory, your CLO, international company, and now you're a founder of a business that, is impressive and scaled so quickly. If you were to think about Christine from let's say 3 years ago, before you really started uncovering this gift that you had to tie in the law and ESG and helping lawyers, what would you tell the Christine from 3 years ago to say, hey, this is the first thing that you should do if you one day want to build a business and you want to serve your clients in a way that's really effective for them? What is that first thing that you would tell Christine from 3 years ago?
I think it starts with trusting your instincts and trusting yourself. It's easy when you're in a really secure job to just roll along, and maybe you don't like it, maybe it's not the thing for you. I loved my job, but after a while, I had done it for a long time, and what I noticed is I just wasn't growing as quickly, and I had to find a different area to learn and to grow. And I think that's a lot of the reason that I started getting active on social media and started sharing content. Doing those things was a way for me to continue a learning journey. It was also a way that I trusted myself to go out in the world and build that confidence. People ask me all the time, did you run your post-pass marketing? Did you ask anybody? No. Never. I just started posting things and trusted myself that my voice was going to be something that would support my company and not harm it. And luckily, I was right on that. But really, I think the hardest thing for me to learn how to do as I've moved every step of my career forward was to listen to that voice inside of myself, believe that I understood and that I could take that next step, and that the universe and everything would make it work out all right eventually, even if it didn't turn out how I thought it might.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like this part about the instinct. So then it's like, okay, so how do we get to trust our instinct? What is the fastest way? Because I also have a little bit of this nature where, I feel like I index very highly on trying to understand human dynamics and how people think, but that ability is also a weakness because then I can index too highly and make all kinds of assumptions about, oh, Tony, Brittany and Christine just nodded, then Tony only nodded later, so maybe Tony didn't like that point, and I can get too deep into it. And so what I like about the instinct piece, the way that I try to validate truth for myself is just by asking the question. just by saying like, hey, Tony, did that resonate with you? Because what happens, we find, is that people show reactions so differently. Like some people get really animated about certain types of feelings they have. Some people are more reserved, but you don't know what they're thinking. And that can actually chip away at trusting our instincts. And so we need to gather more data points. You know, like, hey, Christine, that was really incredible. Like, I was thinking this, does that land with you? Then you can gather that data point because, you know, if you're in your zone of genius or you're in an area of expertise, like more often than not, the person's going to be like, yeah, Christine, that was super helpful. But we aren't always trained to tell each other how helpful we're being. So we're missing out on all these data points that would like increase how we feel about our instincts. And so I really like this instincts piece. And I guess for anyone that's listening, what I would say is like gather data points. Anytime you have a sensitivity where you're worried, ooh, I don't know if that landed, get curious. Just remember like sensitivity to curiosity. This is like something I've been trying to build a lot for myself. Okay, Tony, you talk so much about, you've written books on creativity, you're the creative writing guy, but there's also like a tank that can get depleted when you're putting so much creativity out into the world. So, you know, when we're talking about, listen, watch what Tony's doing, share a little bit more about yourself, be a little bit more personal because it'll be magnetic to other people. What do you do for yourself in order to continue refueling that kind of creativity buzz in you so that you can keep sharing your gifts and you can let kind of right fit clients know where to find you? How do you keep refueling that creativity energy?
Yeah, it is a tank. It is something that needs to be refueled. And well, for me, it's largely about finding ways to be quiet and unplug from the screens, if only for even just 5 minutes a few times a day. And also, and running has become my main thing, my main way of like getting quiet, quieting the mind, getting out in nature and just spending a few hours kind of running around in the woods. Basically just those things that are, well, to Christine's point about listening for intuition, right? Like what those voices inside us are saying. It can't happen without being quiet. And also, I guess I would also throw in resting. So it's just like in this world where we can tend to be on all the time. And through my time in practice, that was absolutely the case. We're billing at night, billing on weekends. And I gotta tell you, I'm not sure I've gotten much better in the 2 years that I've been building this business. But just finding ways to unplug and relax, just to rejuvenate.
Yeah. I deeply resonate with that. You know, you and I have gone running together and, for folks that are thinking about, well, maybe I don't know what my thing is yet, or I like to do multiple things. How am I supposed to find all this time to be creative? One thing I started thinking about was like stacking the things that bring creativity. So one way that I would do that was, I like to get away from the noise that Tony's talking about. I would like to exercise. I would like to be outside, and I like listening to podcasts on human dynamics, like Adam Grant, Laurie Santos. And there's a way to stack those three things. You go for a run outside listening to a podcast. And, you can shrink the amount of time that you think it takes in order to be creative. And all of those things, like they only cost the amount of time that you're running outside and a pair of shoes. They don't cost that much money, but you can decrease the noise. You can feel better physically and mentally, and you can find the creativity. Like I remember trying to look at a screen and be creative in writing, very difficult. I would go for a run, listen to one podcast, and I would have like 5 ideas about like, oh yeah, I think about that. That's how I feel about work. That's how I see the human dynamic in work play out. And so I think Tony's point is just like, you need to figure out what that thing is for you. And if it's multiple things, it doesn't mean that now you have to carve out 3 hours of your day to find the creativity. There are ways to make it really efficient. And like, that's the work. But once you do that work, then the creativity just flows from there. So bang on, Tony. And we got to get on another run when I'm back in Toronto, my friend. I miss those. So I want to also think about, like, there's lots of people in the audience who are watching this, who are thinking about, like, I don't know how I can be a creative force. I don't know how I can find my voice. There are people who are managing, as Brittany, as you are, external counsel, internal stakeholders. How do I really bring out my gifts? Like, how do I be myself, which is what you talk about a lot, in order to still deliver great service to my internal stakeholders and get it from my law firms? Like, how do you think about just being Brittany when you're talking to law firms, when you're talking to your own legal teams? Like, how do you communicate in a way that doesn't feel forced, but still feels professional? Like, how do you kind of bridge that gap?
I think what I've learned over the years is a lot of empathy, really understanding the individual, really, like, I care a lot about people, and I probably care maybe sometimes too much, but like, I don't, like, a lot of people will RFP their outside counsel. I don't. I meet my outside counsel that I've had for the last 2-3 years. We met at a coffee shop, and he was up and he was like, hey, like, I know you work with so-and-so. I work on, in his firm. I do business, because the person I got referred to was my immigration counsel referred me to him. And that we've had a friendship ever since. I mean, we go out to dinner together with our families. Like, it is like a true, like, I genuinely know that, like, when we have conversations, I'm not getting charged for every point one. And someone asked me that yesterday on a post I did, and he was like, how can outside counsel to in-house? And I said, be a human, like, know when to bill and when not to bill. Treat your clients like you're in it for the long haul. Like I said, when that outside counsel will be with me at every stop I go to on my journey. He is coming with me. And I think that's a true indicator of, like, being really empathetic and caring about the individual. I think that's what changed the game for me. As far as, like, networking goes, I was very like, oh, like, let me just hand out my business card and hopefully, a friendship arises or a connection arises. And that's not how it's done. Like, you genuinely have to care about the other person to have that long-term relationship. And then obviously with that empathy, I really, really, truly believe, and I've learned this having different leadership, different companies, direct communication and being accountable for what you say and what you're going to do when, I think it's key. Like, I'm very clear with, like, the direction I give. And if you can't make it or you can't meet it, talk to me. Tell me why, and we can fix it. Like I said, I think that's where the empathy goes. Like, I'm willing to help and I love helping. So, like, if you can't make something work, that's okay. We'll figure it out. But giving clear expectations and empowering people to say, you have like, sometimes I'll get sales agents or, like, business executives, well, I don't want to say that to the client. But at some point, you have to push back a little bit. Like, you can't be steamrolled. And they're like, oh, yeah, that's true. And then I give them, what to say or what to do. And they write it and they're like, oh, my God, they came back and, like, agreed. I'm like, yeah. Like, and if you didn't say that, like, we would have been in a totally different situation. So having that confidence to say, I can be very nice, I can be very helpful and build that relationship with anybody, but also being very clear on what you need and the expectation that you expect in collaborating. I think having those three things, like being clear, expecting them to hold their side of their bargain, and then being empathetic with that, with the other people, that leads to the best collaborations to me. I think that by none just accelerates someone's ability to talk to other people. And they're like, oh, wow, like, I know, like, my team knows that I'm the person that, like, if something's wrong, come to me and talk to me. And I think that gets a lot more done because people aren't hesitant to talk to legal or, like, scared, oh my God, like, something's going to go wrong. They're like, oh my God, let me be proactive. Let me help her out so she can get things situated and get things done quicker than if we're in this, like, deep hole and they're like, oh yeah, this has been going on for 6 months. Now we're just not bringing it to you. And if you're that type of person that they like to talk to, and you make them laugh. I love making people laugh. You all know this. They want to come to you because they're like, okay, she'll ease the pain of, like, my stress. I don't like people stressing, so if I can help you ease that stress, I'm going to be that person.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I think even sharing that part with your business stakeholders about, I don't want you to be stressed. sometimes we move to the solving piece so quickly when that's the intention. We don't want our business stakeholders to be worried or stressed or in a tough spot. But what we forget to do is acknowledge their existence and their feeling about it right then. And that's kind of the being human part that you're talking about, which is, that sounds like a tricky deal. You've been working on that for a long time. Sounds like we're in a bit of a stressful situation. Like, we will figure this out. And of course, yes, there's like maybe better infrastructure or better processes that we need to build so that we don't run into it the next time. But like, I got you. I'm here. It's stressful. You have solved so much of that problem by bringing out that empathetic gift before you even move into solution mode. And the way that I always try to remind people to think about this and why it matters, because a lot of us as humans, and especially as lawyers, we want to solve first, is imagine yourself being the recipient. So, you bring a stressful issue to Tony, and if he just starts solving at you without acknowledging your existence, acknowledging that it's stressful, or acting like it's not a big deal and there's an easy solution, you're not really listening to him yet, because he hasn't seen you and heard you. But if he helps you by saying, hey, Chad, that sounds super stressful. That's a real thing. I got you. We're here. I'm glad that you came here, and we will come to a solution that works. Okay, well, then you can put the bags down a little bit. And that's like the gift, Brittany, that you have with directness and clarity, is that it helps people put the bags down because they know you want to help them. They know you're going to be a straight shooter. And so when you think about, for everyone that's watching and listening to this, like, think about your natural gift that you have in there. What you will commonly find is that you don't know how impactful it is because it's easy for you. And we've been told for so long, especially as lawyers, that anything that's useful is painful. It is painstaking. I do not believe that. I think your greatest impact are the things that are easy for you. The reason why you don't know how impactful it is because you've been told not to value things that are easy, that come easy to you, and other people don't always tell you how impactful it is to them. Like Brittany, for all of the times that you have helped a C-suite or an account executive get out of a sticky situation, yes, some of them have said like, oh, I really appreciate it. But so many of them just walked away feeling better, right? Like they didn't stop to think to tell you. And so we lose the data points. And so we think it's not as valuable. And this is what I really believe about why it matters so much to uncover your gifts, because everyone that's watching, you're smart, you're capable, you can be good at things. I deeply believe that being good at something is quite different than what you are meant to do, because you can be good at many, many things. Like, look at someone like Tony. Tony, of course, he was on track to be, a great litigator in St. Louis, and he had this path, and he's on the partnership track. He's good at it, right? That is different than the Tony that we see today that brings the creative spirit that no one else in the industry brings. And it's the same thing for Christine. There is not everyone that can thread the needle between CLO, CSO, entrepreneur, and still get the dog pics in there to like bring the humanity. Like, not everyone can pull that off. Everyone's got their own individual way. And the work is figuring out what are you naturally drawn to without needing carrots and sticks. I tell people this all the time, like, go ask 3 people in your life, a family member, a friend, a former coworker, and just ask them, like, what do I do to lift people that doesn't require incentives or threats? Here's what will happen. 75% of the answers will be the same words. 25% of the answers will be the same meaning in different words. And you'll start pulling the threads. And so whether, you're an empathetic yet straight shooter like Brittany, whether you're a creative guy like Tony, or whether you're someone that has the ability to like humanize very like complicated and novel and niche topics like Christine and still make it feel warm and fun and easy, like everyone's got their own thing. The work is to be curious and ask for the support to help figure it out. When you 3, I'm curious from each of you, Christine, I want to go to you first, is like, what was the most surprising thing to you when your brand really took off? Like, what shocked you when you started sharing what you were great at and what you cared about? Like, what was the most surprising thing where you're like, oh, I never knew that mattered so much?
As a lawyer, we tend to value deep expertise, and we think that showing the very tricky issues, that's the most important piece to put out there in the world. And even at my company, this was double down. I worked with the top experts in the world in sustainability, people with doctorates and decades of experience that knew way more than I did about climate change, the environment, and a broad range of topics. When I started sharing content, I went, deep into carbon capture and, details of carbon accounting and really niche-y stuff to try to find that unique perspective or something that my audience wouldn't know. What I found was that the most valuable content was when I pulled it way back and just got the first steps in there. Is really broke it down to something that I'm not writing for the person with a doctorate in climate change. I'm not writing for the practitioner who's been doing ESG for 10 years. I'm writing for the person that just wants to get that first step in, that just has this challenge. Maybe they got voluntold by their CEO to do something about sustainability and environment, and this is on their plate, and that's something that they just have to deal with. So what surprised me was that the most valuable content advice that I could put out there was the simplest to me. That wasn't the things that I had to go out and research for hours. It was what I just already knew and could provide.
Adam Grant talks about this a lot too, where you become such an expert in something that we forget that other people are experts at all kinds of other things. And so on our thing, they're at the earlier stage. And so we need to pull back and provide the right context. And, you have such an amazing ability to do this. You talk about kind of the minimum viable reporting for folks that are trying to build this new muscle of ESG. And I think that speaks so well to what surprised you, which is pull back, make it simpler to absorb, focus on the core things, not everything, and you will make traction. And I will take incremental success over a great idea that no one wants to do. I don't care about good ideas that people don't absorb. That's a bad idea to me. I will always take incremental success. And, Christine, you're amazing at that. Tony, so curious for you about what surprised you the most when you started sharing this gift of creativity that you didn't see coming?
The most surprising thing to me was that lawyers started paying attention. I started posting on LinkedIn about creativity right after leaving the practice. And pretty quickly, I was starting to gain traction. More people are starting to pay attention. And I'm getting DMs from lawyers. I'm getting reactions from lawyers. I'm getting a lot of lawyers looking at my profiles. Why is that happening? And what I realized, and what has led to everything that's happened since, is the LinkedIn algorithm doesn't have more interesting stuff to show people, which is the opportunity for everybody who is watching this. And the distinction that's come up here that I think is so critical for all this stuff we're talking about finding your gifts and how you can bring it to your career. It's interesting that 3 of the 4 of us are lawyers who have stopped practicing for the most part, and Brittany holding down the fort of doing your thing.
Maybe one day.
But it's that distinction between external and internal motivation, right? That when I was practicing and I was thinking about what I might do online or what I might post on LinkedIn, I was only thinking about what the firm would want me to do. And then once I left the practice, I came to it asking, okay, what do I want to talk about? What am I interested in talking about? And word curiosity that you brought up before, Chad, is central to this. Just what am I interested in talking about? What could I talk about all day long? As Christine was talking about, that level of expertise. And now you pull the lens back. It's so powerful when you start doing that. And so, I'm one of those people. I say that if you want to get talked out of going to law school, I'm the guy you talk to. That's who I am. But for people who are practicing and looking to advance their careers and wanting to learn how to do this stuff we're talking about, to be like Brittany, where you're killing it. It's awesome to see. I think Brittany is such an amazing example of, while being within the context of a corporate environment where, as a relatively young woman, like it's an uphill battle to get even at those tables, right, where the decisions are happening. There's a hump to get over where, and I'm sure Brittany felt this, of I'm going to get judged. Am I going to get attacked online? Am I going to get punished somehow for doing this? So we're just finding a way to take the steps about what you're interested in sharing. There's momentum there. And that was another huge surprise, is like the way the momentum can pick up, the benefits can start to compound. And all four of us are poster children for how that can happen. Because again, when we started talking way back, 2021, 2022, I'm not sure any of us saw where we're at today on the bingo card.
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on with something that I really noticed too, was when I started, Christine talked about, it's like what you already know. So when I started sharing my message, whether it's in person or in digital spaces, like I was just talking about like the human dynamic overlap. Like, oh yeah, it's like not actually that time consuming or hard to make someone else's day better. And when you make someone else's day better, you feel better. And then you probably work a little bit more productively. You stay longer, like it doesn't cost that much money or time. And I just started sharing that because that's what I like thinking about. The thing that surprised me was the reaction I got to that. All of us, everyone watching is always told like, oh, you're nice enough, you work hard enough, you're smart enough. The reactions that I got were, do you really care about this? You're really passionate about this. This is a fresh perspective. It didn't feel to me like a fresh perspective because I've been thinking about it all the time. And I think that's also why we undervalue our gifts. You think about it all the time. And so you think it's easy when it's not easy. What the three of you do is not easy. And so, Brittany, you're still in the corporate environment. Some people might say like, okay, Chad, Christine, Tony, like you're not inside a legal role anymore, so share away. But it is possible. And I know, Christine and I, we were both, GCs when we first started, and Brittany, you still are. How do you share your gifts and your message as a practicing lawyer in a way that feels true to you, yet still, respects the profession and the professional role that you have?
I think, Chad, you know this. I haven't really announced this, but like I'm going to go higher in the C-suite. Like that is my next career goal. And I think being that person that is still empathetic and still can share my message and be that person to say, you know what, like I really enjoy this. And I didn't enjoy the law for a long time. I didn't enjoy work. And now when you connect with others and you see how meaningful a true connection with somebody can be, like I am so thankful for all three of you. Like we all have three close friendships, and it would not have happened. I would have never met two people in Canada and someone across the country from me if it wasn't for this platform. And I think when you're really true to yourself and you really want to do good for others, I think you shine. And if I can say anything, your life is more valuable than any singular one job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's nicely put. You know what I think about for folks who, they might not be digital first, or they might not care about LinkedIn at all or any other social platform, is I think about another way that you can do this in person that's like quick, free, and you get accurate results. So when I was in my GC life, I started thinking like, there might be something else. And I'm just not sure how to figure that out. And I was nervous to like say that broadly or put that on digital naturally. Yeah. And so what I did is I called, other than my partner, I called two friends that I'd lived with in law school. And to be honest, I almost felt a little bit embarrassed that I was saying to them, like, I'm not sure if I want to be a GC anymore. And, because you have like all these external metrics of success that you're hitting. And I said, I think it might be a little bit more like this. And they both said like, yeah, of course, that makes total sense. And I would never have gotten that data point if I hadn't asked them. So there's lots of things that you can do that are free, that are quick, that don't have to be public facing. They don't have to be digital first, but they can send you on a trajectory that might be a lot more meaningful to how you want to live and how you want to practice. And Christine, when you first started sharing your message, did you do anything that was in real life, like pre this digital brand, that inspired you to start sharing your message more broadly while you were, a CLO of an international company?
We have to remember, I started sharing my message in January 2020, so there was no in real life at that point. And
I think it was us and like 3 other people, okay?
Yeah. But there was nothing in person. There wasn't anything in person for a good year after that. I mean, literally, people weren't meeting for coffee in person. Maybe in Florida, where Brittany's at. Brittany probably was out there at the cocktail events.
Yeah, we're all out hanging out on the beach.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think there's a lot of creators that came out of that time because you kind of felt that driven to connect in a different way. And I saw a lot of people come up in social platforms that way. So when I first started, there really wasn't any in-person kind of things. I will say, though, just kind of taking a different angle on it, when I first got started, the thing that surprised me the most was how quickly relationships, like real relationships, just popped out of it. Lisa Lang was my first. She was the kind of OG of general counsels and posting, and I was so inspired by her. I did a couple of posts, and then I immediately sent her a direct message asking her for her time, which I'm sure now a ton of people did, and she got on the phone with me, and she's still a friend. And there was just so many kind of my in real life data points were the data points that came virtually from connecting behind the scenes in direct messages. You don't have to. You don't have to post to do that. It's nice if you comment on people's work if they're posting before you ask for time. But really, you can just send people a direct message and ask to meet and network, and most people will be very happy to do that.
Yeah, that's beautifully said. And I think that's like a really nice summary of like lift other people first, connect on themes that are meaningful to you, that seem meaningful to them. Find people who are consistently sharing something that they're passionate about. You will find a very nice fit relationship there. And the outcomes of that are not just that you like your career more, but that opportunities that you could never conjure up on your own will be revealed to you, because now you're letting people know how much you care, and it's like a beacon to them to say to you, hey, have you ever thought about this? I mean, that's been my entire experience over the last 3 years. And I know for the 3 of you as well, that has like come in waves. So thank you all so much for sharing your time, your insights, your tips. It's been incredible, as I knew it would, and appreciate you for helping lift an entire industry, my friends.
Thank you. We appreciate you, Chad.
And then Pauline just appears. Okay, Pauline. So I wanted to ask you though, like, you have a massive group of folks that take inspiration from you, and you have a very powerful voice in lifting where this industry is going. How did that feel when you first got into it? You're a practicing lawyer, and you have very strong opinions about where the industry should go for the betterment of lawyers. And what surprised you the most when you first started sharing your gift and your passion?
Really, it's just that I think I was so surprised that other people agreed with me and other people felt the same way. And that's just I think that's the key thing really, was that other people felt the same way, and they were really interested in talking about sharing their experiences, but then also talking about ways that they thought we could move things forward and things that we could change. I think it's so hard to put yourself out there and say these things that you're not really sure if it's just you or if it's just your experience. But then it's like we were talking about in the community panel earlier, nobody is actually truly alone. There's always people out there who agree with you and feel the same way, and who are interested in the same things and want better and want change. Or maybe if you don't want that, then that's fine. There's people out there that actually feel the same way, and I think that was the most surprising. And then, as you were talking about in the panel, I think as Tony was saying, there's a momentum behind it. The more you talk about these things, the more you think about it, the more you connect with other people who have similar thoughts or who have been there, and then how they got out of it or how they did something different or how they started. You build this beautiful momentum and confidence in yourself, and knowing where you want to go and thinking, you know what, I'm pretty sure there's other people who will follow along or who will help me or who will support, who might even jump in front of me and start leading and showing me things. And so it's so scary. It's so scary. But I also, the way I think of it is like, especially online, there's trolls out there, right, who go in there and make all these terrible, terrible comments and are just terrible humans in these online comments. They get to hide behind the sort of anonymity, in a way, of being online. I actually think, though, that that is also the same for if you want to say something that is not the troll version, like the opposite, uplifting, engaging, thinking about solutions. You can still kind of hide behind that keyboard if you really need to start with. It's just one small comment that you make, one small thing that you say. And if it terrifies you and you never want to do it again,
At least you tried.
You tried.
Yeah. Well, I think that's so nicely said. And I think we're going to turn it over now to someone else who is never afraid of trying, never afraid of pushing it a little bit further so that the industry gets better. I'll let you take it away.
Well, I'm so excited to introduce everybody, Brett Colvin, our CEO, one of our co-founders of Goodlawyer, exactly as Chad said, never afraid to try. And all of us, all of the good lawyers out there, everybody on this team, we're so grateful that Brett Colvin tried.
Hello, hello. We're coming at you live from the Toronto Watch Party. Appreciate the kind words, Chad and Pauline. I would think I was just a little too disagreeable for the law firm. And here we are 5 years later, building the future of law with some incredible folks from all over the country and frankly, all over the world. Can we get a little whoop? Yeah. See, we have one of our first ever fractional clients here, my buddy John. He is not a lawyer, but he sure does need them. And John has been kind enough to be our cameraman. And I'm going to introduce you to 4 amazing people, friends of mine. And I'm just going to run through this quick little interview to kill the time until the next panel. So thanks again, everybody. Thank you for everybody that showed up today. And without further ado, let's get going.
Try not to put myself.
Oh, I know. We're on the big screen. Oh, it's delayed. Yeah. Okay. First up, we got Pearl Chan. So I'm hoping you can just tell me, you got 2 minutes, Pearl. Who's Pearl? Why'd you join Goodlawyer? And what's the future of law mean to you?
All right. So I am Pearl. I am a lawyer for the past few months. So I'm a corporate commercial lawyer. I've actually been in-house almost my entire career. So, deep experience in in-house positions. Yeah, so I mean, I'm the largest, GC of public company doing billion-dollar, public afquisitions. But
Pearl's short selling herself. She did the biggest cannabis deal in the history of our country.
In the history of the U.S. At the
America.
time, I guess I haven't really been tracking this, but yeah, and then down to, I don't know if down to is a good way to say it, but also I've been, I guess, GC of a company who is the distributor of as seen on TV products like ShamWow and.
You were ShamWow's lawyer?
ShamWow's lawyer. I was ShamWow's distributor's lawyer. 10-minute abs. That type of thing, right? So I've seen, I would call them in-house departments very, very, very loosely, right? In-house work from kind of all sizes of companies. And
why is Goodlawyer fit into what you're doing? I know you've got a famous actress in the household as well.
Oh, yes. Other than managing my 9-year-old daughter, I have my own career in that, the reason Goodlawyer makes perfect sense to me and why I love being on the platform is having very good, I guess, exposure to a lot of companies, right, while being in-house my entire career. I think, what gets me really excited is being able to kind of meet with founders, executives, management teams, and understand, like, just be able to talk to them about their strategy, right? Like what they've done so far, where they see the future, and why, right? I think that is the exciting part of what I do, and being able to then have a conversation and say, hey, like, here's my perspective, right? As a lawyer with the experience that I do, here's what I think about that, right? then being able to see, you know, some of that conversation, right? Being a part of some of that conversation, and then, you know, being able to, I mean, people always say, oh, you want to contribute meaningfully.
You want to make a difference.
You want to contribute meaningfully. And you really, really do get to, right? Like being an in-house lawyer is a very different role than being an external counsel.
100%.
And so, you know, the thing about the future of law is that I think Goodlawyer with platforms like this, you are connecting, right? The people who really need the in-house lawyers with the in-house lawyers who really want to meet.
So thank you, Pearl. Appreciate you. And you know, when we're putting lawyers on the spot like this, you know, they're all a little nervous like me too. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Pearl. Who we got next?
Hey, how's it going?
Another good friend of mine, Avi Weiss. Did I get that right?
Weiss.
Okay, we're not in Germany. Avi is the founder, another incredible in-house lawyer who turned entrepreneur, founder of CounselWell. Avi, take it away.
All right, thanks, Brett. So I want you to imagine two things. One, that I'm not looking at my phone right now because I had only a couple minutes to grab some
I put
notes.
him on the spot.
All right, so the second thing I want you to imagine is that you've just been shipwrecked on a desolate island. You quickly realize you're the only person there, and to make matters worse, you've never watched Survivor. You have no idea. You have no idea how to build shelter, which berries are safe to eat, how to make a fire, or how to convince snakes that you're their friend. The worst part, through your binoculars, you spot nearby islands where your shipmates have landed. They're thriving, building fires, putting up shelters, and clearly figuring it out. But the worst part is that you can't swim to them. They're too far to swim to these other islands. So that's where CounselWell comes in. Being an in-house lawyer can feel just like this scenario. It's isolating, it's overwhelming. You have no idea where to turn. You're not alone. CounselWell connects you to other in-house lawyers who face the same challenges and can share the tools, strategies, and resources to help you thrive in your role. If you're feeling like you're on your own island, please come join us. My name is Avi Weiss. I'm the founder of CounselWell, and I'd love to welcome you to
How many council members we got here today? Right on,
Awesome.
right on.
Awesome.
Maybe more
Great to see all of
tomorrow.
you.
Okay, thanks, Avi. Appreciate it. Avi Weiss, everybody. My man. We got Naveed here, good lawyer, but that's not what he's going to talk to you about. He's building an AI product that he is in the future already. Junior associate by MindBrain. Tell me what it's all about, my friend.
So yeah, my name is Naveed. I'm the founder and president of Junior Associates. It was about 1.5 years ago. I was actually sitting in a webinar by CounselWell. I saw the co-counsel demo, and that was my aha moment. This is what I want to do. Over the last 1.5 years, I've been leading a team of developers, data scientists. We've been training a large language model on Canadian law and making it fit in lawyers' practices. To be able to expand the capacity of lawyers, small, medium-sized practitioners that have
of all practice areas, corporate. Where are you playing?
We've gathered all the laws across Canada, federal, provincial, and we're training the language model on all of it. You can do document generation. There's a litigation hub that's specific for litigators, but all the practice areas they can use the platform. So please check us out, juniораssociate.com. I also want to say that the company wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Goodlawyer.
Oh, my man.
The fact that I could take on clients when I need to take on clients and pay my bills and then focus on the company was really helpful, and so I'm grateful for it.
And we're going to put Junior Associate in the hands of good lawyers all over the place, aren't
That's
we?
right. Yeah.
Right on, brother.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, my friend. All right, we got one more to go. And then if I still have time, I have to pull John back in here or something. We got Shanaz here. Shanaz has been a good lawyer for how long now?
Like almost 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah,
one of our OGs. Shanaz, tell me about you and about why you decided to join Goodlawyer and how it fits.
Okay, so in a pandemic world, I had created my business, which I still have, which is Fashion by Law.
Fashion by Law, great name.
Yeah, and so essentially, like with COVID, there was no need. Like the further you were away from essential, the harder it was for your clients to kind of do events and things like that. And so Goodlawyer actually reached out to me on LinkedIn, and it came at a perfect time because
slid into those DMs.
Yes, you did. And basically, it's just allowed me to kind of build my practice and also be introduced and connected to other great, entrepreneurs, startups. I love the fact that there's such a great support system with like the administrative factor with it. And so that way I can really focus on my work and not just trying to do the hustle of like getting clients in the door per se. And the community building aspect of it, like you have that support. So for me, it's really worked out. It gives me the flexibility to just do what I want to do and tap in when I need to. And it's a great work-life balance. So.
Appreciate that. Well, we love our OGs, and I got to admit, the community dynamic of Goodlawyer was one of the biggest surprises.
Yeah.
When we built it, it was this fixed fee marketplace, and now we're rolling into the fractional and in-house space. But one of the coolest unexpected sort of outcomes was that Slack channel. That's just popping off all the time.
Yeah.
Good lawyers talking to good lawyers, getting support, sharing their wins, and it's been pretty incredible to see.
I love it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you,
all four of you, for being willing to do that on the spot. I'm a little shaky up here. I could feel it too. John, get back over here, buddy.
Sure.
Oh, we got Lisa Tan. Appreciate you. I know I've seen you sitting in the back there. Have we picked up any nuggets today?
Picked up many nuggets.
Yeah. Anything that you can articulate?
Well, I think,
nice hat, by the way.
thank you. Yeah, it's a beautiful merchandise.
Logo,
new logo here, a new logo here. Right, put it right on the jacket. Things that I've learned is that the support system that's available to lawyers, especially in this room and through everybody today, on the feed, is pretty incredible to see how you guys support each other. And also understanding how AI is going to play a factor into what you do. But it's one of those things where this isn't going to replace you. This is only going to make you better and more efficient and be able to help many more startups and businesses in a faster manner.
I love that. And maybe as I wrap here and we send it back to the main stage with Chad and Pauline, I had the opportunity to meet one of the founders of DeepMind up at the University of Alberta, because that's where they were. That was like the second headquarters for Google DeepMind. And this is the guy that built the first AI that could write the bar exam. And he passed the bar exam in Japan. And I remember sitting on a panel with him, and he said, a slide that I still have cropped in my library: AI is not going to replace lawyers. Lawyers that don't embrace AI will be replaced. So with that, Chad and Pauline, back to you.
Thank you so much, Brett. That was so awesome.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. We're doing it live.
That was so awesome. Honestly, Chad, there is nothing that I love more than seeing the lawyers. I love seeing the lawyers in the network. I love them talking about why they love Goodlawyer. I found something different for myself, and there's nothing better than seeing our lawyers find something for themselves that works for them. It might not be my path, might not be the things that I'm doing exactly and how I'm doing it, but the best part is that they're doing it for exactly why they need to do it, how they want it, and it's a win-win. They get everything. People always tell you, you can't have everything you love. You can, you actually can.
I think the part that's cool is that, whether you're in a law firm, whether you're full-time in-house, whether you're a fractional lawyer, like whatever the thing is for you, that's beautiful. The work that we're trying to help everyone build the skills on today is figuring out what is that thing that you really want to do. There's no universal truth. It's for you. And so, whether it's some of the folks like Pearl and Shnaz that you just heard from today, Pauline, who, still does it as part of her life, or folks like Angie Jackson, who are inside Uber, like there are so many ways that you can design your career. It's not the outcome that's the point. The part is the inputs, and those are the skills that we're trying to build so that, the outcome naturally reveals itself. And so, Brett, not many people could just play color commentary like that. We knew that you'd hit it out of the park. So, thanks to everyone at the Toronto Watch Party for sharing your day with us and sharing all your insights with us. And now we're going to go into something that was one of the first pieces that when Brett and I were designing this idea for a summit, that I said, we got to have this, which is I wanted a demo around GPTs. Like, I don't want to just talk about the value of AI and should we use it, should we not use it, I want someone to actually show you. And so when I started thinking about, I want to see a demo done, there's only one person that came to my mind. And, Laura Jeffords Greenberg is that person for me. She is the person where if you need to figure out what everything is from start to you have a full Gen AI built into your practice, Laura talks about it all the time on LinkedIn. She shows video clips, she shows tips, and she really took it by storm because, I think, Laura, this is, within the last year plus, you have dove into this head first. It's incredible. And so glad to have Laura here who's going to give us a demo. Before I turn it over to her, though, we also have some exciting news that Laura just announced right before the summit. I wish I could say we all timed it together, but it was fortunate for us that this timing worked out that, Laura has an incredible new role where she's the legal director and head of AI Legal Academy at Wordsmith AI. And, I think what we're talking about today, which is if you share what you care about, what your natural gifts are, and you build community around you, the right results find you. And, Laura is sharing her time coming all the way from Copenhagen to do this with us. She's up late. She's sharing her time, her insights, her tips. Laura, thank you so much. Take it away.
First of all, thank you for having me and thank you for that very generous introduction. So today we're going to look at how you can use Gen AI tools in your everyday practice. And I've got a short amount of time and I'm going to try to cram something in for everyone. So getting started, let's just set the table. What can generative AI do so that we all understand generative AI creates new and unique content, right? That's something that previous machine learning and AI couldn't do. Generative AI also interacts across software. But the big question with generative AI is, can it reason like a human? Can it reason like a lawyer? And I think a lot of us are in agreement, we haven't reached the point where generative AI is actually reasoning like a human. So we lawyers can leverage this tool to help us in our reasoning and in our analysis. So I think that's an important distinction, that these are tools to help us do our jobs better. One of the other clarifications I also want to make is that AI is not 100% accurate, and it's also not going to do 100% of your job. It is not a magic bullet. So let's just say if AI can do 80% of your job, that would be great. So what does that look like? Well, in the beginning, you've got to actually get some information together and structure your prompt or your strategy, how you're solving the problem. So you've got to do 5 to 10% of the work. Then you're using the AI tool and you're interacting with it. So that also is work on your part. Then at the end, you should probably validate what comes out of that. I never copy and paste anything straight out of generative AI. And so you're going to want to put your own spin on it or then do some work on the end. So that's really what working with AI looks like across a broad range of problems. And so today I want to quickly cover general prompting, research, drafting, assistance, and then give you a bonus tip. I'm going to show you ChatGPT, Claude, not Copilot because I'm not a fan. Also Perplexity and Notebook LM. These are a lot of tools that lawyers are using, and I wanted to give you a flavor of it. And I also just wanted to say at this point, right, we were looking a lot at use cases, but there's so much more functionality in these tools now that you really just need to jump in and start using the tools. And so I'm showcasing more of the functionality than necessarily use cases, although I will be talking about them. So I just want to start out with this first prompt. Please create a photorealistic image of the Good Lawyer's Future of Virtual Law Summit, and then I gave it a web page. This is a very basic prompt, and I wanted to create an image. Here is the image. Now this doesn't look very good. It doesn't look like a computer. There's weird scales somewhere. So I think some of you who maybe have not used generative AI is like, oh my, is that going to do the same to my work and what I put in if I'm using text or something like that? Well, I want to assure you that the reason that this photo is so bad is my fault. It's because of what I actually put into it. I did not give the generative AI tool enough information. So I want to show you what's going on behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, what actually happened. So my prompt is a very simple sentence with absolutely no detail. In the background, AI is actually converting that into a system prompt, and you can see that it's actually made it into a paragraph with a lot of information so that it could actually generate an image. So here, I've not given generative AI enough to actually create something that I want. Now, why is this important? because AI is going to fill in the blanks, and likely it's going to give you something that you don't want if you're not giving it enough context or information. So I like to say treat generative AI like a legal intern or a new associate. You're not gonna go over to a new associate first day on the job and just drop a 40-page partnership agreement on them and ask them to give you something back with zero instructions or context. You're gonna get back something that's not great. The same would happen when you use generative AI. So now, if you're just getting started, this is a strategy that can help you solve that problem of making sure that you can fill in enough information, and I've called it WRAPs. So what is WRAPs? Well, first, the W stands for what? What is the expected output? Do you want an email? Do you want a contract? Do you want slides? What do you actually want it to create? The next is the role. Describe you or the generative AI's role in the output. Do you want to say, I am an in-house counsel working for a SaaS company? Or do you want to say, act like a general counsel of a Fortune 500 company? How do you want the AI to operate? Next is the audience. Who's the recipient of the output? Is it a bunch of 5-year-olds or is it a CEO? That's really going to change the result. Next is the purpose. What is the main objective? This is different from the what. The main objective, are you trying to persuade someone? Are you trying to gather information? Are you trying to answer a question? And then lastly, the scope. And this is where you provide the additional context and instructions and limitations, maybe a contract clause or a background about what your company does to give the generative AI more information to accurately answer your request. I think it skipped a slide there, but that's okay. We'll jump right into research. So there were a couple other slides there, which I will just mention to you that one of my favorite prompts is tell me how to do this. So, or tell me more information that you need, right? So you can say, I want to do X. Tell me what information you need to do that. And then that prompts a conversation with generative AI to gather more information from you to give you a better result. Now, research is really interesting because this has evolved over time. So this is a slide from January 2024 where I said ChatGPT is not a search engine, so don't use it as one. Well, that has changed. So here's a quick video of using ChatGPT 4.0 where it is searching the internet. So I've asked what is the Goodlawyer to see if I could throw it off a little bit there. But it actually has gone in and given me a summary of Goodlawyer. It has gone and then cited all of the sources that it used to create the summary. So you can go to those different websites and even provided the company's website. So now you know where ChatGPT is actually getting its information. Another tool that people use is Perplexity, and I'm going to ask the same question there, and it's going to provide a very similar answer or result where, again, it's summarizing, but then providing you sources so that you can go and check that information. That's what was missing before from these generative AI tools, and now we have that. Unfortunately for Claude users, Claude does not have access to the internet and it has a knowledge cutoff date of April 2024. So you need to think about that when you're using Claude. Now moving on to drafting. Again, so much has changed. So let me show you ChatGPT 4.0 with Canvas. This is now my new favorite tool. So I said, help me draft an NDA. I did not give it enough information, so it's giving me something very generic. So then I said, can you please customize this for California? And it's going to go in and you can see that it's changed the jurisdiction only. And now I've asked, can you review it for suggestions? So this is something that I really like. So ChatGPT wrote this full of legalese, and I said, give me some suggestions to make it easier to read. And it highlighted the whole thing. I hit one of them, and you can see now it's transforming this into something that is much more easy to read. It also has a suggestion for the term, so I said, yep, let's do that. And then my favorite part about Canvas is that you can actually go in and edit it. So I don't have to ask the ChatGPT to edit it for me, but I can go in there and actually make the edits myself. And then after that, I can go ahead and download that as a Word document. So that really has transformed things, and generative AI has come a long way. Now I want to show the same thing with Claude. And with Claude, I've asked the same question to draft an NDA. Now you can see that it's drafting it on one side, and the other side, Claude is providing me some information. And then one of the things why people like Claude is because at the end, it actually has suggestions for next steps and what would you like it to do. So here I've asked it to change it to California law. And unlike ChatGPT, it's actually starting to put in references to California code. And so that's what I was asking it to do. I wasn't familiar with the California Uniform Trade Secrets Act. So then I'm chatting with it now about what that is, reading that, and then saying, okay, can you please go in and put a summary of that over here into my NDA. One of the downsides with Claude is that you can't download it as a Word document. Some other things that you can use ChatGPT for contracting. One of my favorites is to really create negotiation tables or position tables. So the example here is I've taken clauses from an MSA, I've taken the customer feedback, I've taken, when I was at Worksum's position, I asked ChatGPT to propose a compromise or response to these differing opinions. And then next I said, okay, what's going to be the impact on that actual clause if we use the compromise or response? And that's a great way to figure out what your next steps are or to prepare for a negotiation. Next, I call this very generally assistance, but this is moving forward in using GPTs and also using Claude's projects and using Notebook LM. So there are really two ways I think that you can approach problems, and you need to think about how you're approaching your problem when you're working with more advanced solutions in AI. So for me, a lot of times I start at A and then I know I need to get to B, but I don't know what I'm doing in the middle. Sometimes it's not really relevant. I don't need it to be super structured. Right? Another way that you can solve a problem, especially if you've had a process that you've done over and over again, is you have a very methodical way to get from A to B. This is important to know on the outset. Are you have no idea how you're going to get from A to B, or do you already have a set process in place? This is important because generative AI at this point is not great with complex or multi-step tasks. It's getting better with the newer models. So if we go with the very structured response, you already know what all your steps are. You can use generative AI by saying, my goal is X. Here are the steps. Please complete 1 and then move to 2 and have it, walk through all the steps. However, if you have no idea how to get from A to B, you can ask it. You can say, hey, my goal is X. Let's think this through step by step. Then the generative AI will actually list out the different steps that you need to get from A to B. And then you can ask it to say, all right, let's do 1, let's do 2, let's do 3. And then you can have it walk you through all of those steps. This is important for creating GPTs. So I created a GPT called Naming Your Baby in Denmark. I don't know if people know this, but there's an official name list in Denmark. When my son was born here, his name was not on the list. So I had to figure out how to get his name on the list, and I've made a GPT out of that. What I did is I actually wrote down all the steps and instructions, and I uploaded that to a GPT. So then the GPT is following this complex set of instructions. If you really want to up your game with GPTs, because I said there'd be a little bit something for everyone, check out Alison Morell's GitHub. I have a link to this. I can also share it later. There, she really is telling you how to build a better GPT and more complex ones that are leveraging code. So this is what my Naming Your Baby in Denmark GPT looks like. It's super easy to do this. So you see that there's 2 tabs where configure, I'm showing you my knowledge to the documents that I've uploaded to my GPT, and then the instructions that I've given it to actually refer to the instructions I've uploaded. I've configured this, but if you go over to the other Create tab, it'll walk you through creating this. So I encourage everyone, if you have ChatGPT, try to create your own GPT. It's really easy and it helps you do that. Now, Claude has something similar called projects, where you can really talk with a source of documents. And that's really great if I was trying to build a compliance program, and I wanted to upload all of our compliance documents and be able to talk with them. But unfortunately, I hit a limit that Claude really just didn't allow me to upload all of the knowledge that I wanted. So I ended up giving up on that. Now, I don't want to be too negative on Claude. So there is a way to build agents with Claude. Again, if you want to take it to the next level, I recommend Ali K. Miller's How to Build a Claude Agent for Non-Engineers. I mean, the really cool thing about generative AI is that we can become legal engineers. We can have generative AI write code, develop applications and programs. So that's really what excites me about generative AI. And here's your bonus tip as I'm trying to get in under time. Notebook LM, all you need is your Google account. The cool thing about this is it's like talking to documents, so you can upload your documents. Here I've uploaded all of my LinkedIn posts about asynchronous communication, and from my documents, the notebook can generate an FAQ, a study guide, a table of contents, a timeline, or a briefing document. I can have conversations with it. But one of the coolest use cases is that you can create a podcast with this. So I've created a 20-minute podcast based on all of my information about leading with asynchronous communication. Some lawyers have told me that what they do is they get all those email updates or maybe briefs from, their state bar associations. They get all of this information and they'll upload it in here, create a podcast, download the podcast, then they listen to it in the car, on the plane, or while they're running. So it's a really great way to take information and transform it into a way that you can use it and consume it in another medium. So that's really fun, and I really enjoy that. I want to leave you with the idea that generative AI is rooted in language. And this is an area where you already excel. So all you need to do is jump in and start using the tool. And you don't need to know anything else. You just need to interact with it how you would, communicating with another human, and you with your precision of language, then you'll be good to go. So thank you so much. I really appreciate this. Please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Oh my gosh. Pauline and I were looking at each other going like, wow, it's amazing. It's so amazing, Laura, like the resources that you built and how you extract so much value from the effort you've already put in. And I think the biggest part is that, for everyone watching, and of course, there's very few people at Laura's level, but like she was saying at the end, is that like she didn't start there. She just started by testing and trying it out. You don't even have to test it and try it out for legal things if you don't want to. You can make a shopping list. But I think the point is to start like building the muscle of consistency to like bring the fear factor of the newness down. And once you get over that fear of the new, then you'll start building the, like skills and expertise. And, Wordsmith AI just snagged a legend because that was incredible, Laura. We'll definitely be sending you the recording so that you can just be using that everywhere you go in your roadshow. It's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you so much, Laura, for sharing your time, coming all the way from Denmark. We are going to send it to KJ Lee, who is the VP of Finance at Humi, our flagship sponsor, who is going to be the moderator for the next panel. Beautiful segue to be called Robots and Lawyers. Good thing about KJ and our panelists, they're not robots. They're not, KJ's not a lawyer. So they will bring the human element to how these two things that we thought for so long were mutually exclusive actually are very complementary. And KJ has just been such a pleasure to work with, such a professional, both, as a finance leader and as the moderator of this panel. And he has a superstar, rock star panel of, AI and legal tech legends on there. So KJ, I'm going to kick it over to you to lead this panel.
All right, thanks for the warm intro. Well, everybody, welcome to our Robots and Lawyers panel. Like I said, my name is KJ Lee, VP of Finance at Humi, which is Canada's only platform for payroll, HR, benefits, and now Shred. We are thrilled to be the flagship sponsor of this summit. I hope everybody's enjoyed this incredible day so far, packed with amazing speakers and practical tips. And dare I say, this panel might be the best one of the day. High expectations. Super excited to be moderating this panel because AI is no longer just a far-fetched idea. We come a long way from the IBM Watson days, and it's an absolute game changer for how lawyers practice, innovate, and deliver value to our clients. But at the same time, we have so many tools and information right now. I heard somewhere that almost $1 trillion has been invested into AI, and cost of AI is almost less than $1 now for an average user on a monthly basis. Pretty amazing how far we come along in the last 2 years. So it can be very overwhelming. I find it overwhelming to figure out where exactly to start. So that's why we have this amazing and inspiring panel of legal tech and Gen AI legends here today to guide us through the noise. And the commitment to everybody watching this today is to provide with very practical tips to build your legal tech and AI skills in a way that fits how you lawyer. So with that, let me introduce this amazing panel. So I want to start by saying that Jessica Nguyen unfortunately was not able to join us today. I think there's some this crazy bomb cyclone going on in the other coast. So she's not able to join, but wishing her the best for her and her family. But we have Joshua Lennon here, lawyer in residence at Clio. Who doesn't know Clio? Recently did that massive round. Congratulations. It's probably the biggest legal practice management platform there is today. Josh always delivers an inspiring amount of passion for how legal tech, AI, and data can move lawyers and law firms forward. And what I heard is when he's not on this panel, that you can find Josh traveling all over the world, helping lawyers and law firms make their business better with Clio. So warm welcome for Joshua. And Cecilia Zaniti, CEO and founder of GCAI, which delivers exceptional AI for in-house counsel through generating drafts, up to the minute legal advice, and higher quality reviews. If you've ever seen Cecilia present at a conference, you'll know the impact she has in transforming the way lawyers think about AI. And I think she'll do that here, but I hope everybody walks away from her presentation shocked at how easy she makes it feel for lawyers to legal tech and AI. If you haven't yet, go to her website, check out her amazing video. I did that last night. Super easy, very practical. So appreciate you joining us here, Cecilia. So we're in for a treat. Thank you, everybody, for sparing your time to join us. Let's dive in. So today, I would like to start with Joshua. So as a Clio's lawyer in residence, you've been at the forefront of legal tech education. In your experience, what's been the biggest barrier stopping lawyers from benefiting AI-enabled legal technology, and how do you overcome these challenges?
So I think that's a great question. One is there a barrier to lawyers using legal AI? And the second, I think, inherent question that you're asking, or implicit, is are there barriers within the tool for using AI? And I think that's a slightly separate question. So in 2023, as a part of Clio's Legal Trends Report, we actually surveyed over 1,000 legal professionals asking, are they adopting AI? And at the time, it was about 1 in 5. As a part of our 2024 follow-up, we surveyed again over 1,000 legal professionals. And in 2023, it was 1 out of 5 were using AI. In 2024, it's now 4 out of 5. I don't think there's a barrier towards accessing these AI tools. But the implicit question is there a barrier in using them as a part of legal practice? And I think there is. So the most common tool that our survey respondents were using were generic publicly available tools like ChatGPT. And those tools have amazing functionality and can help lawyers with a lot of different tasks associated with the business side of law, but may not be the right fit for the practice of law. And this is, I think, the big barrier is, as we've seen in repeated studies from groups like Stanford, that when asked about legal questions, we often see that the rate of hallucination for generic AI is high. In some instances, it was tested as high as 70 to 80%, depending upon the tool they were using. And so, is there a barrier to accessing these tools? No. Is there a barrier upon which tool you should be using for which task? Yes. I think legal does have a need for specific legal-focused tools that use retrieval augmentation, or that RAG that you'll hear over and over again, to make sure that it's pulling from the right information. That might be the right information about your jurisdiction. It might be the fact that it's weighting more recent information higher than past information, like if there's been an overturned case within your jurisdiction. And so, yeah, very few barriers to grabbing these tools, but some barriers depending upon how you're using them.
Very cool. Thanks for that answer. And I love that point about hallucination. So, not a robot, not a lawyer, but I do deal with accounting law sometimes here. And what I've noticed with the publicly available tools like ChatGPT is that the level of hallucination is outside of my comfort, where I don't know if the finding, based on the suggestion that I get from ChatGPT, is going to withstand the critical eyes of my auditors on an annual basis. So I've actually stopped using that tool specifically for the application of revenue recognition here at Humi. But Cecilia, I'm sure you've dealt with hallucination, building out the tool. Like, do you have any tips to tips and cautionary tales to share about hallucination?
Yeah. So look, first of all, thanks for having me. Super excited to be with this group. And Joshua's stat that he just gave that 80% of us are embracing Gen AI. That makes me so happy. Like, literally, I haven't seen a technology really be driven and adopted so quickly since like the mobile phone when I worked for Apple. And so this idea that I'm really proud of our profession for embracing this, and people say these mean things about lawyers. And what I think they don't realize is how creative and smart lawyers are. So literally thinking about our go-to-market, I'm like, lawyers are really smart. Dealing with words, Frankensteining contracts, having a critical eye to spot those hallucinations, we're actually just about the best profession to do that. I felt so strongly about that, I literally quit my job and founded GCAI. So that's the background. But to your question on hallucinations, so look, I actually think the term hallucinations does it a disservice. Because you're thinking, oh, okay, the AI is on drugs or something, and it has this sort of like baggage. But the technical reason for this gets back to something that Joshua said, which is that commercial AIs, they basically want to save money. And so they are not effectively chunking the document correctly to be able to give you that exact quote. Now, it happens in kind of interesting ways, right? So you might ask ChatGPT, what is the customer, does the customer have an obligation to assist? Okay. If you just straight ask that question, ChatGPT might come back and say, yes, Section 7. Come to find, you look at Section 7, it doesn't say customer shall assist. It says customer shall provide assistance upon the occurrence of 3 really difficult conditions. And you and I know, everyone listening here knows, and you don't have to be a lawyer to tell that those are different things. And so our initial feature set at GCAI was aimed at that. It's like, how can I get this from kind of cocktail party thing where you're asking for interview questions, AI girlfriend, recipes, whatever, to actually like something that I can use in my day-to-day work, because our jobs are word-based jobs, right? So KJ, I can imagine you love using Excel. I don't, it gives me hives. I much prefer, prose, right? And so like this idea that I'm really good at text and AI is too, let's make it so that we can use that. And I think hallucinations, honestly, was the biggest thing on our roadmap. So, in terms of reducing it, my thing is use a dedicated tool where we've built our own PDF parser, our own web scraper, and the proof is in the pudding. Like, this is why I would be maybe moderately skeptical of products that don't allow you to try them first. Again, lawyers are smart. Get in there and try it. Load up a contract and ask something. Ask a question that you know. We had an example this morning where somebody asked about essentially where they should place a server. And we're asking about the intersection of Brazilian privacy law and kind of other privacy law, and was able to use the AI to get to an answer. And she knew the answer, but she wanted to see how different AIs handle it. There's a Reddit thread on this issue where somebody's like, I have a trash fire of an NDA that I like to upload to the different tools and see if they're going to recognize the different things that I've messed up in that NDA. And, artificial examples are not the best, but I guess my thing is like, if you want to learn to spot hallucinations, or if you want to get over that, use the products, see where they're happening. And then, I guess I don't intend this to be marketing, but we spent a lot of time on GCAI, and, would love to have you try a trial and see how how the hallucinations are reduced.
I like that. Let the product speak for itself. Try it out and see what it produces.
Exactly, 100%.
It's amazing. Yeah, I don't think everybody should be like afraid to try out multiple tools. Again, it's amazing how just how much things have happened in the last 2 years and how many tools are out there. So I 100% agree with try the product first, get your feet wet, and see what happens. That's amazing. Oh, back to you, Joshua. Switching gear a little bit. If you were a law firm lawyer or a law firm owner right now, what is the first thing you do to assess the value of a new AI-enabled legal tech tool to see if it would actually add value to the business?
Ooh, that is a great question. So I think the first thing that I would do is ask it to rewrite, like Katia was talking about with the trash NDA. Ask it to rewrite a not confidential communication, but to do so in a way that is targeted towards a particular type of client or a particular community. So take, for example, your website and ask it to take a look at your website and say, I am trying to be convincing and appealing to people with a high school education and no familiarity with this legal process. What changes would you recommend that I make to my website? And you'll be surprised at how much jargon we tend to include in our legal writing for the public, how our grammar is often based around qualifications. Like, look, I just said our grammar is often based around that, right? Instead of our grammar is just messed up when speaking to normal people. It'll give you a good sense of, can a generative AI tool actually work with me and with the people at whom I'm aiming this communication? And you'll be surprised at how fast it can operate. One exercise that I pitch as a part of Clio's education is we've done secret shoppers surveys of law firms and how they deal with prospective clients. And we only have 6 things that we look for in like an email or a phone conversation. And yet we still see over and over again that law firms fail to meet 6 simple points, like a friendly tone, mention that they've handled this type of case before, mention what the next step's going to be. And so take those 6 points from our secret shopper and just draft a reply email to your ideal client. And you'll see that it will come up with, the 1 to 2 paragraphs that you need, and you're good to go. This will show you the value of AI as a transformative tool and how you can then apply it in a lot of different scenarios.
Very cool. Thanks for that tip. Cecilia, I actually, there is a part of like AI that always sort of, gets me a little bit skeptical. So I don't know if anybody has like tried this exercise, but go to ChatGPT and get this like prompt around, based on what you know about me, create an image of me. You're gonna find some like very interesting things. So like let's sort of worry about using tools with like when it comes to AI. How do you think we can maintain that trust and confidentially? That's probably very critical to client relationship while being able to leverage these tools. How do you find that balance?
Yeah, so I would say that the state bar guidances, and I think the provinces have put some out too, are a good place to start. So the California bar guidance basically says what you might expect, which is when using these tools, treat them the way and diligence them the way that you would offline tools, right? So, or any other kind of tech, right? So fun historical fact that in 1995, the State Bar of Illinois put out a huge opinion on whether email, like literally the use of email, broke privilege. And the question was, okay, maybe your ISP can read it, it has hops in transit, and this was a real question. And to the state of Illinois' credit, they took public comment. They were really diligent about this. And the opinion came out. Now it's funny to think about, but the opinion was like, no, it doesn't break privilege. Just make sure you have security settings turned on, you have passwords, you kind of this sort of confidentiality hygiene. And I would say that I'm really struck that the conversation around AI, I think we're over that now with the confidentiality and the training. But in our case at GCAI, we are SOC 2 compliant. We have zero data retention with various of our model providers. And it's something that our customers, for obvious reasons, are asking. And that's the question that you should have is like, okay, when I input something in this tool, useful for it to have a history for me, but what is happening with that data? And, of course, eventually people ask us all the time, is this going to get better with my own queries? And, yes, it should, and it will. But really separating out the kind of diligencing of that, I would say, is kind of step one in trust. But I also want to talk about, that's kind of like technical trust. But trust is really like all of us that have been in software. Trust is really like, does the product do what it says it's going to do? Does it work? Does it make me happy? Right? Like I have huge trust, in this piece of glass I carry around with me all day because it works. Like it gives me what I need. All my apps are there. And it's just like the experience itself. And so one thing that I think has been underestimated in our profession is how much like the user experience and really like, what does a lawyer do all day? You guys will laugh at this, but I get investors literally asking me like, oh, you're a lawyer. Like, do you go to court? Like stuff like that, which is like, I thought you would think you were past that, but relatively sophisticated investors that kind of like, assume that I'm cross-examining people every day. Like, that's not a thing, right? So I would say the two parts of trust, definitely there's like the technical side and, happy to give resources on that, but also this idea that, taking this new leap to use AI, like what's the experience going to be? Is it for me? Do you like it? That kind of thing.
Very cool. Joshua, kind of going back to you and pulling around this like regulatory trends. Do you see like any like emerging regulatory trends around AI that legal profession and lawyers should monitor right now?
Yeah, actually, that's a great question as well. And so there are lots of regulations coming out about AI. If you look at the National Center for State Legislatures, they're keeping track of all of these different proposed bills that deal with AI. But there's also a whole host of existing law that applies to AI as well. Especially when you look at data privacy, we're going to see that the use of personal data can be regulated by things that exist. Now, probably the most on target legislation that we've seen is the EU AI Act that's come out of the European Union. And interestingly, it's all about more transparency in the use of AI, different types of due diligence that might be required depending upon the use case for AI. For example, government using it to make decisions about benefits, right, is a higher risk and therefore requires more disclosure and more testing. And the last bit is they're trying to make sure that there is a human element to the use of artificial intelligence as well, and that these things aren't just allowed to kind of operate without supervision. And I think that's actually a good thing, but it's not something that lawyers are unfamiliar with. We've often relied upon third-party services, non-lawyer legal professionals, and had oversight duties over them. And so just as if, your paralegal wrote a brief for you or your junior associate wrote a memo for you and you would look it over and make sure one, was both correct and two, fit its use case and its target audience. This is the exact same thing that we're going to be doing with AI. And so we have this muscle. It's just about applying it to this new tool.
Gotcha. And, the reason I have to ask these questions is I'm terrified of Skynet. So I just got to make sure that, that does not come into fruition. But I get that from this professional perspective. This is a muscle that's been developed for a long time. Just another tool that the people can use to sort of create additional leverage in their day-to-day. Well, I promised this was going to be a lot about practical stuff. So, Shelia, back to you. I want to start with asking about what are some really low-risk, easy starting points for firms, and especially, in-house teams to experiment with AIs in their workflows?
Yeah, so the use cases for Gen AI, and I don't know, am I allowed to share screen? Will that work?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, then I can do that and go through them. Okay, so I'm going to give you exact use cases here. Let me see if I can do that. All right, 1 second. Oops. Okay, so people talk about use cases, and it's almost like kind of quaint, but the sort of like thing that I want to mostly impress upon you is think about Gen AI as a really smart, occasionally overeager college intern who has read the entire internet. Okay, like, so stick with me for this metaphor. But the core idea, in fact, let me go ahead and pull that up, is basically that we've got, you know what, actually, let's see. The basic idea, let's see, find the right slide, 1 second. Hang on. But so as our intern, basically AI will do what you ask it in a very kind of almost like overeager way, right? So if you tell AI, do you know what time it is? Of course, the answer is it's 12:26 Pacific time, but AI will answer yes. It's like a little bit too precise. And so you kind of want to be super precise when you ask. In terms of use cases though, think of it as like, it's read the entirety of the internet. So if it exists on the internet, probably going to give you a pretty good answer, right? So ask about GDPR, Lord knows there's been volumes of ink written on the internet about that. It's pretty good. Ask it about like a little bit more obscure of a topic. Let's say you do ERISA law, although that's federal, so it's probably a bad example, but some municipal law, not as good. But the low-hanging fruit is what Joshua said in terms of use cases. So let me go through those. I'll share screen and see if that'll come up. 1 second. All right. And y'all can see my screen now, right? Yeah, okay, great. All right, so distilling information. This is what I would recommend people brand new to AI try, right? So you've got, regulatory guidance that's 15 pages, and you're like, hey, give me an overview of that regulatory guidance, right? Or you got a letter from a regulator, and of course you read it, but you've got to update your executive team. Gen AI, give me 8 to 10 bullets on exit, on whatever it is. These kinds of use cases, why are they good? Well, in a distillation task, you are telling the AI what it is that you're giving it the 4 corners. Everybody remember contract law? There's like the 4 corners of the contract. Okay, when you are working with AI, giving it the document from which to source is going to reduce your hallucinations. And it's also like, you know what you need to type, right? You've got the document there. So I always tell people, think of AI as like, if you literally need like hands-on keyboard to kind of express what you know you need to say already, that's a really good use case. So I'd say distilling is probably just the simplest. Like, okay, give me the 4 factors of fair use, or give me the basics of how to comply with the TCPA. Or, in Canada, there was the Canadian, the Modern Anti-Slavery Act, got a lot of questions about that. That's just like, hey, give me the basics. And you can play with that tone, right? You could have it give it to you in the voice of a pirate, of course, a ridiculous example, but more down to earth, you can say, hey, I need this summary for the marketing team, and maybe it'll focus more on marketing. Or I need this for the finance team, and it'll be in a little bit different tone. Extreme example of this, I can actually show you on the product. So we have a set prompt, teach me a topic for 3 audiences, okay? And you can start off explaining it to me like I'm a senior partner. Use cases and citations, so you tell it what you want. Second way to explain it like I'm in-house. Maybe I don't care as much about the citations. Or the third one, assume you're explaining it to business people. They care about the law as applied. Use no more than a 12th grade reading level. So you can get really specific with what you want. And here's the examples, right? In this case, we asked about the Magnuson-Moss Warranty Act, a regulation around warranties. And you can see how the AI deals with that, right? It's giving you the code reference in the first example, case law, etc. And then through to the business person, you can say, hey, it's a rule book for warranties on products we sell. It says we have to be clear about our warranties and for how long. And the thing about AI is it doesn't get tired. You can ask it for another rev. You're like, hey, it's not quite right. And as we know, like as lawyers, landing the message and kind of really making it about the client or the stakeholder that you're working with, that's like makes you a better lawyer. And so, yeah, of course, it saves the time of like typing out what the Warranty Act means, but being able to home in on that specific thing, I'm really bullish on kind of the distillation and sort of like help me land the message use case. That's kind of use case one. I can go on all day. I have 50 use cases, but want to kind of break. But I would say if you're brand new to AI, do something like that. Try that kind of sort of distillation task where it's maybe a topic that you know already. You just need to have a piece of writing about it.
Very cool. Appreciate the screen share. I always love these actual thing. I'm a visual learner. If I don't see it, I can't learn it. So really appreciate that.
Of course.
Back to you, Joshua. And I wanted like it's almost like, talking to you is like talking to like kind of like Google kind of here. Like you have visibility to so much data because, Clio to me is probably like the #1 practice management for lawyers. And I'm curious, as you're thinking about, like next year's plannings and stuff like that, what are some interesting areas, you can use leverage AI to think about planning for the next year sort of, like let's call it budgeting cycle. Talk to a finance guy here.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so we're actually currently building a tool to help law firms in Clio's practice management software do something just like that. And so for years now, we've been publishing key performance indicators for law firms, things like utilization rate, realization rate, collection rate. What is your annual lockup? And how does that impact your cash flow? But what we're seeing is lawyers oftentimes, just like Kajila was saying, want that text-based interaction with it. They don't want to see a spreadsheet, even like a really well-designed graph sometimes. Just isn't what they want. They just want to ask a question and get an answer. So we're integrating a chat-based tool in Clio Manage that we're calling Clio Duo. And you can use it to ask questions like, what is my average collection rate with this client or by this practice area? What is my utilization rate? What's the total revenue to date that we've earned this year from this lawyer? Right? And those types of questions then come back with a quick calculated answer and help lawyers really understand and drill down into their own data in a way that you couldn't do before. And so just like we saw, like summarize this document for me, you can have this summarize or distill this data for me. And that one's really interesting, I think, because it takes the management of your law firm and just supercharges it, right? What don't I know and how can I find that information quickly is something that AI can help every law firm accomplish.
Very cool. I feel like, to a certain extent, that's kind of taking away my job as a finance person because I could imagine people, like would ping a finance or a data person to say, hey, like how many billable hours is this person tracking here today? Give me a quick pivot table. And that's like a person doing it right now. And sounds like step 2 of this evolution is to actually have a chatbot, some type of interface that can give you this data in real time, which would be super powerful.
Well, if I could interject there, KJ, I think that fear, right, is will AI take my job? That's not entirely unfounded. We've always seen with every industrial revolution that increases in productivity impact like employment and hiring and certain types of jobs, right? And what's been interesting about most other industrial revolutions is it generally lets people upskill and move into different roles. So as a part of this year's Legal Trends Report, we actually tried to figure out what's going to be the automation impact on law firms. And so we reviewed over 7 million time entries with what was the work being done, what was the role of the person doing the work, and what was the amount of revenue that was assigned to that work. So 7 million anonymized aggregated time entries. We linked them back to the Occupational Information Network's work activity classification, which is what you're seeing a lot of US research on job duties use. It's called ONET if you want to try searching for it. And what we found is that 74% of time entry work is subject to automation. And it might actually create up to $27,000 in lost revenue per lawyer on average if you just stick to hourly billing and then automate as much as you can. For lawyers, the amount of work that was automatable was around 57%. For legal assistance, it was around 81%. And so there really is some downstream impact to the legal industry on these tools being, quite frankly, adopted, heavily utilized, and creating productivity. And so I think we're going to have to see a sea change in how law firms bill, right? Are you going to stick solely to an hourly billing method? Are you going to raise your rates to account for this reduction in hours? Are you going to switch maybe more towards a flat fee or a value billing model? I think we're going to see impacts in hiring. Just like we've seen technology impact the ratio of lawyers to legal secretaries in bigger law firms. All right, it used to be almost 1-to-1. Now it's like 4 or 5-to-1 in most research. So AI is going to just supercharge this transformation in legal. I'm encouraged by a lot of it, but I do think there's going to be some speed bumps along the way that we're going to have to account for.
Very insightful, and I like the point about, it's not about, just like causing you a fear and do like a tit for tat kind of replacement kind of thing. It's more about how do you do more with less. Even at, my little finance team, we have a bookkeeper now doing pretty complex SQL queries because they can go to ChatGPT, ask for a very simple worded prompt that can feed back into the database, which almost eliminates, the back and forth between our team and the data team to create these very complex models or data pools. So I think the job description, if I were to get to like that practical thing, will change dramatically in the coming months, or it probably has. And also that should translate into finance got here, more margin, higher profitability, higher service level, and all the good stuff.
Yeah, and there's a real need for people who understand both technology and legal issues to really help create and define these processes. So quite frankly, it's a gold rush to find people with understanding of legal and the ability to like work in these AI-driven environments.
All right. And if I were to double click into that, where can we find these individuals?
Oh, that's a great question. Most of them are self-taught right now. I would say like you're looking at two people who are reinventing themselves every day as this industry changes, right? And I think the exciting thing about a new technology is everybody is equally as clueless and equally the expert at the same time. And so for the audience listening, if this is something you want to get into, just start experimenting and writing and communicating about it. And like we've seen in presentations throughout the day, your tribe will find you, the opportunities will emerge. But law firms right now are actively advertising for AI technologists, for legal engineers, people who can come in and help take great tools like GCAI and figure out not only what can it do, but how can we use it? And that's just a whole new field for legal professionals.
Cecilia, I actually kind of want to go back to your amazing deck because I feel like you just gave us too little there. That like is a great teaser. I want a little more. What other practical tips do you have in your little bag of secret there?
Yeah, sure. Happy to dive in. Also, just wanted to real quick some of the stuff Josh said, which is like don't let anybody tell you you're not good at AI, because just by pure virtue of being a lawyer, you are a top 1% wordsmith. And, this idea, like, I used my torts textbook as a monitorizer for years. Like, we literally have been people consuming words for our whole career. And that's what AI is too. It literally has read a bunch, and so have we. Another little anecdote, I use Grammarly, which I highly recommend. It's a really kind of easy entry into AI. It's a grammar AI, basically. And essentially, it told me that in 3 years of in-house practice, when I was a GC, very normal in-house job, like a lot of you all probably have, I wrote 19 million words in 3 years. So do the math, that's 70,000 words a week between every Slack or Google Doc or whatever. And, it was like, you're top 1%, top 2%. And I guarantee all of you are the same. Like, if you add up every kind of email or written communication that you have. And so anyways, my thing is more just a message of positivity, which is like, you're already good at AI because you're good at language. So on that background, okay, let's dive in. What are the next use case? So we talked about distillation. That's kind of like the entree foray. What is kind of like when you're reaching the, you've all seen the meme with the clown that puts their nose on or whatever, and then they're a full clown, right? So what's the red nose? What's the next step? So let's take a look at that. Okay, so next kind of thing that I think that you can do is reviewing. So this is why is AI good at reviewing? Well, it's really fast, right? So it can read the whole Copyright Act in a minute. 185,000 words would take the three of us, however many hours. But that's reviewing is another good task, because you're telling the AI what to look for, right? You're saying, hey, intern, look at this NDA and tell us where the termination provision is, or whatever it is. And you're giving it a target, right? So if you assume that this AI intern is like a smart brain, you tell it a target of where to go, right? And so that's kind of I would say the next use case. And what's a little bit harder is you have to set up what you're asking it to review for, right? So a very simple prompt like review this NDA, not going to be as effective as please review this NDA for the following 16 things, blah, 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 and blah. And then of course, the other thing that you should know about AI is it's just like a human. If you're not asking it to look for something, it doesn't really know. Like, assume it, maybe went to law school, or assume that it's smart enough, but it's not going to know that an NDA shouldn't have a non-solicit, for example. We see that sometimes. And, a human flagging it on very thorough review might notice that, but on glance, you may not. And so in our AI prompt around NDA, we say review for choice of law, damages, exceptions, definition of confidential information, whatever the thing is. And then we actually ask the AI to do a second pass where we're like, hey, is there anything weird in here? And, you see weird stuff. Sometimes you see ITAR, export compliance in NDAs. And, it's up to the lawyer reviewing to decide, or the paralegal or whoever it is reviewing to decide. Maybe you're okay with an export compliance provision, but maybe you're not. And so having the AI kind of cue that up to you on a silver platter, that's, I would say, the next use case. And I can see if I can pull an example. I have a demo account. So
Could I jump in here about one key point about that as well?
Please.
Is you don't have to limit it to one item to review as well, right? You can throw a whole host of documents that interlink together and say review for this. And so it's incredibly effective because it can be kind of everywhere at once within the boundaries you give it. And that helps a lot.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And so, as lawyers, that's my other thing. Your work best. I can give training and tell you the principles, but what it is that you spend a lot of time kind of typing out or reviewing long things, fun stuff. One of my girlfriends is a plaintiff side employment attorney, and they had 7,000 pages of text messages between the principals on a case. And she had her client was like, oh my gosh, yeah, there was this thread about blah, 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 or things got dicey. And, there's the normal timeline of a case, but used AI to basically home in of give me 7 juicy quotes from here. And the AI comes back and homed in on, I think it was 5 of the 6 things that her principal had told her were issues that she had in her timeline. And so, you know, when you think about from a justice standpoint, my friend is super bullish because, you know, she sues big tech companies. That's her job. And she's like, they have huge law firms on the other side and, you know, e-discovery and this and that. And we're just a small firm. We don't have that. But even just using this ability to distill and to like kind of use judgment to pick out kind of what are the cherries that you pick out of this kind of fruitcake of this deposition. That's that she was very excited about that. And you know, just basically this like thought partner concept is what the AI does. So I won't show the NDA example. You can try it yourself on our site. So I did want to say I'm super excited for Goodlawyer for hosting us. I did have the team create a discount for you all. So if you go to GCAI, or I can drop in the chat where to go to, but if you go to our website, it's use the code Goodlawyer and it'll work. But basically the use case that you can use on any of like of reviewing things for something is a good one. And I did want to put a plug. I'm not a litigator anymore, but there is a tool called Clear Brief that will create basically citations in briefs for you from kind of your raw notes using AI. I think she's a former maybe like DA or something like that. But anyway, she was a litigator for a while, and then kind of similar to I think probably Clio too. Like we created tools that we wanted to use ourselves, and so always think that's a good thing in software.
Yeah, Joshua, I kind of want to learn a little bit more about Clio now. Like, what are there like specific AI features that had the most impact on improving law firms' efficiency based on user feedback? Like, what are some stuff that you're
one of the
really
ones
jazzed about?
Sorry, I cut you off. One of the things we think would be most impactful is recommendations. So AI taking a look across your account and saying, you know, here's a client you haven't connected with in like 2 weeks. Maybe it's time for an update. Do you want me to send a calendar invite? And here's a time that works for both of you. Or here's an email that might be good to include. Do you want to copy and paste and send that? Here are like the top 10 tasks that seem to be important based upon maybe the stages of the case or the rules of civil procedure and their assigned deadlines. We think those recommendations are really going to help law firms become more client-centric. They're not going to lose things in the gaps, and also better at the practice of law based upon their particular like strategies and workflows and how that's going to move forward. The next case that we really like is document analyzing, where we can throw in, right, those contracts that we're talking about here, or employment agreements, or emails back and forth between spouses who are fighting about divorce, right? And really build out, say, a timeline of events where in this email on this date, spouse 1 said that they would pay for the insurance. And then here's where they were communicated that it hadn't been paid. And here's the last due date, right? And create timelines and information from bulk documents that you can use in smaller chunks and cases. And then I'm actually really excited about being able to leverage the data that's already in, like all this work that you've done, right? And so one of the things that I want to build and that we're researching right now is a smart search drafting tool where I can take a look at, you know, the documents that are in my litigation timeline here and cite back to them quickly and easily as I'm drafting, or pull up examples from other cases that I know I just have to like restate this one bit of law and I can't remember what document it is. So just go find this restatement and bring it back to me. Show me the document so I can double check it and then paste it in here, right? All of these are great use cases for AI that speed up the work that you're already doing, but improve your quality and your productivity along the way. So we're continuing to research on this. And one other thing that I'm doing outside of Clio that I think can help is I think we need a lot more training of data specific to our jurisdictions. So Alberta is different than British Columbia, right? Delaware is different than Texas. And yet the volume of information that is available and describing those differences isn't always rated and weighted highly by these publicly available algorithms. And so I think it's something that law societies and bar associations and tech vendors like Clio should be collaborating on. How do we build the LLM that is specific to our law and not just law? And so I think we're going to see more and more targeted development as we go forward. And again, I don't think any of this actually replaces lawyers, but it does change how we're going to be working into the future. When we reviewed those 7 million time entries, I focused earlier on how much is automatable, but one of the other interesting conclusions of that was no work activity was 100% automatable. And so drafting a legal document might be 70% automatable into the future, but there's still 30% where lawyers and other legal professionals are going to be necessary. And how are we, one, making that 70% automation the best it possibly is, but two, providing the tools that allow that expertise to really focus and shine on it. I really loved the citations that we saw in Cecilia's example, right, of the Magnus Act, because that's something where your senior counsel is going to look at that and be like, that's not the right thing, right? I know that, right? Or that is the right thing, and now I have certainty and trust in this. And so we're going to be building these tools for productivity, but we're going to be relying upon the expertise of the profession to really make them shine.
Very cool. Shirley, anything to add to that? So many good points on that topic.
Yeah. I mean, this human aspect of practicing law, I think I can't emphasize that enough, that Josh mentioned is like, on the divorce example, so, 50% of divorces in California are unrepresented, which, okay, that's fine. But guess what? Of that 50%, about half of them, just one party is represented, right? And so, like, thinking this idea that if we have AI give a threshold level of legal representation to everybody, that there's like, it's just a different, they call it Jevons paradox is like what I think people have thought about, but we're going to increase demand. Like how many times, even me personally, right? Have you ever signed a mortgage in the US? It's a signing party. You got, all day, sign this, sign that, sign that. It's like 37 documents. And even though I'm a lawyer, I'm not really reading all that. And so this idea that like we had a very helpful kind of notary in our case that literally was like, here's what this document is, here's what this document is, down to the ability to like, people talk about AI use cases of like, you stay in a hotel and you just can't figure out the shower and you like take a picture of it and OpenAI is like, well, this is the heat button, this is the whatever. And like this experience that you had of like, how do I not have a cold shower? It's like this idea that you have like a lawyer on your shoulder at all times. I'm really bullish for the profession, honestly. Like I do think like, when the dishwasher was invented, yeah, we do less domestic work, but we still like have a nice family life. So I think it's the same kind of idea.
Very cool. And I want to go back to that, that little slide that you had. If anybody was to get a full picture of that thing, I love how you break it out, kind of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, start with level 0, kind of level up from there. Where could someone get a side of that?
Yeah, so I teach classes on AI. It's my passion. I'm like weirdly excited about it. It happens to be good business as well because people kind of crave that. But there is in California now, there's a technology in the practice of law CLE, so I do offer that. But basically, if you search for me, it's maven.com/CeciliaZ, or if you search my name, you'll get it. But I do classes on AI, and I would say that you owe it to yourself to do something like that. And I would really push on the practicality. But yeah, so this is the deck that I use for that class, but just for purposes of everybody having it, I would say these 8 use cases, pretty much anything you do in legal with Gen AI is going to fall into some of these. So super fun stuff. Role play is pretty cool. We had a customer who their company was being kind of activist investors were sort of swirling around the company. And so when they were putting out their financial numbers, this will be interesting for you, KJ, they said, okay, look at this document and pretend that you're, Carl Icahn, and send us a nasty gram based on 4 points from this document. And they got it, and they ended up making slight revisions to the wording based on that, right? And AI has this sort of chameleon-like quality where you can tell it what to do. So that was a great use case. Similarly, negotiation, we had a plaintiff's lawyer tell us that he was literally in a depot and the witness was not being cooperative on something during a break. In this case, he used ChatGPT, which you could use any AI, says, I'm trying to break through this issue. Give me 37 questions on this issue. Now, that's ridiculous. Like, you didn't use all 37, but skimming that list, he's like, I had maybe thought of 5 of them. I hadn't thought of 37, and I ended up using 12. And so this idea that it's expanding the number of arguments that you can make. Yeah, changing formats. We have a table feature in GCAI where you can just basically make something into a table. I can't tell you how many people are like, I would pay you just for that. And so that's been
Do
really
something
fun.
like that all the time. I cannot express enough. Format changes are huge in Gen AI.
Oh, good. Well, and I mean, all of us have had this experience of like, when I was a baby associate, it's like changing like the curly apostrophe to straight or like, this kind of format stuff. So yeah, so I'd love to have everybody. I think if you go to our website and mention that, you work through Goodlawyer or something, we can give you some kind of discount, but take a class would be my biggest reco.
Awesome. Well, that's, I think, at time. As expected, this was incredible. I love the practical tips here. I just want to thank, Cecilia, Josh, and even Jessica was here. Maybe we'll catch her on the next one for sharing the time and tip with us. And I'm going to try some of this stuff as soon as I get off because, I think I want to impress my lawyers. That's what I want to do.
Amazing. Well, KJ, you've impressed me tremendously. And Joshua, it's so great to spend an hour with you.
Thank you so much. It was great to be here with all of you as well.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. And Chad, back to you.
Thank you. And thanks, Goodlawyer team. Bye-bye.
So you didn't get Chad, you got me instead. That was such a wonderful, wonderful panel. So exciting. And I think I think to tie it back before this morning, we're talking about fear, right? And so I think the key there is that we don't have to be afraid of it. It's actually going to be a tool that is going to make such a huge difference in the way we practice and how we work. And really, that ultimately comes down to client satisfaction. And for me, frankly, it's always about efficiency. So something that can make things more efficient, why not? So now I'm going to turn it over to Chad, who's going to introduce our next panel.
Thanks, Pauline and KJ, Cecilia, Josh. It was incredible. Pauline and I were sitting beside each other, just like nodding and laughing away. I love the piece about the straight to curly quotes. I remember when I used to actually change it manually, and then someone told me that like there was the button that you could press that would make it go back, and it like basically broke my mind. This was the level of like AI technology like 15 years ago that I was impressed with, and now just hearing what Clio's doing, what GCAI is doing, like it just makes your life so much better, exponentially more than when I found the button from straight quotes to curly quotes. So thank you so much for making the industry better. Now we're going to shift into legal technology more broadly. And, I really wanted to have a session on this because the AI pieces that we've learned about are incredible and they add so much. There's still also kind of infrastructure pieces underneath that really move the nuts and bolts of what a lot of legal teams and law firms are still doing around like, how do you even select the right technology? How do you determine which vendors you want to use? How do you implement it in a way you actually use it? Like there are still all of these fundamental pieces. And I implemented an automated contracting CLM when I was a GC. It's difficult, but then makes your life exponentially better. And instead of telling the business teams that you're a trusted advisor, you are just acting like a trusted advisor. And so they call you that. So we're going to get into this panel. We've got some of the most incredible legal technology leaders in the industry, and I can't wait to introduce them to you. So here we are. We have, the one and only John Lindsay. John is such an incredible entrepreneur, and he's the president and the CMO of the Insight companies. But John has had a long and incredible career with technology in multiple phases, and I think that actually ladders really nicely with what we were hearing in the last panel from Cecilia and Josh, where it's like, this isn't, a legal only thing. Like, technology, innovation, it happens. We got to be ready for it. The next wave of industrial revolution happens. And John has been at the forefront of major technology changes, and he's levered the products that he's built to support new industries again and again. And over the last 5 years, John has just done an amazing job of helping the legal industry. And he has CLM product, and he has his Insight survey work that they do on the consulting side. He has an incredible product that he's partnered with related to the litigation sphere. And, he's also one of the warmest, friendliest, most creative people in the space. So John, thank you so much for joining us. And we have Zena Applebaum, Zena, SVP at Harbor. And Zena takes it all the way from the product to the go-to-market. She's been in the industry with the biggest brands that that are in the consulting space, supporting the legal industry for years. Incredibly insightful, friend of Goodlawyer. And so Zena, just so glad that you joined us and appreciate the insights you're going to share. And then we have Craig Segal. Craig, CLO of Hootsuite, got the beautiful branding in the background, looks nice. Craig, I've heard Craig many times speak, and I'm sure many of you have as well. Craig pulls no punches. He tells you like it is, and it's all in the spirit of making the industry better because, from what I've seen from Craig, he just doesn't have time to wait for the industry to stay stagnant and build status quo. And I know that Craig is equally going to share with us about what makes the best legal tech, but also where the pitfalls are, because we know the studies that are still telling us that folks want legal tech, they buy legal tech, they go to implement legal tech, and then something happens. And so many folks fall off a cliff. Like you've seen numbers in the 60%, 70%, like crazy numbers where the legal tech now sits on a shelf. And I know that, Craig, when we were talking about this in the background, you're really passionate also about helping folks figure out how you don't land in that bucket. You end up in the bucket that implements the tech. So thank you all so much for joining us. The first question I want to go to is with Zena. You've been in market development, competitive intelligence for a long time. You've seen a lot of legal tech products. You've helped bring a lot of them to market. What is the easiest thing that you would tell legal teams, lawyers in law firms to do today to get legal tech into their life, to start enhancing their delivery, to start enhancing their career? Like, what is the first thing that you would do if you meet a lawyer that has only been using Word, which is still many of us?
So I think the easiest thing to do is just start using the tools. We've heard the panel before this one, the panel before that one. We've heard people experimenting with the tools. We've heard people talking about the tools. I would encourage anybody in the change management or adoption space within the firms, whether it's your knowledge managers, your CNOs, your CKIOs, whoever's helping the firms manage this, or if you're a tiny firm or you're an individual, stop calling it legal tech. It's just tech. Let's get rid of the nomenclature, first of all. There is technology that is domain specific, and we've heard some of those. We've heard some of those examples, things like CoCounsel and Spellbook. But for the most part, it's just technology. You talk about Microsoft Word, Copilot's popping up. People have access to it, use it, play with it. The other day, I'll give you an example of just quick ways to increase your efficiency and stop doing administrative tasks that are boring. I was setting up a meeting. I had a PowerPoint presentation that had some of the content in it, but I wanted to send it as an email to say, here's what we're going to cover in today's meeting. So I dumped the content from PowerPoint into Copilot. And I know somebody earlier said they hate Copilot. I get it. It's not the most efficient tool on the market, but it's there, so use it. I dumped the PowerPoint text into it and said, please give me this as an email. And it did. And I could copy it. And so instead of having to retranscribe it or cut and paste and move it from one format to another, I just dumped it, copied and pasted it into my email, and I was good to go. You could actually even connect it to Outlook and do that automatically. But it's just about using the tools, not being afraid of them, not thinking they're not for you, because lawyers are special snowflakes who don't have to use technology. The reality is there's a difference between hype and a trend. There is a lot of hype right now surrounding Gen AI, but it's not a trend. It's not going to go away. It's a forever. And so figure out a way to tell the difference between what is a trend and what is a fad, and recognize that this is here to stay. Figure out how to use it. And the only way you're going to do that is actually by starting to use the tools.
Yeah, I totally resonate with that. I remember when I first became a GC of a portfolio of tech companies, and so you're managing multiple different companies at different ages and stages, and there's a lot kind of moving pieces going on, more than one human could handle. The advice that you gave around what tools do you have, what can you use, I was even thinking about NDAs. Okay, so how at a minimum, instead of having 5 different templates, can I get it down to 1 or 2, and then can I create just like fillable fields and the rest is locked, and then put it into like a 365 or a G Suite. And then that way the business is decentralized to use it on such a simple document that you're not inviting a negotiation on. It's more, now it becomes an operational process, and you can do an easy training on that. And we feel like, technology has to be, so complex, and that really scares us from trying. But to your point about like, what do you have? You can just do a fillable field in a Word document and you can lock that. And I think even for a lot of folks, it's a great starting point.
And what you just described is not even AI. Like, that's just automation, right? Like, that's just simple automation, which like Microsoft Forms have been doing for years.
Yeah.
Any of the wizards have been doing for years. You just apply it to legal work. Like, there's so many easy entry points into it. It's about stop thinking that this is a tool for somebody else or tools for other industries, and just start using them.
You had another great point around like working with the business team. And so if you're in a legal team and, we feel like, we even call this panel, it's legal tech. And so, but the problem is when we speak about it as if it's only meant to serve the legal team, it decreases our leverage. And so instead, when I was thinking about automated contracting, it's like, okay, well, what is the point of automated contracting separate from the legal team's benefit? Because a lot of people are thinking, you're the legal team, you're there to generate documents and redline them. What's your problem? Instead, shift the narrative to, hey, sales team, you're all around the globe. Don't you want to like close quota and like get your commission because of signed deals? If you could generate a contract that fit your commercial terms and you could sign it any time of day or night, as long as it fits kind of the profile of what's set up in our automation? Yes, check. Hey, account management team, don't you want all the different data slices to be like actually true from a single source? And so that you can slice and dice them with a sense of accuracy at any time, so that, when John says, hey, I want to report tomorrow from the head of account management, they can pull that with confidence. The answer is yes. Well, technology that, yes, we call it legal technology built for legal teams, it actually solves business problems. And once you do that, then you get resources and champions from the business team. And I think, your point around like connecting with the business team, not making it a pure legal thing, for me, that was, one of the most important things, to get the financial resources, to get the human resources, like a CRM admin to help. Like that is free. And that is really just storytelling. So I thought that was an amazing tip, Zena.
Yeah, thanks. And I think you hit on it. Sorry, I'll just jump in for a second. You hit on it too with respect to so not just solving legal problems, you're solving business problems. Yeah. Increase velocity of your sales. That's what everybody wants.
That's right.
Right. So
true data, closing deals.
Don't let the bottleneck.
That's right. Why are you there if that business thing isn't happening? Totally with you. I love that. John, I want to go to you. You founded multiple tech companies, and you've been through incredible successes. You talked a lot about building failure into your model of success so that you're pushing yourself, that you're trying. What is a reflection from the businesses that you've grown, from being in the legal industry and serving lawyers and law firms over the last few years? What is a reflection that you think would help lawyers develop a bit more of a comfortability around believing in tech, betting on tech, implementing tech? Like, what do you say when you're offering Page Limelight or any of your other products? What do you say to law firms and lawyers that feel very hesitant?
Well, first of all, Chad, let me just say this conference has been amazing. You guys have knocked it out of the park. I mean, you've knocked it out of the park. I've sat through a lot of these where I'd get up and go eat lunch or do something. Look, I haven't missed a minute of the speakers. They've been fantastic. It's been fantastic. Thank you, Goodlawyer, for letting us be here. It's been amazing. To answer your question, though, let's talk a little bit about what we do, first of all, right? We are
out in the field, and we are trying to determine and trying to assist law firms where they're trying to digitally transform, and they're trying to determine what it is that they ultimately need to do to take advantage of some of the tool sets that are out there, a lot of the things that we've seen today. And so if you ask me what I see because we've visited hundreds of them now, and I think the first thing that we see is through our assessments is lack of leadership. I think one of the reasons that the teams do not get on board is because leadership maybe hasn't done a fantastic job of setting crystal clear expectations for why we're doing this, how we're going to do it, more importantly, how it's going to benefit that team. I mean, I remember we're human beings, Chad. We all think about what's in it for me. Rob said it earlier. And with that in mind, we go into this and we go, wow, we've got a heavy, we don't understand AI. We've got a lot of apprehension. We've heard it's going to be good and it can be good for us, but gosh, we're not really sure about the goals. We don't know who's buying in and who's not buying in. And so I think it's almost a white coat syndrome when we hit the ground, right? People go, oh, well, here they come. They're going to make us change everything, right? And so I think the first thing that firms need to do, and this isn't just law firms, this is every firm, is that leadership really needs to have a clear picture, a clear, concise picture of what it is they are ultimately trying to do, why it's beneficial to the organization, and being able to cast that vision effectively. Because without that, a lot of these things fail. And I say this, look, people that know me have heard me say this a million times, if not more. What we do is 20% technology, it's 80% Dr. Phil. It is really about people, right? And organizations that do this well, Chad, we're not the best tech organization out there. We're not. We're good at what we do. But we understand that when we go do something like this, people are apprehensive about it, right? So what do you have to do? You have to make them feel good about it. You have to make them accept it. You have to, and even better than that, if you're a really good leader, you make them embrace it and want it, right? You're like, man, I got to have this. I see the value. It's going to help my job. It's not going to take my job. It's going to make me awesome. And I want to be more awesome, right? Who wouldn't want to be more awesome? And so we focus a lot less on the technology. Now, that doesn't mean, right, when we get there and we're looking at the as-is condition of a firm and we understand what their goals are, we're going to build that roadmap out and put together technology that says, here's where you are, here's the gap, here's the remediation required to get you through that gap to get you to your goals. We're going to lay all that out effectively, and technology will be a huge piece of this. But at the end of the day, man, it's people. Yeah. I mean, that's what it's about. It's about people. And so for me, what I would tell people that are leading organizations right now or leading teams or implementing projects, you've got to set the vision for your people, or your team is not going to be engaged and they're not going to be excited and they're just not going to be rowing in the same direction as you. And I would say something Guy said earlier, I wrote it down. I went, this was fantastic. He said, if you're not using AI, something's wrong with you. I would change one of the words. I would say, if you're not experimenting with AI. I think you had mentioned, I've got failure built into a lot of my equations. It's built into every equation because we do technology. You're never going to be perfect when you're doing cutting edge technology for people. And so, and I know this is difficult for lawyers to grasp. I was in the comment section listening to a lot of what was getting said here early on, going, wow, we're taught to be perfect. What are we going to do if we're not perfect? We got to be perfect. We got going back and forth. And I'm reading it going, yeah, I get it, but from my perspective, you have to set those expectations that, listen, this is technology that we're all learning. They said it in the last presentation really effectively. We're all experimenting with this. It's new. Yeah. It's not going to be perfect.
Yeah.
But it's better than what you're doing today, right? I mean,
well, and like the default assumption being that the human work is perfect, we know is actually a fallacy because human work isn't perfect. I was telling someone the other day that I was in the Bay Area and I took a Waymo, the self-driving cars. And I was telling some of my friends this and they were saying, well, what if the Waymo drove and had an accident? And I was like, do you mean like the many accidents that happen every hour in every city all the time? Like, yes, the technology isn't perfect. Humans are nowhere close to perfect either. There's something else, John, that you touched on that I really want to like double click on, which is the selling the story. Like when I was thinking about legal technology and when I think about folks selling legal technology is you're not just selling to the CLO, you're not just selling to Craig, who's in front of your face. Craig also then has to sell it. CLMs or other legal technology, like these are cross-functional products because they're business solutions as much as they are legal solutions. And so for those watching that are thinking about legal technology, they're thinking about buying it and how they're going to get buy-in and those selling it is think the next 2 steps down from the person you're talking to. So you're talking to Craig, oh, it's going to solve all your legal team's problems. Well, that's not enough for Craig, maybe. Craig then has to go talk to the account management team and the sales team and the rev ops team and the product team. build a talk track that allows for Craig to sell onwards one more step. Because if the way that we're going to get better is through use, then we have to get buy-in and implementation and actual use. And we know the problem is we don't get enough cross-functional buy-in. And so this point that you had, John, around selling the story, without that, all you get is like a pain point, a use case, a purchase on the shelf. And so we've got to think about multiple steps down the way. So Craig, I want to move to you. You know, like Hootsuite, you know, one of the most heralded brands, social media platform. You know, I've been a user when I was at Indigo. Our PR team used Hootsuite, manages all kinds of cool data and all kinds of products. And so, you know, you're at a technology platform and you're a big proponent of legal technology yourself. And so when you think about how legal teams, your legal team, other legal teams you see are speaking to their business teams, what would you suggest for them to think about how they're going to bring legal tech, not just into the legal team, but in a way that helps their business teams be better? What would be your advice to them?
Yeah, thanks, Chad, and great to be a part of this event. It really, truly is amazing. And I will say that I created the background myself. So if anyone needs a background, just give me a shout. I'll plug it into AI, and that will be it. I think, I'm going to start a little bit high level and then we'll drill down. When one's going down this path, really the critical and initial question to ask is, what pain points are we really trying to solve for the business? And we really need to figure that out so that we can speak to the business properly. Obviously, anything that can reduce pain for the biz person is obviously going to be music to that individual's ears. I also think that you also got to kind of think about, the G&A function, and in terms of the, we don't always have at the forefront of budget allocation. So you're ultimately looking at what is going to get us the biggest ultimate bang for our buck. And the equation is not just about dollars and cents. It's about, fostering the perception, that legal is really being an enabler of the business and ultimately can utilize tech in order to drive business forwards versus being a hurdle. So, I would say that it's really answering those questions, and that can ultimately help with the roadmap in terms of, selling to the business individuals. I would also say that it's really important to put on a marketing hat. It's not often that the legal department gets, let's say, an active audience on the business side. I've never come out of a meeting where, you're dealing with complex legal issues and the business person says, hey, I want more, let's keep this conversation going. But when you start talking about metrics and you start talking about legal tech and you start talking about what problems we can solve for the business, that's when we're going to have ultimately an audience that's going to listen. And there's not that many opportunities that we have. So I often take those opportunities and run with them and ultimately keep that marketing hat on. And then ultimately, it's also about communication. It's not just simply about what we communicate, but it's ultimately how we are communicating. It's speaking like the business person. It's speaking metrics. It's speaking numbers. Business people love that shit. So I just go at it all day, and that's ultimately the audience. They listen because that rings true to them. So those are some of the things that I ultimately, would say gets buy-in from the business side.
Yeah, I remember this when I was trying to get an automated contracting solution. It's not mutually exclusive to focus on business wins, and that means you don't do the legal things. It means that maybe the legal things, when you're talking to the business audience, don't have to be the front and center conversation. Say that my example is automated contracting. So you're talking to the sales team about like driving contracts through within parameters where they can choose the commercial terms, but the legal terms and the operational terms are kind of locked in. Well, they don't need to hear about how, the legal terms will live on a URL, and if we needed to negotiate them, we could pull it down, and they don't care. They don't care, but you can still get it. You can still get the legal part, but talk about the business part to your audience, right? It's just like in personal relationships. If you show up into a room and you see two groups, and one group is being curious and asking about other people and trying to understand what they care about, versus the other group is people just talking at each other about what they solely care about, which group do you want to walk into? Most people are going to say they want to walk into the curious group. We know this as a recipient. So when we become the sender of that communication as a legal team to get business buy-in, remember what it feels like to be the recipient of a curious person, and then you get to be that person to get the buy-in that Craig's talking about. Love that. Zena, you're a leader in BI, business intelligence, for folks who haven't lived in that world, and data analytics tools. And one thing I've always said about law firms that I think is that one of the most underused tools is like the vast amounts of like competitive, data they have about how to run their own business. And then, without ruining confidentiality, understand how to benchmark how they service different clients because they've done a million deals or had a million files with all kinds of industries and client segments. But I don't know that that's always been the most logical place for lawyers and in the legal training that we got to start to think about what's the BI that I have and how do I run data analytics tools. Yet it's such a differentiator when you do it. So, in your world of like being an expert in this and trying to speak to lawyers and law firms about the value of these types of competitive tools and data, what is something you recommend when you're trying to tell them about the outcome that it'll give to their clients? Like, how do you talk to them about not just for their own benefit, but like how it's going to serve their clients better, which is the essence of why they run their business?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think the previous comments, both from you and from Craig, kind of tie that with a bow. Like, how do you need to talk to the business about the things that are going to propel it forward and give you buy-in to using these tools? So if you know that if you're an in-house counsel and you know that your average time to market is, 3 months or 6 months, or you're closing deals in 2 weeks, or you're closing deals in 5 weeks, how can you increase that velocity? You can increase that velocity by looking at where your contracts are stalling. And you can use that as a metric for answering the question about why we should invest in this technology or this automation tool to move contracts faster, to get out of that bottleneck. In the law firm context, where you said there's tons of data, there's so much rich data going through law firms in your time and billing system, in your matter management system for people that are using them, in your DMS. Like, there's stuff everywhere. And the real thing is, what is the why? What question do you want to answer on behalf of your clients? Whether or not it's how many similar transactions have you done for a similar sized client, and why should we use you? So if you're faced with an RFP, or even just you want to understand your business better. If you're a sole practitioner, you want to understand your business better to know where you can go and get more of the same business or where you can get analogous business. It's really great to understand what your why is first, and then the data will surface, or the right tools will surface to help you pull that data out of your time and billing system, out of your matter management system, and pull it together and do the analysis layer on top. And then you can start to use some of these other tools, not necessarily the legal domain tools, but the generic tools that are on the market to help you do some of that analysis as well. Again, making sure that you're using private instances and not sharing information you shouldn't be sharing in the public domain.
Yeah, I think about when I was, in Craig's seat, being a buyer of legal services from around the world, is what we've been trained to do when we're providing legal services is say like, okay, so you have the problem, here's the document, or here's, the brief draft. But I think what we weren't always trained about so robustly is like, and then the so what and the how and how it compares to, someone else who'd be in a similar spot to you. And when you think about being a buyer of the service, that is so helpful. And when Pauline and I were watching Laura's demo earlier and the Gen AI panel just before this, we were saying to each other, wow, there is so much work that Pauline and I and many of you grew up doing that isn't going to be done by humans anymore. So it's then going to shift to like the so what. Okay, you gave me this great thing. That's not really that big a deal anymore because the technology generates it. So now what? And I think that's where kind of your expertise and your work around the richness of the data and what it means. Not just here you go, now send it to your counterparty, but what does it mean for you? And do you find that we are moving a little bit more forward where folks are either demanding that from their service providers or the service providers are becoming more aware about how relevant that differentiator is?
I think it's both. I think particularly as automation, generative AI, other types of AI start to infiltrate legal work and the practice of law, the business of law is changing as a result. And so you're starting to see real pressures or more pressure on the billable hour. I don't want to say it's dead because we've been saying that for 30 years, but it's dying a slow and painful death, and it may have hit its tipping point, right? It's at a point now where if the technology is doing these things for you, as in-house counsel, you need to pressure your external counsel to think about billing differently. And as a law firm counsel, you need to think about how you want to price your work, because the billable model may not work in perpetuity. But that being said, on the law firms, we're still, for the most part, compensating people based on the billable hour. So there's a whole bunch of things that need to change in the commercial models between buyers and sellers of legal services. But for the first time, I think we're having real robust conversations. And there is that data, to your point around how much data is there. We're starting to uncover that data, and you're starting to see more in RFP responses when people are talking about alternative fee arrangements. They're asking now because they know that there's other tools and other ways to get the work done. And so you're starting to peel back a couple of layers into better understanding what value-based billing could potentially look like and how you can do things a little bit differently as well. So I think that's where this data conversation is really becoming a reality, in that people are expecting the data to be there and know that it can be there, and then using it on both sides of the commercial equation.
I think you make a great point around, like, change often comes through pain, unfortunately. And I think you have to absorb enough pain on whatever it is in order to push change. And I think the buyers are the ones that are going to drive it, actually, because when you're, Craig's team or the team that I had is that, like, you're small compared to the business. Business is moving fast. They're driving lots of new opportunities. It's very novel all the time. Your cognitive load has to be used for the most strategic, exciting, value-driven work. You cannot consume 80% of it every day on what Brett Colvin likes to call drudgery. And so I think that the buyers are actually going to push for it, because they cannot keep up with the business teams if everything stays so manual. So I totally resonate with that and felt it as a buyer myself. And John, like, you've built many companies. You're such an advocate for, like, creativity, well-being, really trying to find the best in people, not just because it's the best for the business. It's also, like, best for human interaction, human productivity, the retention in your team. And so how are you seeing technology, because you've been in the space for so long, how are you seeing technology help in terms of how lawyers are feeling now that they get access to products that you're offering? And, maybe you can share some of the, really exciting products that you've brought out recently in terms of the litigation piece. And, like, how is it changing the way that lawyers are feeling about their work?
Well, first of all, I think you called me old, so I'm pretty sure that was what I heard.
No way.
But
no way.
And you would be right. Yeah, we've been doing it a long time. And actually, it's funny, get back to the story, Chad, because when we sell technology, it is really about outcomes, right? It's not about, the features and, all the things that people are thinking about at that moment. What we're really trying to sell is an outcome. And that outcome is going to provide efficiency gains and analytics and all those things that people talk about in technology. But interestingly enough, when I sit with leaders at firms, one of the things we talk about is, okay, so what's going to happen after we get this in? And you've experienced all these gains. Is the anticipation that you're simply going to make people work longer hours to do, because now you can do more? Or will this be something that really does reward the people that work there? Because, again, you said it earlier, Chad. So it's, look, I've been family first since I started the first business, 40 years ago. It's important to me. I've always said that, technology should be something that should help us get our work done and let us do the things that we enjoy doing outside of work, so that we don't see the burnout and the exhaustion and the mental fatigue. And in this industry, one of the things I've learned being here for almost 3 years now is that it's one of the industries that worries me about people, because lawyers are driven. They're so brilliant. Sometimes they work themselves to a point where they're exhausted, and we've seen this way more in this industry than any other industry that we serve, and we serve a lot of industries.
Yeah.
And so, to me, one of the things that I try to focus on, and I think it's been well received at the leadership level, because I think it's something that leaders want to be able. I really believe that the human spirit is something that says, look, I care about my team. I'm going to implement and deploy these tools so that they can have a better experience at work. Their user experience is going to be improved. They're going to be able to pass that along. Leadership is going to get all the things that they want faster. They'll have, as Zena said, they're going to get the data-driven analytics. They're going to get some of the AI models trained where they don't have to sit around and do a lot of that laborious work. And so, what are you going to do with that time? Why can't we give that back to some of the people? Why can't we make the workplace that at your particular firm that we're talking to right now, why can't we make that better? And so that's a huge piece. I told you earlier, 20% technology, 80% Dr. Phil. It becomes a lot easier to sell when you go in and you tell leadership that, listen, it's going to make your firm, people are going to feel better. They're going to stay longer. They're going to work harder. And even if they get out a little bit early, they're going to be happier. They'll go see their families. They'll do things that people want to do. And so we've used technology as a way to be able to tell them the story about what can happen if they deploy this effectively, put it in place. And then this is the piece I think that's really, really critical, is that leadership can't tell them that, look, we're going to do all these things and we're going to provide this new experience for you, and you're going to like it a lot better because you're going to get more done in less time. And we're going to reward you for that because we don't need you to work more. We need you to take some time for yourself. And there you go, Chad. There's your mental well-being and some, you get some of your time back. And who doesn't want their time back these days, right? I mean, we're all pushed, we're all stretched, we have kids, we have things to do. So if technology can really be our best friend and you want people to gravitate towards it and adopt it in a way that they get excited and they go, yeah, I can see it now, John. If we could do this, if we could deploy this new system you're telling me about, and it gets my work done, and I save 15%, well, gosh, what does that quantify into hours? Man, I go home a little bit early. I could catch my kid's baseball game. Yeah. And you want to talk about making a difference in people's lives? You want to talk about getting people fired up about adopting systems? That's what happens. Technology is binary, dude. They don't look, it either works or it doesn't, right? It's X's and O's and bits and bytes, and there's no passion there. The passion is about what it can bring to these firms. And I think what excites me is that I forget who said it earlier, but they were saying, look, lawyers kind of got a bad rap about not wanting to adopt technology. And it's not what we're seeing at all. I see lawyers ready to take advantage of this. And I see firms out there saying, man, if we can make a better experience for our people, we genuinely care about them. And if technology is the avenue to allow us to do that, well, let's go. Because I can rally my troops behind that. And that's exciting.
For sure. I love that because I thought about, when I was trying to manage like 10 different operating companies at the same time who all had their own legacy contract system and management system, and it's exhausting. And then so when the salesperson calls you with a really unique, interesting deal, you don't have the same enthusiasm and passion for it. It feels like a problem, not something exciting, because you're so exhausted from how much drudgery you've done. But what I found is as soon as I implemented an automated contracting solution, well, I regained like 80% of my capacity. And so you take that capacity and some of it goes into like your wellness of your life and your health, and you're not eating as badly and you're not staying up as late. And then some of it goes into like having more passion and enthusiasm for the business. Well, whenever you share passion, curiosity, enthusiasm, empathy for the business, which all require like emotional energy to do it, you learn more about the business, they trust you more, they tell you more, you get a seat at the table, you're way more impactful. So there's so many reasons. And, but Craig, when we were talking about in prepping for this, we were talking about, a lot of the benefits around legal tech, but you also shared that there's a hesitancy and a breakdown in terms of what happens and whether it's in sourcing the right solution or how we get buy-in or how we get implementation. I think that you're a really great spokesperson to like head it off at the pass, so that lawyers who get excited about legal tech don't like choose the wrong path and then get stuck in, more pain. And so, can you share a little bit about your thoughts on how legal teams and lawyers can set themselves up for success so that they don't end up with the legal technology sitting on the shelf?
Yeah, for sure. And this comes from a lot of painful experience, and I hopefully have learned from the lessons of the past at this point in time. But I think it's really important to start off with having conversations with the business stakeholders and to really figure out what is the problem and ultimately what are we trying to achieve with the adoption of tech. And then generally, you're going to be solving, obviously, a legal problem and a business stakeholders problem. And it's really important to really kind of hone in on what are the requirements in terms of what the tech that you're looking to implement. And I would say right at the get-go, that is really important to get clear on what are the requirements and to, double click and to make sure that that is all included so that ultimately, if you do launch the solution, that you're not just shelving it because you realize that the business side is not being satisfied. I would say that, and obviously this depends on kind of, how complex the tech is, but I would strongly suggest that if, you're implementing a really complex, let's say CLM that you actually potentially bring in some sort of third party that does this day in and day out, that can help you with the requirements doc, that can bridge the gaps and all of that other kind of stuff. I would say also that it's really important to kind of figure out, if you're going with some complex solution, there's going to be a lot of PS work. There's going to be money involved. There's also human capital in terms of, you need to bring all the contracts into a CLM. That just doesn't, AI can do a lot, but you're going to need the human capital, and you got to make sure that you're factoring all of that into the budget so that ultimately it's successful. I would say that also you need to make sure that you have the internal resources, and if not, go and hire the external resource to be able to actually maintain the system. And also, you want to make sure that the system is dovetailing in terms of the current tech stack. So if you're, let's say, an SFDC shop, you want to make sure that ultimately everything can be integrated and everything can work well together. But it's really important to have someone that can understand that tech, and to make sure that you're getting the buy-in from the business or the tech side, that you're going to get those resources, because it's, complex systems are difficult to do on, with just purely within the legal department, and you ultimately need those resources. And generally what happens, getting back to the G&A function, is you're generally deprioritized. So you got to make sure that you build out that roadmap and you're doing it from the get-go. Else it just, can become a bit of a headache, and ultimately shelving the platform. And then I would say, an obvious one is, don't bite off more than you can chew. So, if you're kind of just getting into the foray of implementing legal tech, I wouldn't really suggest going with a full-blown CLM. I'd start off really slow, maybe some sort of, automated software that can deal with NDAs, a billing platform, a simple intake tool. It's really important, start slow, get the buy-in from the business side, get some quick wins under your belt, prove, the ROI, and then start to kind of scale it that way.
Yeah. I totally believe in that. One thing I was thinking about when you were talking about building champions, building our business teams, getting buy-in, was you don't have to get the fanciest things with the most dials on it. You need to understand, what is the biggest win that you can solve for in the business. And then you got to figure out which product delivers that for the price point that you can afford. And then you need to figure out, do I need that provider for all of the things? Onboarding, support, the product, or do I slice and dice it? And when you do that, you actually simplify the noise, because you can say to yourself, it doesn't have to be the prettiest, or it doesn't have to have 8 billion dashboards that are going to be too complex, I'm never going to use. Maybe what I need to do is just solve a business outcome. And so, for my example of, say you're a GC of a scaling SaaS, vertical SaaS company, you are probably dealing with customer data and SaaS agreements. This is your world. And so you need to solve for that problem. You need a tool that integrates with your CRM, probably integrates with your finance billing tool, and allows you to generate contracts that are correct. They integrate with the right object fields in your CRM tool so that the sales team has full decentralized access to it, and it integrates with both your main business tools. You do that, and there's a lot of simpler options for you. You don't have to overwhelm yourself, because we know whenever we get overwhelmed, it's like a new workout plan. You don't go from doing nothing to John's Ironman said he does. You go for a walk around the block, and you start building the muscle into it. So totally agree with you on that. And John, by the way, there's a great comment in the chat from Lisa Azulo. I don't know if you've seen this. She says, does anyone else want to work for John Lindsay, with a +8 thumbs up? This is the vibe that you put out there. And, this is what I really appreciate about all the speakers we've had today, the three of you, is that you've come here to offer your insights without some expectation of return. You're here to help the community get smarter, get more innovative, and feel better, because the more that we take the drudgery out of our life, the better our work is. And so I want to ask each of you one final question before we relieve you from my interrogation. So Zena, if you were to say to someone today who is thinking about, I've got so much data, but it's too much, and I don't even want a tool, because that's just going to highlight for me that I haven't even been doing anything with this, and it's going to overwhelm me so much. What would be your simplest plan for that person today to make their business better and their client service delivery more accurate?
So everybody has a tool. I shouldn't say everybody, but everybody on the MS Suite has a tool. Have Excel, use Excel. Excel is great at reading data. And the nice thing about it is you can keep it on a local server, so nobody needs to see how bad you are playing with the data. But what I would say first is figure out your why, like going back to that earlier, but what is it you want to answer? What is the one question that you want to answer today that you think you could answer if you just had the right data? Then get the data, because you probably have it somewhere in your firm or somewhere in your DMS or somewhere in your organization. And then answer the data. Dump it into Excel, dump it into any of the free tools that are available, and start answering your question. It doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be complex. It's really just a matter of quantifying things that you think you already know. And I think it's important too, though, while you think you may already know the answer, don't assume that you do. So actually let the data tell you the story, and you may be surprised at what you learn, but quantify whatever it is you're trying to answer. And you do that by putting the data in a place where you take unstructured data and you make it structured, or you take structured data and you answer a question with it. So everybody already has that, and everybody already has tools that they can use. We do this all the time. When you have to make a decision and you create a pros and cons list, that's essentially taking a bunch of data. Now, it's not weighted equally. There's a whole bunch of reasons why I wouldn't use that methodology for real life decisions or business decisions, but it's a microcosm of the bigger ask of what do you do with all this data? Make it binary and ask it a question. That's the simplest way.
Yeah, super helpful, super helpful. Thank you for that. John, I'm curious because a lot of times when I'm talking to people about how we're selling anything to lawyers, it's different than a business buyer. Different training, different reward. We've been trained our entire life to be rewarded by finding problems. So we've also been rewarded by having very painstaking careers. So the typical problems of a business buyer, which is like, this is extremely painful. I hate this. Get this away from me. This takes way too long. Actually, the way that we are trained as lawyers is those are not necessarily bad things. That proves your value. And so you've sold to many business buyers in your life. 3 years ago, you start selling to lawyers. What was the thing that surprised you the most about that story, that talk track of like getting buy-in from lawyers, and how have you kind of adapted and adopted to like a different type of pain in a buyer that you may not have seen before?
That's a great question. Chad, it's been eye-opening. I told you failure is built into everything that we do, and this was another one of those failures, right? I thought errantly that when we got here and we serve, everything from, oil and gas and pharma and biotech, and, we've done work with NASA. I figured, hey, we're going to tell lawyers that we're doing this in retail and all these other places. We've got a massive amount of best practices. It's tried and true. It's going to work. All we have to do is just put it on the table, and they're going to want it so badly that it's going to be easy, right? Well, as usual, I was wrong. What I heard was, John, that's fantastic, but that's not the legal community, and you're not a lawyer. So in fact, Chad, I think I'd like to be, you and I've had some laughs about this where they said, even worse, you're a non-lawyer. And so I shared the story back. I thought, wow, I've never been called a non-doctor or a non-scientist or any of those things. But in this field, I was. And so I realized pretty quickly that the value proposition that I thought people were going to see right out of the gates, that wasn't the case at all. And so, what I did. I looked around and said, wow, I'm going to need some help understanding this space. Fortunately, when I reached out to Anna Lazinski, and begged and pleaded, you've got to help me. You're a lawyer that knows tech, and I completely underestimated what it was going to take to get into this space. I need somebody like you to help me, or I'm never going to make it. And she so graciously said, yes, here's what we'll do. And she's come on, and everything changed. I mean, that's really kind of the narrative there, Chad. And it was really about, again, I thought errantly that things in the legal space and selling into the legal domain was going to be exactly like selling to business, and I've learned that it's not at all. What we've learned, though, again, where I think we have been now ingratiated into the space, is that once we had some successes under our belt, and we've built digital twins, as you mentioned, we've done some for litigation with Sherry Police, and it's awesome technology. We've got into the legal practice management space. We've done implementations. People love it. People love the team. So it's taken a while, and we've made some pretty significant errors tactically trying to decide how we were going to sell into the space and what that narrative was going to look like. But once we figured it out, and we realized that lawyers talk to other lawyers, and when they tell the other law firms that we did a really good job and that we should, give them a call, things started to really open up. So it's been fantastic. I have loved it. I mean, a lot of people ask me why I got into the legal space, because we were never here before. And I told you my experience before I got here was a speeding ticket. So I really didn't know much about law at all. It was really Kat Casey who got me on the phone and said, hey, you guys have some amazing digital technology. I think, she said this, she said, John, I think it will transfer into legal. And I said, well, tell me why. And because I love taking risks. Let's see if it's not something we want to pursue. We did, and the rest is history. And here I am talking to you, and I've met some of the first of all, some of the most brilliant people that I've ever met in my entire life are in this community. Some of the most gracious people that I've ever met in my life are in this community. And now I love it, and we're fully embraced. And, you see me on Mondays. What do? We get on and we throw on some wigs, and, Tanya pulls out a closet. We sing silly songs about technology, and it's worked. Why do we do that, Chad? We do that because technology is scary to a lot of people, and we live in a time right now where it's even more scary because it's coming into our homes. It's attacking us from every angle. So we try to make a story out of everything that says it's going to be okay. It can be fun. You can have fun doing this. The outcome can be worth it. It's absolutely worth the view is worth the climb. Just get on our backs and let us be your Sherpas. We'll get you there. And it couldn't be a better story. We have absolutely enjoyed getting here, and we've gotten so much help now from everybody. And the places, Chad, where we have made mistakes and said, gosh, we think that you'd be better off going left, and the clients, the law firms tell us, no, we really want to go right. I think Zena touched on it. I mean, sometimes the business model and the technology are not congruent, right? And we've got to come to some conclusion as to how we're going to reconcile that. And some of those conversations have really given law firms the light of day to say, wow, you know what? Now that we have this technology, we really could change the model, couldn't we? We really can offer transparency to our clients in a way we couldn't do that before. Holy cow, this might be something we can consider. And so for me, that's been if you wanted to ask me what the best thing that has happened so far along this journey, it's that. It's because I've heard, well, it's the way it's done. We've always got to do it that way. It's billable hour. It's never going to change. And what I'm seeing is, I don't think that's the case. I think the combination of technology, the desire to meet your client where they want to be met, and the transparency that this technology has created is going to change. And I see it happening right in front of my face. And while a lot of people will still come to the table and arm wrestle you about the billable hour model, there are a lot of people looking at it and saying, hey, there might be something to this. We could get on board. And imagine what that would do for, well-being and, some of the people's focus, and shifting away from worrying about what the clock says and what the calendar says and focusing more on the outcome. Yeah. So we're in a great space right now in the legal community. And I could be, if you're not fired up, man, I mean, if you're not fired up about being here, I don't know, you're not looking at the same screenplay I'm looking at. Yeah, it's a good time to be in business.
You're an amazing conduit, John, and I think, too, Zena, it's also reflective of, you don't have to be a lawyer to be in this space. And in fact, it's better that we have this cross-pollination of backgrounds and ideas. And, John, you're such a conduit to almost create permission in the profession to take it a little bit lighter, test things out, make the mistakes. I'm just so glad that you decided to pursue this industry, even though there's a lot of challenging buyers out there, because we need the lightness in the industry because it's a new phase. And Craig, I wanted to ask you, you've put in so much technology, you've talked about the struggles. What are you thinking about for yourself and your team as this is going to be the most valuable thing, even if it's a 101, 102 level early blocks thing that you just haven't done yet? What moves the needle for you in your mind about where you want the future of your team's technology to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, some of the basics, and, I think that we're potentially even behind the eight ball a little bit just in terms of implementing some, generative AI or, utilization, I would say, of AI and, ChatGPT and utilizing it properly. I know there was a panel in terms of prompts and, how to get kind of the best out of the AI systems. But I think there's, there is a learning. I would say there's an actual adoption that does need to occur. Some individuals are adopting it more than others. So I think that's, just some of the basics that are really important. And then, certainly I think, getting a little bit, more down the line a little bit is, certainly some sort of, generative AI where our business stakeholders can simply ask the repetitive questions that occur all the time. And, AI can simply spit out the answers or, pretty much generate some of the basic documents or, do some of the basic changes. We also have a lot of, on a lot of our complex deals at Hootsuite, initially we have a lot of customer questions in terms of privacy and security, and it sucks up a humongous amount of human capital. And these are really kind of threshold questions that you need to be able to answer. And it would be great for a system to simply just be able to be implemented where, 80% of the reoccurring questions that are coming in from customers in all different shapes and forms are ultimately being answered by, technology. So, it's some of the table stakes, some of the basics that, I'm certainly looking to implement with the team and make sure that, we getting kind of the biggest bang for our buck and keeping it, contained and limited and ultimately making sure that it's a success. So that's kind of where, I'm thinking, and we are utilizing it already, but I think it's getting to that kind of additional step, and then also looking at, some of the more complex, redlining AI software. There's a whole bunch out there, but really trying to find, ultimately what's going to kind of get us to, so-called the promised land without replacing us, which is really important,
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I find is interesting is that we think we have to go from 0 to 100, but think about the stuff that you've already done that's used technology with words, which is just what we're talking about. Everyone's probably made an FAQ sheet that they've put in a G Drive or a 365. And every time their business team came to ask them the same questions about what can we do in Illinois or in Ontario, you had gotten that question so many times that you just aggregated the answers, you copy and pasted them, and you put them in a sheet and you said, go there. We're just talking about the next level of that. We're not talking about you can't do this, you don't know how to do this, but a chat bot that pulls from that same FAQ sheet can drastically reduce the pain. Not only does it reduce the pain, is, from my experience, what I would say is like lead with the benefit. That's what we've heard a lot from, these three excellent folks today is lead with the point for the business, not with the point for yourself. Because the business thinks your point is to do that work. And if you tell them all that you are really focused on is the business speed, certainty, use case, closing the deal, they're going to rally around that. And then you just build the legal framework underneath it. And, when I look at the three of you, you're at the front leading the charge and in all different ways, in all different seats, but you're helping the industry, you're making it better. And, sometimes we can be reluctant and reticent, but thank goodness that we have you kind of giving us permission to feel free to take risks and know that we've done versions of this before. And there are really quick things that we can do to just take that next step. We don't have to feel like we've got to go to anything close to perfect because no human is perfect anyway. So I wanted to thank this entire panel for sharing your time, your insights, just the humanity of like giving your time. It's really special to everyone here who's watching and is so excited. The chat was going crazy the whole time about like how much folks were learning and appreciating. So thank you so much to this entire group. Thanks to this panel and for everyone watching. Thank you, John. Now we're going to kick it back over to Pauline for a special one-to-one interview.
Oh my gosh. That was such an amazing panel. It really brings me back to thinking about my sort of baby legal tool journey. When I first joined Goodlawyer, I will never forget getting onto the Goodlawyer app, playing around with it and talking to clients and booking meetings and all these things. And I remember one of the first things I said to the Goodlawyer team was, oh my God, I have been playing with matches this whole time and just rubbing these matches and rubbing these sticks trying to make fire. And it turns out there was a lighter. There was a lighter this whole time, and I didn't have to be doing this. And it's wild to think that that's where it began. And then as I get embedded a little bit further into the Goodlawyer network, It's exactly like the community panel we were talking about earlier. There's people who are ahead of me in this journey, way ahead of me in this journey, and they've got click, click, click. They've got all the tools. They've got their tech stack all set up. There's some people that are just a few steps ahead of me, some people with me who are just learning about this and like, oh my God, I have a lighter now. What am I going to do with this? And then there's people who are learning behind me. And so it really just makes me think that this is all new, just like this panel and the previous panel was talking about. This is all experimental. It's all new. Nobody knows, and nobody is perfect. We are all going to make mistakes. And what better time to be doing that when everybody is new to it? It's easy. Everybody's making mistakes. Nobody is perfect. And this is something that I get so passionate about, is that we are taught in our profession for some reason that we have to be perfect. We have to be perfect. We cannot make mistakes. And then it's just not real. We make mistakes every single day. I tell my kids all the time, if you are not making mistakes, you're not learning. When something is new, you are going to make mistakes, and you got to find a way to be okay with that. Don't let what the profession tells you be you. Unfortunately, none of us are perfect. We're not perfect, and we're going to make mistakes. Earlier today, this is new to me, I shouted into a live mic, "Lori, turn the page." I didn't know I made a mistake, but you know what? It's not a big deal. We move on, we learn from our mistakes, and we do better next time. And soliloquy. Okay, so what is actually the most exciting, and I've been waiting for this all day, we'll have the pleasure of hearing from Mitch Kowalski. His career journey stands as such a powerful testament to two key themes here. We're talking about betting on yourself and designing your own path. These themes obviously resonate so deeply with me, and today's Pauline would really like a time machine so that she can tell young Pauline, go, find Mitch Kowalski, and to your happy future, he will guide you. So while living along a very atypical career path isn't easy, Mitch's journey has actually been amazing, and he has been focusing on redefining success on his own terms. I think that Mitch's journey, it's so funny. I feel like I really wish that I would have met Mitch in this previous time so that I could learn more about my own journey, because I feel like I have been just sort of baby copying Mitch along the way, but not nearly as good as Mitch. Now, if you're not focusing on redefining success on your own terms, you're going to find yourself on a path that isn't truly yours, and really nobody wants that. So before I give away any more nuggets of this wisdom that I know Mitch has in store for you, I'm going to zip the lips on this part and just quickly tell you a little bit more about Mitch. So Mitch is a distinguished legal innovator, author, and educator. He's renowned for his unconventional approach to the legal profession. He's consistently challenged traditional legal paradigms. He's advocating for transformative change in the industry. And my favorite humans are the ones who like to stir the pot. And sounds like Mitch has been stirring lots of pots for the last few decades of his career. His journey began with a legal education, which transitioned into a corporate law practice, but he quickly saw the limitations of traditional paths. This really pushed him to explore innovative solutions to basically help make really happy clients on one side, but also while designing himself a career that really suits, fits, aligns with his personal values and inspirations. Mitch is also a thought leader committed to fostering meaningful discussions on legal innovation. Instead of running around worrying about the AI sky falling down on us, Mitch is focused on writing books like Avoiding Extinction, Reimagining Legal Services for the 21st Century, where he actually is giving lots of great insights into how we can thrive in the evolving landscape of legal services. Lastly, but not least, Mitch serves as a visiting professor at the University of Calgary Law School. He emphasizes the importance of adaptability and forward thinking in law to the next generation of lawyers. As I've said before, if my kids told me they wanted to become lawyers, I would do this. No. But knowing what Mitch is doing for the future of profession, now I would tell the kids, go, find Mitch Kowalski. To your happy future, he will guide you. And with that, let's dive into the questions, shall we, Yoda? I mean, Mitch, not Yoda.
Wow, Pauline, thank you. Thank you. Dive away.
Okay, excellent. So, you've had a really, really great, amazing career path laid out in front of you in Big Law. What ultimately pushed you to walk away from that traditional path to start your own solo firm and consultancy at a time when that decision was pretty uncommon? Nobody was really doing this. What pushed you over the edge?
Right. Well, I should put on the William Wallace makeup and cry freedom, freedom. That's really that's really what it's about. It's about being in a place that you don't want to be, that you feel hemmed in, that you feel something is just not right, it's not working. And it's not practicing law. I like practicing law. I still like practicing law. I like doing, figuring out interesting solutions to interesting problems for interesting clients. That end of it is okay. It is the structure or the institutions in which I was being forced to deliver those services. And it was not something that I really enjoyed. So, when I was at the law firms, my practice is a real estate practice, and my clientele, who I loved, were always insisting on flat fees. So think about this: 25 years ago, people, saying, "Oh no, you got to bid for work, you got to get flat fees," right? Which is, of course, completely anathema to the law firm and hourly billing. So that started to, create a great deal of friction with me and with the firm, and they couldn't really get what I was trying to do with my clients and how I wanted to practice law in a much more more autonomous, I guess, a more creative way. And those of you who are in big law know they're very prestigious, right? They'll pay you lots of money, but there is a price to that in terms of your autonomy and your creativity, depending on who you work with. But really, it is you fit into our round hole here, and God forbid that you're square. So that was grinding on me. I was really starting to think about how I could take control of my practice because I was so unhappy, right? And that's what really drives a lot of things with me. I need to be happy. I need to have some clear purpose to what am I doing and why I'm doing that. And, many law firms, the purpose of the law firm is just to make money. That's kind of the end of it. Make money for the partners. Great, check. There's not really a lot more to it to that. So that just added to my angst as well, is I don't see a real purpose here to what I'm doing overall from a big picture perspective. I'm grossly unhappy. They don't get me. I don't get them. And so I really started to say, okay, what's it all about, Alfie, right? So, what is my why? What do I want to do? How do I see my life unfolding? And of course, as we get into the 2000s, Richard Susskind had his seminal book, which was not his first book, but it was really the one that really laid a lot of groundwork for the way I was thinking about things, was The End of Lawyers. And I would read this and I went, wow, this guy gets it, right? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm trying to articulate to the world. This is where I want to go. And so I just, took the leap and said, I'm just too unhappy. Damn the consequences. Obviously there's a plan to it, right? You don't go completely, off the diving board without making sure there's some water in the pool. But it is really about taking calculated risk, being driven by, an unhappy state of mind.
Yeah.
So there's the short course.
Yeah, that's you always hope that, people don't have to be forced to that point where you are just so miserable, so unhappy, and it's just so bad for you that you just have to go. Right now, without a plan, doesn't matter, right? And so for me, this is the beauty of these kinds of conversations and these kinds of summits. The point is that we hope that we can reach some of those people before they get to that really final straw, right? Like, really start digging deep and just taking those little tiny steps to think about, okay, what is good about this and what is not good about this, and what is next? How can I change? And where are my people? Tell me more. What are you doing?
Yes, exactly. Where's my tribe? Where are they at? It's interesting because if I was, sort of lukewarm, I might still be at the law firms. Right? Because I was just pushed so far that it was like, okay, like I'm done, right? It was past the point of being able to accept it. So, I look at it as a good way because I'm way happier, once I left that environment and started to, focusing on what I saw success was and how I wanted my career to develop. So,
yeah.
You take the good with the bad.
Totally, for sure. So next thing I'm thinking about is, so done lots of different projects with governments, international companies. What I'm wondering is, like, what was the experience that left the biggest impact on you in terms of fueling you? Hey, I'm doing the right thing. I should keep going down this path. Like, nobody else is doing this right now, or very few, but I should keep going down this path. I'm onto something here.
Yeah, well, let me break that into two parts. So, number one, I guess what I saw also when I'm working with these companies and stuff is that, and this ties into what we just talked about, is like, no one cares about your career but you, right? So it's very clear that if you don't take control, you're fungible to them. And so that just fuels, yes, I made the right decision, because after I left any of my positions, they filled that role and life goes on. So that, reinforced, yeah, I made the right decision, because it's not like they're calling me back, right? No one's sad that I left. But then when I started, to do the writing and do the speaking and the consulting and sort of things, and people start, reaching out to me and say, hey, I feel the same way. So for instance, one of the articles that I wrote early in the early days was a precursor to my book, Avoiding Extinction, which was a fictional law firm, and it was a speech given by the law firm's managing partner, and it said, here's all the reasons why we just won Firm of the Year, we're so happy about our firm, blah, blah, blah. And people actually wrote in and they said, I was reading this and I didn't realize it was fiction. I was like, oh my God, what's the name of this firm? I'm going to apply to this firm. And then I got to the end and I was sad because it was fiction. And so that kind of commentary, that kind of reception that I was getting, like around the globally as well, like wherever I went, whether it's Australia, Europe, South Africa, Asia, there are large groups of people who are all saying the same thing and thinking the same way. And so that helps so much when you can plug into that and see, it's not a Toronto thing, it's not a Calgary thing, it's not a Canada thing, it is a global thing. And that just, puts some wind into your sails and keeps you going.
Well, and let's be honest, none of that would have happened had you not put yourself out there to share this information, to, build this, to talk about this fictional firm, right? Like, none of this would have happened if you hadn't put yourself out there. And like everything else in life, I feel like you really just have to learn to get past that fear. And then you will find your people and you will find your tribe. And then together you can build forward and move forward and learn from each other.
Yeah, sometimes weirdly, right? Sometimes the least risky thing you can do is to take that leap. It's more risky to stay where you are because you have no control, you're unhappy, things start to unravel at that point. But
100%. Yeah, absolutely. It's very much like what we were talking about earlier. If you don't risk anything, you actually are risking everything potentially, right?
Yeah.
So
100%.
You buy legal services. What
I
do you think is the biggest challenge that you see in the way legal services are delivered by big law firms? Do you think it's possible for them to make change?
Every day I'm going to probably give you a different answer on it because, I sort of waffle around. Sure, it's possible. It needs a great deal of leadership and effort on the part of the firms. And big law firms are hard to move because you have to placate so many different egos and personalities within a firm. That we all know that, right? Big law firms are filled with those kinds of minefields. And so that holds back a lot of the thinking. If I could change one thing, I think big law firms, all law firms, would do well by looking at rethinking their incentive structure, right? And have those incentives aligned to long-term thinking instead of short-term thinking, right? Instead of going, okay, my goal line is December 31st every single year. I'm just going to, do as much as I possibly can, collect all my bills, hopefully for year end, and then I get to do it all over again. So that kind of mindset is very short term and hinders investments in the kind of things like innovation or technology that would start to see some changes in the law firms. I mean, we talked a lot today, not myself, but through a lot on AI and the importance of AI, what people are doing with AI. That should, in theory, completely change the pricing structure and the way things are billed at law firms. Because all of a sudden, I can't churn the file like I used to because things are being done faster with the machinery. And the clients know this. So how do we change the model, the pricing model, so that we can still make money, but it's not driven by how many hours people can bill? And I think that change in the pricing changes mindset, changes incentives, completely changes how people think about delivering legal services.
100%. I have seen this just in my transition from practicing billable hour style model to moving into Goodlawyer with fixed fees. It completely changes everything. Your whole entire perspective shifts to, wait a minute, I'm focused on the wrong things now. Now I want to be way more efficient. I need the tools, I need the things, I need everything to help me get up this curve of efficiency, which was really never something I thought about before, because frankly, that was actually to my detriment to think that way.
Well, exactly. I mean, that, and going back to the first question you had me, my clients are demanding back in the day fixed fees, and I'm stuck with those numbers. Meanwhile, the lawyer next to me can just do whatever they want on this file, and they look like a superstar because their hours are insane, and I look like a schlump because I'm stuck in this model. But if you talk to the clients were like ecstatic about value delivered, timing, all these sorts of things that the law firms don't really look at. Look at, if you want to stay here, you want to be a partner, you got to make us a ton of money by billing as many hours as possible. So change the incentives.
Yeah.
Change it to sync with a long-term vision of the firm.
Yeah, 100%. Awesome. Mitch, I could honestly talk to you all day long and pester you with questions all day long, but I got one more. Lesson. Okay, so what is the most important message you want this audience to take away to begin designing a career that has the greatest impact and fulfillment for them?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me, and I tell my students this as well, is get to know yourself. What truly matters to you? What's important to you? Forget about all the noise about what your classmates are doing or what your next door neighbor is doing and the kind of car they drive or so on and so forth. Get to know yourself truly. And I know we spoke about this earlier. Most of the people on this webinar are of age. They're not 18 years old. You guys have all been around the block for enough to know what truly makes you happy. And think about it, take the weekend, block off, go totally zen and say, I am truly happy when I do these 5 things. And typically those are probably going to fall into autonomy, some kind of freedom, right? Just like me, there's nothing unique about my experience of wanting autonomy in how I do things or how I choose to practice law. And purpose. People generally like purpose. If you read Dan Pink's book, Drive, he talks about autonomy, mastery, and purpose. Law firms are really good at providing you with mastery of a subject matter. They're terrible at the other two. So how does that fit into what is making you happy and what will make you happy in the future? And I think if you can figure that out, that will guide you in terms of where you want to be. Make sure that you're always continuously learning and look beyond just legal. Look beyond legal. There's so many other industries and books out there that will give you great ideas that you can apply.
Oh, Mitch,
Done.
Just
it's easy.
Simple. Mind blowing. Like I talk about this all the time. Know yourself. It doesn't matter what is out there. It doesn't matter. Who cares? It's your life. Live your life. Figure out who you are and then chase that down. Oh, you got me all fired up, Mitch. well, thank you.
It's cool. Like I tell my students that all the time. I said, like, because the law schools are brutal for that, right?
Yeah.
It's brutal. Everybody wants to work at ABC firm, fill in the blank.
Yeah. It very quickly becomes a contest of like, well, where are you? Well, where are you? And then suddenly the person who doesn't want to do that is all like, oh, I guess I need to go there too. Terrible. Thank you so much, Mitch. That was such a wonderful, wonderful chat with you. I really am going to bug you and then make you talk to me some more because I need to soak up some more of this wisdom. Okay. Thank you again so much, Mitch. And we will talk to you again very soon, I'm sure.
Okay. Cheers, guys. Good luck.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm just like, my heart, my brain is so full, but my heart is so full. I'm so happy to have been through all of these panels today and talked to all these wonderful, amazing humans. And then, of course, it would not be complete if we didn't have a small little closeout to sort of bring all the thoughts and ideas, all those wonderful learnings and knowledge and tips and actions and things that we can bring it all together for you today. So I would like to bring us to our closing segment today, and this is going to be done by no other than Josh Weinberger, COO and GC to Goodlawyer. So Josh was a corporate lawyer, rising star corporate lawyer at Big Law for probably about seven years before he just started feeling this little bit of an itch for something different. And personally, I think it might have been bed bugs because I know Josh likes to travel, but we'll just pretend that it was some other itch. So Josh is having this little itch of wanting to do something different, and that's how he ultimately ended up finding Goodlawyer. And so Josh is one of the most thoughtful, considerate, and unshakable people that I know, and you are very lucky to be hearing from Josh. He's one of the most unshakable people I know, and I would say probably mildly unshakable because of those biceps that he sort of pushes into people's heads in photos and such. I mean, sorry, that was an inside thought. I'll just turn it over to Josh to close out the day.
Okay, thank you, Pauline. Really nice introduction. And I just want to say a thank you to everybody for joining us today for this great conversation. I'm going to just help myself to my notes here so I can stay on track, stay on time. So as somebody that's passionate about helping lawyers build careers that align with their personal values and skills, today's programming and everything that we've done for the Future of Law Summit is hugely exciting for me. Together, we've challenged assumptions about what's possible in our careers and in our industry, and we've set our sights on creating remarkable outcomes. But here's the real challenge. How do we take insights from today and translate them into meaningful change in our work and in our lives? How do we turn good ideas into impact? The answer to that question is not sexy. The answer is often overlooked. The answer requires a ton of hard work. The answer is self-awareness. Whether in your personal or professional life, lasting, impactful change requires self-awareness. Self-awareness empowers us to grow and to change in two critical ways. First, it helps us identify and commit to our core values, the things we are willing to invest in, prioritize, and change for. Second, it shines a light into the personal weaknesses, habits, and behaviors that act as unconscious barriers to achieving our goals. In other words, if we aren't self-aware, we are likely to set goals that are unrealistic or unsustainable because they aren't aligned with our core values. Or we fail to make progress toward an otherwise smart goal because we are blind to the behaviors and habits that sabotage our efforts to grow. Either way, the result is the same: frustration and stagnation. Scientific research reinforces this idea. According to the Journal of Applied Leadership and Management, in the context of business, self-aware employees enjoy a more satisfying work experience and healthier relationships with their peers, which results in better performing companies. On the other hand, teams that lack self-awareness struggle with miscommunication, employee attrition, and suboptimal outcomes. Considering that employees lacking self-awareness are characterized as being unable to recognize their weaknesses and likely to discard valuable negative feedback where they deem it inconsistent with their own held self-perception, the stark difference between performance outcomes in self-aware companies and those that lack it is hardly surprising. Despite its importance, self-awareness remains a scarce commodity. According to a research survey from a prominent global management consultancy, among 17,000 survey participants, self-awareness was strongly evident in only 19% of female respondents and just 4% of male respondents. Unsurprisingly then, most well-intentioned efforts to pursue remarkable change and growth are doomed to fail. Which brings me to my own experience with self-awareness. 4 years ago, I made a radical life change. I left my secure career in big law to join the leadership team here at Goodlawyer. I was seeking something happier, a more fulfilled state of being, and for a while, I had found it. But at the start of this year, I realized that my initial Goodlawyer glow was beginning to fade. Despite working closely with people that I care about, playing a prominent role in the company's success, and sensing purpose in our collective mission, something felt off. So I did something I almost never do. I accepted an offer for help. Thanks to a gentle nudge from my colleagues, I started working with Goodlawyer's in-house psychologist. And through uncomfortable work over the course of about 40 sessions, very slowly, I came to discover two critical insights about myself. First, I learned that some of my core values include service and impact, which explains why I'm happiest when I'm empowering others to succeed, and why I felt unmotivated when I couldn't see service or leadership in my day-to-day. Second, I discovered a deeply ingrained behavior that actively curtailed my ability to express my core values. I thought that avoiding, ignoring, and suppressing my emotions freed me from their impact. Gradually, however, coaching helped me to surface and identify my emotions so that I could feel them, let them go, and just breathe. My journey with self-awareness remains a work in progress. I still meet with Sean weekly for support and guidance, but it's beginning to pay dividends. I see now that validating my emotions frees me to work with greater focus and enthusiasm. And I recognize that emotions aren't just relevant for me. They're central to the challenges my colleagues face as well. So by acknowledging and connecting with their emotions, I'm becoming a better collaborator and leader. I'm finding alignment with my values. Self-awareness isn't easy, clearly. It takes effort, reflection, and often it takes help. But it is the foundation for meaningful personal growth. So if you're ready to invest in becoming more self-aware, here are 3 small but significant actions you can take. First, take a personality test to uncover insights about your traits and your tendencies. There are plenty of options available. We used principlesU.com. Second, ask your trusted peers or colleagues for honest and constructive feedback. At Goodlawyer, we use the strength, frustration, gratitude framework to help shape these difficult conversations. And finally, consider working with a therapist, psychologist, or coach who can help you to identify these blind spots and uncover your core values. Wherever you decide to start, remember, self-awareness is not about achieving perfection. It's just the foundation that helps you to evolve and move toward your more authentic and purposeful self. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. And again, thank you for your courage to grow. Thank you for attending our Future of Law Summit.
Wow. That was incredible, Josh. Pauline and I was asking her, like, are you going to catch this or should I catch this? I don't know if either one of us were ready to catch that. That was beautiful. And, I also want to say that, being that transparent is like a real sign of strength. And I think in our industry, we need more examples of folks like Josh just did who give permission to others to really feel and figure out who they are and what their emotions are. And, like to support that, like for me, like I've had personal therapy in my life at different ranges and times, like over the last 10 years, and I wouldn't be where I am without it. And so, I just wanted to like support that message that without that, I would never have actually figured out who I was and what I cared most about. And if we think about the totality of the day is about designing a life and a career that's meaningful for you. And like, there's sharing your message, there's finding your people, there's like uplifting your skills, but all of that only really matters to the extent that you know who you are. And so, Josh, that was beautiful. Hopefully Pauline is recovered
Barely.
to share her reflections, but I don't know if you're quite there yet.
No. Honestly, I think all that I could think about right now is just, this is the why. This is why we do this summit. This is why we do these things, because we want that. We want people to find the things that are meaningful for them, the things that they deeply care about, and that will give them that energy to get up every day and do the things that they need to do. And they're so happy they get to do it. And I'm just going to go on and on. I'm going to start thanking sponsors instead so that I can recover from this. I wanted to say thank you so much, everybody, for attending today. I was definitely not ready for that closing speech, but I'm slowly recovering. So thank you, everybody, so much for joining us today. This is so meaningful for me personally. I was ready to quit the profession, and here I am talking about the future of the profession with all these amazing people, all these amazing speakers, and so grateful for you to join us. We are so grateful to our flagship sponsor, Humi, and our partner sponsors at ACC Ontario and WTW. Thank you so, so much. We could not have done this without you, and we are so grateful for all the time and the tips, actions, and being vulnerable with everybody so that we can learn from each other.
And we want to remind you, so many folks I saw already have been sharing their favorite insights and tips, whether it's from the Total Summit, tag Goodlawyer so that we can see you, appreciate you. And, if there's also, Rob Hanna generously offered too from his panel. If you have insights there, share your favorite ones so that we can keep out for it and find some lucky winners of really cool merch to celebrate this day. And I do want to say too that as you take away that message that Josh shared and then all the tips today is, there is no singular right answer. There's a right answer for you. And so, whether that's in a firm, in-house, as a fractional lawyer, doing something different as an entrepreneur, like that's the work. Like these are the tips and tools that will help you, but you need to design the career that's most meaningful for you. And so, whether you decide, today, tomorrow, one day that you want to be a fractional lawyer with, an amazing platform like Goodlawyer, or maybe you're sitting there saying, I really wish I had a good lawyer to support my team. Listen, as you can see from today, there's a community of people that are here to support you and help you through that journey. And so, with that, it takes a village to put on this entire thing, and we've been in front of the camera a lot today, but there's an entire team here that, you know, is sheepishly coming over, but they played a massive role to make this all happen. And so we just want to say thank you. You know, big shout outs to this entire group, especially Lori Roberts, Chief of Staff, Zach Biggs. You know, like this kind of stuff doesn't happen with only 1 or 2 people. So thank you all for joining. From Goodlawyer to all of you across the world, have a wonderful day. Thank you for being with us.